Peace and salute. Peace. Oh, I forgot to do something. I had fixed my intro. Let's see how long it takes to upload. Of course, it's going to take forever to upload. So, I'll just play the old one.
What's the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
So, before I play this song by FRENCHY-KUSH, YouTube, I'll tell you in a minute. Once again, you know, it's just unbelievable. But let me play this song and wait for people to get in here. This song is called Call It What You Want by FRENCHY-KUSH.
It's like they just don't get it, man. I be feeling alone, man. Could be a million motherfuckers around and I still feel alone. It's like someone sitting on your chest, not letting you breathe or see the light. It's a struggle just trying to get that last breath. Yo. No skate, I give light through the hope in these pages I write. Through the hopeless days and the nights, tied to the waves that we write. Rise to the flame in sight, reach for the stars that you light. Each of these bars that I type, the noose that hardly gets tight. Prey on these demons I fight, inflict it back with a knife. They push it back and it's like my heart is actually stabbed. Not seeing half of myself, I put the rest in the bag. Not talking actual cash, I'm hiding parts that I had. Depressed, they tell me I'm not. You never live where I'm at. I drowned it all in a bottle, rewind it all in its back. Don't live a day without pain. The feelings hardly collapse. Mine running hard for that track, foot in it's hardly relaxed. This ain't a track that I wrote, these lines are actual facts. Fucking facts, man. This ain't a track that I wrote. It's my fucking feelings. Fucking collapse. Like this ain't a level, letting somebody sit on your fucking chest. You can't even breathe when you down. You ain't got nothing to do with fall. I've been falling for too long now. Something needs to give. I need help. I need to get this track up. Shake my own head. Like drowning in a bottle is the only fucking thing I could do. Like not being me is actually being me. Makes sense to me. It's like I'm losing myself and I don't even fucking care. Just watching myself fade in the wind. Sheesh. Shit, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Be walking around scratching my head lately, like what the fuck is wrong with the world, man? Everybody's so desensitized, so disattached from themselves. It's like they don't even know where the fuck they at. They don't know the difference from reality and fiction. Yo, like I don't even know if they will miss me. Shit, I don't even know if I will miss me. Sober in my tipsy to the point I can't even lift myself out this whiskey. Drowning in a bottle, feeling like a fish be out of water. Fuck thinking how I'm gonna fix me. Move kinda opposite, playing my apocalypse. Dare you anonymous, verbal my esophagus. Words like the plotting with the dead when I'm talking shit. Chalked out bodies on the side, guess it's how we live. On this shit, but you dealing right. Get the rest of you still in sight, huh? Are you still in sight? These motherfuckers is taking without asking. They looking without telling. Talking without speaking. They washed your head. I should fucking mouth. Brainwashed you until you was dead. So get the picture. Are you the people choice? Or just what the people were told? From those that are still in control. And that are still in control. The fuck you gonna do? It's like I ain't got shit to say, but I'ma say it anyway. Fuck it, Frenchy bitch. Yeah, let's get this thing. Yo, got to thinking lately, right? And what the fuck is life? Besides people torturing, and ain't get enough, like, I ain't give them enough, right? Or maybe too much when they craving it's us. Not enough to give, maybe they suck. Off of they balls, chick, maybe they cluck. Off of my balls, they weighing enough. Get off of my balls, they never be tucked. Ever be clearly, you know when they stuck. Dick in they mouth, you know that they suck. Crazy as who? Screwing they nuts. Lazy as me for you never get up. But keep me in thought, irrelevant, huh? Guess you could say I'm the elephant, huh? The trunk and you pardon me, pardoning you. When you thought about it, there's nothing I do. And you called the skeleton, skulls are the proof. No chief in this bitch, I'm bitter to goons. So fuck what you heard, I'm different than you. Believe what you're told, don't live as a fool. As righteous as gold, I'm living that proof. Your bitches Medusa, the rocks that I threw, the glass that I live in, reflecting it too. You think I am dumb, you a Rubik's Cube. Reflect on yourself is what you should do. Manage me never too heavy to move. You were just thought, easy to tool. You and your skate, easy to rule. Which is I burn, which one is you? You could decide while I'm lighting the roof. The roof is on fire, this isn't a drill. The person that pulled it is about to get killed. The reason I'm here, they sleep on me still. You should be still, forgetting to steal. And fuck out my business, I mean it for real. I mean it for real. Get the fuck out my business, I mean it for real. Fucking skate.
All right. That's Frenchy-KUSH. The link to his music and his channels in the description. Peace, Melissa T, Mark Basket, Faceplant, Look Within. All right. Now get Genie, peace. I'll check for the email. I don't have a set topic. That's why I put, you know, all question marks, but you know, what do people think about sovereignty? Is it still slavery? Hold on. I dropped the link. All right. Check this out, this guy. I played this the other time, but maybe some people didn't see it. But some people don't agree with it, and some people do. I personally do, because I like when somebody chumps the judge.
I'm here to correct a mistake by the court. Well, first of all, the court has made a mistake. Are you Wilfred Keith Thompson? No, it's not what I normally go by now. Can I see the information? I've tried to clarify this a few times, but apparently the level of the topic. So your name is Keith Thompson? My name is Keith. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't have a last name, sir? I have a family name, clan name, but that's irrelevant today. So you are not Wilfred Keith Thompson? Okay, one more time on for the record, I am Keith. Nothing more. And sit down, sir. I'm looking for a Wilfred Keith Thompson. Please sit down, sir. Actually, please sit down, sir. Sorry. Can't do that. I served into the court this morning. Sir, I'm looking for a Wilfred Keith Thompson. You are not that this person. Sit down, sir. Bailiff, please remove this gentleman from the courtroom. Thank you. That's the person you're looking for. Please, sir, that is the person. I'm trying to remedy things. Touch me and you will be charged. I'm a peace officer. You want to dishonor a court official?
The defendant's on the bailiff's desk.
Sir, are you here on behalf of Mr. Thompson?
I said I was the administrator for that account.
Are you here as agent for
Could
him?
you guys please back up? Thanks.
Are you here as agent for him?
Not as agent, as administrator, much like you are administrator of this court.
Sir, you're either him or you're here as his agent to speak on his behalf. Are you either of those?
Yes, it's lawful.
Pardon?
Yeah, he's in common law jurisdiction, which I established as soon as I came in here this morning and reestablished again. The bailiff understood me. This other bailiff, wherever she went, she understood me as well. And this gentleman doesn't like talking.
We're going to take a recess. Thank you.
Thank you. All rise.
How long?
How long, sir? I don't have all day, thank you. I have things to do.
We'll take the court.
Yeah, actually,
This court will recess
please
until
note that the
called.
judge has abandoned the court. He has abandoned ship, and I, as the sovereign in this room, claim authority, case dismissed, with cause and prejudice. Have a nice day.
Gotta love it. I've heard your pros and cons of being a sovereign and staying a citizen. I don't know. What's up, faceplant?
Hey. Am Mike okay?
Yep. Pays to know the lingo.
8 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 9 a.m. here.
The sun's just coming up over the new apartment block.
Oh boy. Let me guess. It's for all the people coming over the border, and then the people that have been living here paying rent and taxes don't get shit.
Displaced people from the wars. They'll all have their vaccine cards and
Yeah, try not to say that. That's what I wanted to talk about.
Right.
YouTube. I wake up yesterday. Once again, they found a video from 3 years ago when that whole ordeal started. I don't even remember making this video. 3 years ago. And they're like, oh, this violates blah, blah, blah. We're not going to strike you, but we're taking it down. And I'm like, damn, you're going to dig into crates FR? Like, no one even watches that video. It's so old.
Disclaimer,
It's like,
education purposes only, just reporting the news.
yeah, right? That's all we do. If people want to get it, let them. That's on their decision, man. I don't never give medical advice. I'm not a doctor. So yeah, fucking, it's crazy. They're just like hinting, we're watching. Like, I already know that. It just blows my mind. So I must be, upsetting somebody. Pays to just avoid their rigged system. Yeah.
Or they're okay.
Well, I agree,
Global ID
Native.
cards.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Global ID cards. They have to adhere to certain criteria before they can come over. And once they do all that, then they're going to bring them over, plane loads of them or bus loads of them from wherever. And
It's out with the old and in with the new,
They've been doing it all along, man. Back in around 2017, 2018, when there was that people were coming from Syria over here. Buddy of mine was working on a hydroelectric project way up north, and they would have just crews of Syrians, a crew of whatever, they'd bring them all in one bus, and they'd be working at that shift or whatever at that section of the project. So they'd be isolated from everyone else on the job. Like, it's a massive project. And the workers, like regular guys that I know, they're not a lot. They have a place where they can go drink, but they can only have 2 drinks a night. and then they go back to their bunk in the trailer where they're not allowed to have anybody in their room with them, and they're not allowed to have any cell phones on the job site. It's weird. Because the whole thing of the project is like it's all compartmentalized and it's all secret.
Remember
in the landscape and everything.
Remember I had brought up, I said that YouTube will take your video down and they don't even show you what why like they don't show you what you did wrong in the video. Well, this time I don't know if it's because I updated, maybe they've been doing this, but they showed the video and I could have sworn anything that was titled with that name, I took them all down. I said I'm not even taking chances. I don't even remember that video being up. You know, maybe they could have kept it on the side. You'd think I would forget, but I know I took all videos down as anything to do with that V word. And they showed the video and asked me if I want to challenge it. Well, why? Because you're gonna say I didn't win it anyway. But it's funny how I complained about that. I was like, they take your video down, they don't show you, and now they're showing them, which is a good thing.
Somebody could have reported a comment.
I don't know.
Somebody even could have reported a comment in the live chat, and it just triggered something, and then they go back to do whatever. They way back. It's just
that's why I try to avoid it.
Do that before.
I try to avoid that whole area of.
At best, for them, it's a distraction. It's a distraction. You know,
I don't know.
What were you going to talk about today, anyway? Connection.
I don't know.
I didn't see that TikTok going. What was going on there?
Oh, it was just a guy who went into court, and they were asking him if he's representing the name that the judge was given, and he said no, because he's a sovereign. So I don't know if his name was in all caps. I don't know which one he was representing, his name or the one in all caps, but he told the judge, no, that's not me. So it must have been the name in all caps, because I remember every time you get arrested, your name's in all caps, which is weird. If I'm not mistaken, on your case when they pull the file. But yeah, they're gonna take all these people, I guess. Allegedly, I don't know, this is my theory. All these people coming in through the borders, like I said, that could be the Trojan horse of the UN, or it could just, you know, time for new slaves. You know, they want the new people that come from communist background that do what they're told. In with the new and out with the old. Because these people are coming over and literally getting clothes, food, and housing. And there's people that have worked their whole life that could barely get any help. And the people that are so-called citizens of this country should be mad. It ain't racism. It's none of that. You know, I'm not blaming the people that come over here. Who wouldn't? If you live in a shitty country, who wouldn't want to come here? I'm not mad at them at all. I'm mad at how the politicians are doing it. And they get votes too, I guess. But the whole system seems to be They're doing what they can to crash everything. Just like the bank wants $10 to cash a check now. A bank, even if you have an account, $10, because they want people to get direct deposit. Money will be next. And, you know, it's just sad that I know for a fact people are just going to roll right with it for the most part. And the ultimate slave system will be in place. Sucks to know that. I feel defeated already. Built them new pop-up houses. Things, a lot of new faces here. Yeah, peace, Native. It's good to see you here. I know you've been up in the woods chilling, hunting and fishing. If I had the ability to do that, I would gladly be doing that. Get rid of the lobbyists. Hold the people we vote in for responsible for their actions. Make the law equal to all, even the so-called rich. Right. But that's kind of hard. That I've been saying, you know, excuse me, we should stand our ground. And even if we lose in court, at least people, the more we fight in court and the more we lose, the more people can see the actual corruption. Because there's so many people out there that like James Freeman, I got nothing but respect for him. He wants to do everything by law, and I respect that. You know, that's his decision, and so do I. But we you know, going to do that, people got to know that shit's so corrupted. Peace, Misael. That we got to go in there knowing that 98% we're gonna lose. But and the good thing, the positive that comes out of that is it shows the corruption, especially if you got hardcore evidence to pin them. You know, it's crazy how the hypocrisy, right? You got people that, I don't want to talk about that. I'm going to change my mind on that because I'm trying to stay away from them topics. I don't have a set topic, but I do have a couple videos I might play. I found this video right here. I'm going to try this. This guy puts whole lemons in the blender with the peel and everything. And I'm learning that even on strawberries, lemons, the peel has minerals and stuff for your body that is very good. To put the whole thing in the blender. And I'm about to give that a try. Yeah, I don't know if I told you, Native, but Gabriel that comes here, he's also Ojibwe. I had mentioned you to him. I said, man, there's another Ojibwe that comes here. I seen something about they're going to stop funding Ukraine. And I'm like, oh, like it matters. They already sent trillions of dollars to them. Don't matter. The realist McCoy dropped a video just now. Salute to the realist McCoy. Did he? drop a video or is this sent to me? Tupac Shakur's fictional murderer arrest. Yeah, that's so fake. Everything's staged, man, where they just be plucking the heartstrings like bing, 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 bing. Paula just dropped a video. I seen a video where the guy showed a skull from a human body, and it literally has a piece in the skull that divides the brain in two. It's like this thin, I don't know what it's called, but that was pretty interesting. So the brain is divided in two. I thought it was one piece. I don't know if I could hunt, man. Like, back in the days I probably could, but now I became a bitch boy, and my feelings would get in the way shooting an animal that's not armed, you know? Just an animal running along, chilling, and you just buck a shot into its chest. People tell me, you would do it if you were starving. And I joked with my friend and said, I might shoot you and eat you instead. No, I'm joking. What? What did you just say?
My favorite way to eat a lemon is to eat it whole. Rind, seeds, everything. And this recipe might just make it your favorite way to eat a lemon whole too. In your blender, add an entire lemon, 3 dates, a small piece of ginger, a dash of cinnamon, a splash of vanilla, a tablespoon of olive oil, a tablespoon of honey, and top it off with a 1.5 cups of water. Blend it on high for 30 seconds or until completely smooth. And while it's blending, fill a cup to the brim with ice. When it's done blending, pour it over your ice and notice how rich and creamy it looks. Oh, it's so good! Let it sit for a second or give it a stir until it cools down and enjoy. Now I know it probably sounds a little bit weird, but don't knock it till you try it. I drink a glass of this almost every day. And almost every person I've made this.
Interesting. Very interesting. I'm gonna have to try that. Huh, imagine that, man. You grow an animal on your farm and you got children and they're like, where's Johnny? And you're at the dinner table and you're like, he's right here. We're eating him. Oh! I just watched a video where this guy bought a goat. And the guy told him, we're about to eat this goat, but if you want to buy him, he said, we picked this one to eat because he's a little stubborn. Peace be what it is. If I had a fishing pole, I would go fishing right now. When I was younger, I used to go fishing. You catch these, we used to call them Johnny Roaches or whatever. I mean, you could eat them, but there's not a lot of meat. But the way my friend's mom would fry them up, banging. But yeah, I don't have a set topic. I don't know what the heck I'm gonna talk about. I can't share my screen, so Let me see. The hell? I'm gonna pull up something here. This candy is good. It's probably got lard in it. Now, how the hell do I get this thing off of? Oh, I know what I gotta do. Do this. Do 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 do. Come on. All right. Do I got the link dropped? I guess so. Magical signs of the Jewish Kabbalah, the six-pointed star, Babylonian witchcraft, and the Hollywood perdition of Jerry Seinfeld and Associates. He said, furthermore, this is Ezekiel 8:6. He said, furthermore unto me, Son of man, seest thou what they do? Even the great abominations that the house of Israel committeth here. These are just like quotey quotes. This one's by William J. Schnoebelen in The Dark Side of Freemasonry. Kabbalism is a system of Jewish mysticism and magic, and is the foundational element in modern witchcraft. Virtually all of the great witches and sorcerers of this century were Kabbalists. Wrong. There's good witches. That, you know, I think a real witch is a chef in the kitchen, like using Mother Earth to cook their stews and stuff. In the decades of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, the hottest spiritual trend was the New Age movement. As we move forward through the first decade of the 21st century, the latest cure-all spiritual phenomenon seems to be the Jewish Kabbalah or Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is not new, of course. It's been around for centuries. The Kabbalah is actually ancient magic. It is an exotic blend of devilish, sometimes fanciful, New Age mystical practices, topped by a philosophical bent of Jewish supremacism, Orthodox Judaism, or Phariseeism. Phariseeism is rife with Kabbalism, and Jewish rabbis are the Kabbalah's greatest prompters. Peace, Orphan Annie. I call my ex-wife a witch when she is in her moon cycle, right? A lunar. You should call her a lunatic. Celebrities and Kabbalah. The recent explosion in mainstream interest in Kabbalism is boosted by the many big-name celebrities who have recently been hawking Kabbalism. As when it said hawking, it made me think of Renegades. Renegade 1 put out a video of Hawkins there, the guy in a wheelchair, and he put that Beastie Boys song, like a robot one. That shit was hilarious. Anyway, recently been hawking Kabbalism as the miraculous answer to all of man's problems. Really? I thought self was the answer to all of the problems. An undercover BBC reporter who infiltrated a London Kabbalah group, witnessed singer Madonna and Guy Ritchie chanting mystic spells to cleanse Chernobyl, the site in Ukraine of a nuclear plant disaster in 1986. Damn. Other news accounts link entertainers Paris Hilton, Britney Spears, Roseanne Barr, Demi Moore, Shirley MacLaine, Ashton Kutcher, Sandra Bernard, Barbara Streisand, Diane Keaton, Gwyneth Paltrow, or whatever, Goldie Hawn, Elizabeth Taylor, Mike Jackson, Mick Jagger, Yuri Geller, Diane Ladd, Laura Dern, and a legion of other dimming stars with practices of the Kabbalah. Look closely when you see any of these people on TV or pictured in magazines, and you'll see the characteristic red string wristband they wear. I've always wondered about that. When they have these like beads and stuff on their wrists and necklaces with beads and thin strings and all that, it makes me think about what's that? Santa Maria. God dang it. I messed this whole Here we go. No. Oh. Ew.
Hi.
What's up, Melissa T-Piece?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I love your show and what you talk about. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Oh no. I lost my spot. I didn't really have a topic today. I just trying to finish this this website I found about Masonic hand signs and the Kabbalah and all these like politicians and actors and singers that do this alleged witchcraft.
Been going on since the mechanism of time was put in.
Oh, I lost my spot.
We have a lot up against us, but you know, we're forging ahead anyway. So I just wanted to share a positive word. You know, we're more powerful than they ever can be as far as how we feel inside of ourselves. That's what gives us our power, you know. So I just wanted to say an encouraging word that there's really, really great things going on here inside my garden. I don't know about everybody else's. And, you know, that's how we find our ways, by creating our beautiful gardens inside. And then we can start our community gardens and whatever that looks like in your community. So it's a grassroots effort. Nothing can stop us because we're still here. So as long as we're still here and we know what's happening now, then, you know, we're going to find our way no matter which road we take, high or low. Just depends on who we are and where we're meant to be, right? So I would have to say the original seeds have been activated. So whatever that means, wholeheartedly, we're the main players in this game. And, you know, we're the last humans and we're fighting our way through. So, to better days for all of us. Hmm.
Even as a teenager, I used to feel like I was, I had a purpose here. Like I was sent for a reason.
Yeah,
But I
most
would
of us,
never speak about it.
most of us outcast have been outcasted for a reason because we never fit into any of the systems that were trying to be sold to us. So, and we've always had a spiritual connection, and in the times that we've lived up until now, everything that's been unseen is unheard, and unless it's proven, then it doesn't exist. That's the program. It's program after program after program to separate us from ourselves, our families, and our brothers and our sisters. So once we realize what those programs are, we can start to rewire our connections and get to the crystalline grid. It's it's all the metal overlay, right? So metal's very, very loud and distracting, and it's done a good job to separate the concrete, the metals, whether it's in the buildings, in our blood. It's been played out so many ways over and over again. um, as we know, it's all in the numbers, and the NFL carries out the plays to those twisted ass motherfuckers. And so the way to override the system and the algorithm is to do the opposite of what we've been doing, which is to not be overtaken by anything on the outside.
Like you said, being an outcast. Like even in school, once I knew I could quit school when I was 16, that was my plan. So I was like, screw this stuff, man. I hated school. I didn't find no purpose to it. It was like I always say, as far as we know, we have one shot here. It's supposed to be an experience. We're all unique, and for a reason. We're supposed to have an experience. We're not supposed to be handed our experience. And school tells you your history, right? And it got worse over the years. Like now, it's the people say parents raise the children. I'm not buying that because you're mostly at work, and the school's raising the children, and for the most part, and it's poisoning the minds. All this history and stuff, to me and through my research, is BS. And it's like they're handing you the reality, like I said, and it takes away from a person being their self and who they truly are. And you lose creativity. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been indoctrinated into all the systems that have bled us dry. So that's the buy-in and the sellout, however you want to look at the betting and the gambling that's been going on over our heads. The schools, again, were just put there in place to separate the family unit because it takes a village to raise kids, and not under fluorescent lights by any means. But again, it was just part of the tearing away from the mother, and the family unit has always been the backstory. So however they've done that through religion, through all the lines of the beastie systems that they've put in place to turn everything that's good or unknown into something bad. So usually when people don't know and they capitalize on the not knowing part, and that, there's no one's going to have enough time to do the research, except for us sovereign people who get judged for not having a 9-to-5 and running up the blind, the 3 blind mice in that clock every day. We all have jobs outside of the system that are now being recognized, like yours and mine, Charles, and a lot of other good people that have plenty of jobs in the background. It's kind of like, when you put on a show and There's lights that need to go on behind the stage, and there's a lot of people that are helping that show go on behind the scenes. So a lot of us have been doing that, I think, in the dark and good faith, because we know that our time is going to come around no matter what. And if they could take whatever narrative and whatever storyline and play it out to the masses, and we're now onto it, then why can't we make our own storyline and our own narrative and make it good again? Because this is about all of our thoughts together, and this is all about us realizing this is all of us, not us and them. Because if we're the creators of this joint, then it has to be all of us. And this is playing out because there's been so much hurt and so much trauma within our own lives, and the behaviorisms that have played out, and the addictions, and all of the things as to why we would ever hurt one another is because we're individually hurting. So I believe while we heal and take notice of those traumas and how we got where we are, then we can start to feel love again, because that's really truthfully where it's all going to come from, is from our hearts and our minds connecting together again, to know that we are the fucking truth. We're not sellouts. We've been here all along, and now is our fucking time. And I'm very happy to be alive, because if I were to tell you my story, yours as well, some of us, we've treaded a very long road to even get to some steady ground. So salute to you, my brother.
Like Native said in the chat, he said, once they wrecked the family values, it weakened our spirit. And I agree with that. Like, even I've spoke about this before, how I would go to school and see like people have the language passed down. They would speak their native language. That was lost. Like, my great grandparents came here, they spoke German and Polish. Then my grandpa said, I used to ask my grandfather, teach me some German or in Polish. He couldn't remember. It's been so long. You know, he could remember certain words and stuff, but so my mother didn't even speak the native language. That was lost. You know how like certain people have in their culture, the food they eat, that's passed down, that's gone. I think it's important to pass that stuff down, you know, and because then you just end up adopting a history or an ideology from a religion or.
Well, why would we cut down any tree to celebrate any gifts when we are the gifts and every day is Christmas, is the point. So it's not until they got the claws into making money off of trees and all the bullshit to say again, there's some guy going to come save you from wherever you're going to be needing to be saved from, is a bunch of bullshit. So it's part of the lie, right? My kids were pissed when they found out I lied to them about Christmas and Easter. They're like, why did you do that?
Well,
I mean,
well, the tree represents like the tree at the North Pole. It could symbolize other stuff too. But yeah, I know what you mean by Santa Claus and all that. Same thing with Jesus and all these religions. It's just like Santa Claus. They're always these. They give you these characters that you'll never meet. You don't know who they are. And you're worshiping Santa, the Easter Bunny, Jesus, Muhammad, like all these characters instead of worshiping the mother and the father who gave us life. I always seen the problem with that, but maybe I'm just crazy. But
the Holocaust is every day that we don't remember who we truly are and follow anybody else. Is the whole how they make the money is by false profiting off of the storylines that were originally told. So, I mean, this is every single thing that you've ever heard has been flipped upside down and inverted. So we might want to look a little further into the shit that's being thrown out there. And the television, that black box, has been the biggest propaganda machine since forever. I mean, they talk about
It's a
how,
weapon.
yeah,
It's a weapon.
it is. And it's sad because again, this has to do with everything subliminally, what can't be seen. So that's how they're being able to do what they do, because everyone's so invested in what they're being shown versus what's happening in the unknown, right? So
And
mm.
I'm not taking away like Jesus. I know there's good stories that are taught by this guy Jesus, but it's just right and wrong and how to treat people, in my opinion. And
It was to again glorify or make something outside of ourselves more bigger than we are. So if we're coming into our Christ mind right now, the jabs were to target the cranial nerve, which is where the juices come up from our spines in order to light up our gems in our minds, because we are the Christ mind. That was again another lie.
yeah, I gotta learn how to use these crystals and the tuning fork and all this stuff. I got somebody sent me. My mother left me all her crystals and stones. She used to do a lot of stuff from the earth, and I could call her a witch or whatever label people want to put on it. She didn't do like never wish harm upon anyone. Always, that people took good witches and put all this. I think there's good witches and bad witches if people want to put a label on it. People are going to use stuff to do evil, and people are going to use stuff to do good. It's just the balance of everything.
Hey, Charles, which way should we go? Should we go black or white? Which way? It's all really a
We're
joke.
both. We're both. You
Exactly.
gotta
And
balance it out.
that's right. We all are what we say we are, and the shadow does know. So until we understand what happens under the darkness, under the tree, even to accept the fact that there's a lot of shit we don't know that's been going on with regard to how we've evolved to even be here right now, to accept the fact that we have been planted seeds, that we are grounders and we are pillars of light and beacons of hope for people to know how wonderful and beautiful they are with the limitless potential that we've been given. So if we have limitless potential with inside, then those crystals and those gems on the outside are just activating what's actually on the inside of us. And so if we're using the electromagnetic field and the toroidal field as an example of how far our energy would emanate, because we are that, then we would want to have our energy centers definitely balanced, and music and frequency and higher tones is the way to put out those blockages so that we can feel better inside again, and then be able to have our physical bodies emanate and be able to help other people. Because for me, my mission is to heal myself as a wounded warrior so that my cup is overflowing and I can help my brothers and sisters, because that's what I'm here for. And without my brothers and my sisters and my family, all the rest of these material things around me have no fucking meaning whatsoever. So,
What's up? Peace, Naga. My bad.
Salute,
You could have
salute.
jumped
Can
in.
y'all have me?
Yeah, you could have jumped in whenever.
Yeah, peace, peace. Me personally, I felt like we, all the limits that we have, all the trap that we are in, we literally putting ourselves in it, at least for now, because we have no chains, no rope, nothing, that tied up to the environment that we in. We know that is the environment, that's negative, you know. Yeah, we know the negative is part of reality. So we can't take that away from reality, but to be stuck and the negativity, that's our choice. It's kind of like how Kanye said that slavery was a choice. Today I'm looking at it, I can see how he was right, for making that statement, because we're still in slavery today, but the only difference is that it's our choice, because we don't want to we don't want to go back to nature. It's kind of like a domestic cat, you know, that was raised in a household. Now that the cat is free, and the cat looking for another house to go to, instead of like going out in the wild and hunt and feed itself. That's kind of like how I see we act as a people, individually and as a collective. We being trained, to disconnect ourselves from nature, by our own choice.
Which is our true power supply.
Yes, that's the only thing that's outside of ourselves. We we like to think that there is nothing bigger than ourselves, but I mean, and outside of ourselves, but the environment is bigger, and the environment is outside of ourselves. We are inside of the environment. The environment is not inside of us. Our own nature is inside of us, you know but we are also in nature, which is bigger than us. So I think that once we realize that, we'll create the better nature that we need, instead of just waiting on nature to be better for us.
Mm. Well, it is the disconnect that we're trying to reconnect now. All those parts inside of us that have been dead for so long, so that we could start living and breathing with the connection that we feel under our feet to our mother. So when we reconnect to our mother, which is an organism as well, a living being, if you would say, to have again honor and respect for ourselves and one another, uh, then we could see the changes I think we're looking for.
Yeah, I think part of that is because we are scared to die and be born again. And and I'm not talking about physically. I already understand that something, mostly everybody scared of physically, but mentally we also tap into that fear, you know where we are scared to uh die and born again, even though we most of us are already dead. We just scared to resurrect ourselves, or to rise again. you know I think
Yeah,
that's why. Go ahead.
the dark, the dark night of the soul's no joke. You can't be a punk bitch when you're going through a dark night of the soul over and over until you clear it. It is pretty scary to the average person to have to deal with themselves and all that's been going on in the darkness. Just like now, everything's coming to light that's been in the darkness. And when I look around, some days I can't even believe what I see.
Yeah, I think we the only thing we got is ourselves, for real. And us being us had to focus on anything else other than us, is that we had to ignore ourselves. We had to kill, we had to sacrifice ourselves. you know Now that we realize that, and we're scared to resurrect ourselves, because we fear that we went through the same sacrifice again.
Yeah, I could remember another life, coincidentally, because everything coincides, that I would have been a witch, as you would call, at the witch trials in Salem, Massachusetts, in another lifetime, and then this lifetime, without being aware at the time, went to school right outside of of Salem, Mass, and now I actually live in Winston Salem, in North Carolina. So it's energetically who we are, on the ley lines and numerical value and all of the frequencies that we carry to be the originals, so that we can remind everybody of the goodness that still exists inside of us. I mean, it comes from our hearts and our souls that we know we're brothers and sisters, and that we can override these systems with the love that we have for one another at the end of the day, because we have it for ourselves.
Yeah, but most of us don't. Most of us don't have it for ourselves. This is the reason why it's hard for us to have it for each other. Because we don't have it for self first. We don't love ourselves enough to disconnect ourselves from the system and reconnect back to nature. We don't love ourselves that much, where we have to feed ourselves. We have to do everything for ourselves, like every other species in nature do. We totally rely on on the system and civilization, because we don't love ourselves, even though we know the system is detrimental to us.
Well, learning how to work within the system is part of it, because we are still here within it. So, how do we work within it and still be able to nurture our true nature back to health? So, nurturing our true nature back to health is really where it's at right now. And that never, really looks pretty if you think about it. So, um, I don't.
I could see that, but I just felt like the best way to deal with it is just to completely remove ourselves from it. I think we've been trying to work with it and through it, and we know that it's not working for us. We know it's working us, but it's not working for us because we wasn't a part of the creation. you know I mean, of creating the creation. We're just a part of the creation. So because of that, the system always gonna work us out instead of us, and find a way to work with the system or through the system, because it's literally built upon us. So that's why I feel like the best way is to remove ourselves. I don't think it's that hard. I just think we're so used to it, and we don't think that we could do better without it.
Well, I've had to learn how to be grateful for it, because I have two kids that rely on it to live. So I live in a dualistic reality my whole entire life. So the dualism of having to work with the machine because my kids depend on it, because again, things have happened to a lot of us that have extenuating circumstances and have a harder time because of, again, that system and us being indoctrinated into it. So when we realize, or for myself, when I realized how to become more in touch with myself and becoming healthier, it's hard to not, it was hard for me and still is to work within that, because my kids, you know, they have tubes and machines, and they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the machine, kind of like Stephen Hawkins. So, in that sense, the technology does have a place. I just think that we've allowed it to get beyond itself, because we didn't know the power that we have within ourselves to heal ourselves, because that's what the system took away from us.
Yeah, because we are technology. The minute that we let artificial technology in to the environment, this it was the beginning, you know, of destroying the real technology, which is us. So I don't think we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the system or anybody. I just think that the system wasn't wouldn't be here if it wasn't for us, because
Mm.
it's built upon us. We are the foundation of the system. So I think it's the other way around. I think if it wasn't for us, the system wouldn't be here.
Well, I think it's interesting that the Tesla repowering stations would be put in place like they are to mimic again like our own powers and our own energy and the free power that belongs to everyone that they've taken away from everyone because of the metal poisoning. That it's, I mean, metal is freaking metal and concrete. I've been poisoned by heavy metals. I've had my organ, my thyroid taken. So talk about organ harvesters. I know where this stuff is going on and what they're doing. But it was for me to not take their radioactive iodine, which I decided not to, and heal naturally now for 4 years, so that I could regain my power and understanding again that I have the ability to heal myself. And every day I do, because I know I am.
Let me ask a question to the panel. Do you guys think that we can tap into uh into our true self uh within the system?
Yeah. You can always tap into your true self.
All right.
What's good, Charles?
Do you think that you could tap into your true self through a virtual reality?
No.
That's kind of how I see it with the system. I think that the system already have a version for us, and we just upload into it. We just upload into the version or the
That seems
character
like a
the
trap.
system already have for us. So
That
therefore,
seems like a trap you in there. Maybe we might already be uploaded into a system. Who knows? Peace, Maybach.
to our true self.
Well, they've already cloned us. I don't know how many times. So I don't know how many copies are walking around like me. I'm sure Charles, you have been too. There's plenty of fakes that they've made to walk around and be part of those other systems.
Man, if I seen an AI robot that looked like me, like they had that in the football game the other day, and people were freaking out because there were some people that spoke out, and I was like, man, they do look alike. And it does say when you upload your picture into the what is it called? Not the internet, but that too. But the virtual world or whatever that new crap is, that they can use your picture. There's no. But anyway, I don't know if anyone's seen it. I think it was a Green Bay football game or somewhere in England, or I think it was the Green Bay football game in England or London. They had these robots, and a lady spoke out and looked just like her. I mean, I would flip out. I would look for that robot and clothesline it. I wouldn't want no AI looking like me. That's like even when you get a felony. I know in Connecticut where I live, you get a felony. It don't matter what it is. It could be a traffic felony. In order to leave prison, you have to give up your DNA, and I had to do that. And I should have took the consequences with not giving it up. I should have just, they won't release you, no matter if you say you finished your sentence. They can still hold you if you don't do it. Because there was someone that was in my cell block, and he was way past his sentence, about 6 months, and they still didn't let him out because he wouldn't give up his DNA. And I should have never done that. I should have fought, because who knows what they're doing. Even when you go to the hospital, they take your blood. Who knows? Why do they need 7 vials of blood, right? It only takes a few little drops to look at someone's blood. They need 7 vials every time. It's like, maybe not 7, but 5. And then when you die, they drain your blood. Like, what the f are they doing with our blood and organs and all that? Like, I know about black market, allegedly, but the blood thing bothers me. Them draining your blood. Like, what are they doing with it? Drinking it? Recreating another you? Who knows what happens when we die? Because it bothers me. And I seen my mother was cremated. My uncle, I didn't go to that funeral. It happened a week after my mother. But my grandpa, when we buried him, I watched the casket go inside a cement casing. So not only are you in the airtight casket, you're in a cement casing where they put a cement top over it. And it's 6 by 6 by 6. I'm good with all that, man. Just, I'm going to crawl in the woods and die and let the bugs eat me up. I'd rather go that way than cut me open, and something don't seem right about all that craziness.
It's all rituals to make money. It's all money driven.
Stay in a second.
You start going to look up what the words mean, what coroner means, looking up the etymology to all these words, then you understand how they've been able to get over on everybody. It's very far removed from the original meaning. Half the time we don't even know what the fuck we're saying.
Right. I never put 2 and 2 together when I was in school. Spelling, right? Casting spells, all that simple stuff. I was too busy thinking about getting out of school and going to play baseball. Like, I never wanted to sit in class and just... I knew there was more to life than going to school and then at 16 getting a job and working your entire life, you know, and dying miserable because you're in debt, you know. All these dreams they sell people. I made $1 million when I was 18, but they fail to say they have a father that has lawyers that are good and they were taught, you know, all these like different ways to get around the system. They don't teach you that in the dirt poor schools. You got to learn that on your own or have someone willing to teach you. But
Yeah, that sounds like a good point. You have to have somebody teach you, and the people that are successful, they got put on a track.
Right. They never say that though.
A lot of us didn't get things handed to us on a silver platter. Some of us are more fortunate than others, and one of the points that I always like to focus on is the positive. What is the gem? What is the puzzle piece that we were missing, as opposed to phrasing it in something that's going to lead to trauma bonding and coping? We need to now phrase that situation as we needed this piece, and this is the correct puzzle piece to fill that void, as opposed to phrasing it, oh, I have this void and I was missing and they kept it from me. They had it at the bank. They even had extras at the bank and nobody gave it to me. That's not a can-do attitude, and that's not a positive producing mindset. Whereas, oh, this is the puzzle piece that we need. All we have to do is implement that puzzle piece. Oh, excuse me, good sir. I heard you have a void in your person and you might need this puzzle piece. This is the puzzle piece that we need. Again, can-do thinking and positive mindsets going forward are what's going to help us out. And in the past, in our previous chapters, yes, we had identified trauma. Yes, we had to use these psychological terms to help us out. But now that we know them, now that we've already put forth those practices into our daily life and they've become habits, we shouldn't let the terminology become an anchor. Because if we say trauma, it's heavy on us. It's not wind in our sails. It's not steam in our engines, but it should be. So now in the New World Order, we know what the right thing to do is. Our magic sky daddy told us and entrusted us with this information and light So our physical daddy may have done whatever he did, but our magic sky daddy now gave us the information in the New World Order. It is counterproductive to look back and cope and trauma bond. We have the answers now. We can do it. Put a little plant on your balcony, drink cleaner water, breathe deeper, breathe cleaner air, smile more, and accept more smiles.
And hold some beautiful amethyst while you're at it.
This stone, I had someone that sub to my channel send me these, and this stone right here was one that was in my mom's collection that got stolen from me, that she left me when she passed with cancer. And it was my favorite stone. And all I knew was it was purple. I didn't know the name of it, and the person sent me the stone. This is the first one I pulled out, and I blew my mind because it's the exact stone that was my favorite. So they had really no idea. All I said was a purple stone, and the outside was like a rock. That's all I said. And they had the exact stone. It blew my mind. I almost fell out the seat when I opened it. This is pretty awesome. If you look into it with light and stuff, you could see stuff in there. This camera sucks, but
And my birthstone is amethyst.
yeah. And this is black smoky quartz. And this thing is awesome. You could feel the energy when you hold it. I gotta put them in the moonlight. I gotta get a full moon. But I was told if you put it in the sun, it'll take the color away. Sunlight's too strong sometimes for certain stuff. Who left? Oh. Oh, 2 people left. That's odd. Was it the stone scared people away? They're like, I'm out of here. I gotta get a tuning fork. So I heard tuning forks can reset your entire vibration. Kimbo does a good job with it. So.
Tuning fork therapy is really helpful. I knew a girl who knew how to do it, but now I am not in contact with that girl anymore, so I kind of lost out on the connection of somebody who knows how to do it. But she would have different frequency tuning forks, and she would put the base of the tuning fork on different parts of your body, and it would like loosen up areas of your body. It would I don't know, you put it on certain areas of your neck and face and you start crying. It's wild.
This is I forgot this black stone's called. I got a bunch near over my window, over my door. It's supposed to keep negative spirits and energy away.
Is that onyx?
Not onyx. It's not amethyst. I forgot the name. It's very common stone. Then I got like a bunch of these crystals that were at the quarry. Peace, Jay Phillips. If anyone wants to come up, the link is pinned. Damn, what happened to Melissa T and they all just disappeared. They got poofed out of here. Yeah, smoky black quartz. I have to start charging these crystals. And I know the black amethyst. I think it might be amethyst. No, it starts with an A. I'm gonna have to look it up in a minute. But I put it over my doorway and my window in my room because at nighttime I would feel like this dark energy watching me when I'm trying to sleep. I couldn't sleep some nights. And ever since I put that stuff over my door and windows, even near the computer, I don't feel it no more. It was almost like one night I was laying in my bed trying to sleep, and in the corner of my room, I could see this dark fucking. It felt like something was staring at me. I couldn't sleep. You ever get those feelings? And I haven't had it yet. Tourmaline, there you go, Maggot. Thank you. What a name, Maggot.
Yeah, usually
Yeah.
when I feel something looking at me, I try and identify what it is and then clean that part of myself.
Mm.
In some books, it says we invite those types of frequencies based on our habits.
Maybe the computers too. I was thinking these things could travel through the computers, you know, because their energy, they could zoom right through the wiring. You know, I wouldn't doubt it with these routers, these microwaves, you know, these towers. Who, you know, to me it seems when I was growing up, people were more peaceful for the most part, and it seems the more the technology comes in, the more chaotic life is. The more everything seems chaotic, out of order, off balance, upside down. Before all this technology, things weren't really like that too much. It just seems it got like triple worse because all these towers are up, everything's thrown off.
Yeah, we got a lot of programming going on at the same time. If you ever ran a computer and you installed, let's just say, a printer, this is actually a long time ago. A lot of newer technology is easier plug and play. But let's just say your printer downloaded something onto your operating system and messed up your whole computer, and neither thing worked. That's kind of like how I view our systems of humanity today. We have so many different philosophies, so many different institutions, all stacked on top of each other. Some of them might not play with others very nicely. Some may oppress others. So again, if it seems like a lot of chaos in our matrix, there's a lot of chaos in our environment, and it has negative effects. If you, what's the thing? More clearly. But again, with so much noise in the world and not being taught how to tune in to the frequency that your tribe subscribes to, you could call it a bunch of demons in our world causing confusion.
Native says I like to get stoned. Everyone does.
Dolphins suck on the puffer fish. Turtles eat jellyfish. Jaguars lick the toad.
Wow. It wouldn't let me unmute. Wonder what happened to Melissa T. She was saying some good stuff. Does anyone see if the link is pinned? Hold on, let me look at YouTube. It's gonna boot me out of here though. As soon as I switch pages, it boots me out. Anyway. I'm going to, let me see, can I move this around? Sweet. So, where was I with this Kabbalah stuff? It says, among the most notorious Kabbalists are the TV comedy stars of the once #1 rated Jerry Seinfeld show. The producer of the Seinfeld show was Larry David, a JEW. All 4 of the cast were JEWs, and Kabbalistic hand signs, occult language, and magic rituals were covertly planted in many episodes. I'm going to have to look into that now that I see that. Republican Party spokesman and former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, shown here wearing his Judaism skull cap, is into New Age Kabbalistic magic and is a paid spokesman for Zionist interests. Jason Alexander, who played the lovable loser George Costanza on the show, posted for TV Guide magazine in a blatantly Kabbalistic body pose. Plus, his left and right hands gave the El Diablo horned sign in an as above, so below gesture. Now, that's one thing I've always thought about these heavens, right? All these evil demons or angels or whatever the frick you want to call them came from above, and this murderous God that slaughters innocent people also is above. Isn't hell above, right? Wouldn't this hellish thing be above our heads? Most of the stuff is backwards that they present.
Don't they also present the information? They say above and below like it's our up and down. Aren't those separate words with separate meanings?
Yeah.
Above and below, like a realm or like waters.
Right.
Up and down is just, I could jump up and then fall back down.
Well, these huge trees that used to be here, I read about the Australian Aboriginals and how they would climb those huge titan trees that were here, and they would go and meet with their ancestors they called the star people that were on the realm above. And it also talks about when a tree was cut down, it separated the ancestors from above and below. They could no longer, you know, and it makes me think, could that be a reason why they're building these crafts? You know, there could be a realm above. We know there's one below. We know there's cities under our feet and all this stuff. So why couldn't there be one above? How do we know what they call space above isn't a realm up there? You know?
See, that's, again, you're saying below when referring to underground cities. Underground cities would be the same realm. A realm below us, there would have to be some sort of a threshold, similar to the firmament. The firmament is always described as some magical doorway minus the hole. It would be like a door frame or like a wall for the door is the firmament. And you have to have some sort of and I use magic. Magic is a very dull term to me. I don't have a better word, but let's just say a magic doorway to go above and also a magic doorway to go below. Whereas if you just dig a hole, you'll go down.
Yeah, because the trees are like a staircase to get to the, you know, the
so again, that tree,
second floor, right? So we call it the second floor.
Are we talking about a wood tree, or we talk about the tree of life which again would be like a magic tree, which you could travel through. Whereas a wood tree, you can't like astral project into the tree and then travel up and down into dimensions. You'll just go up into the oxygen and down into the soil. Whereas the tree of life, you can astral project through life and travel to your ancestors or to the future. But that would be a map style of a magic tree of life.
I'm gonna pull it up. I think I still have the PDF because I also have a PDF on the Mayans talk about it, the Australian Aboriginals. You see it in the German and you see it in a lot of cosmology, the German and the Viking cosmology, all these big giant trees, Titan-sized trees.
So I do believe those exist, but in a metaphysical sense. Basically,
I think they exist in both, because the tree stumps are still here.
So the large trees, due to higher oxygen content, we have, it would be like a fossil record of megafauna and megaflora, yes. But
excuse me, sorry.
The tree of life would technically still be alive today and in place. Whereas the old megafauna and megaflora died off when those environmental conditions changed. So basically different dimensions, this physical plane and then a sort of metaphysical plane overlapping it. And then, oh shit. To you in English, it's more atomic, it's more matter. We have hands, we can touch things. But then in higher dimensions, it's more just ideas, it's more just frequencies, all the way up to a singularity source type entity that distributes all of the energy into its pieces. And then through some reverse fractal direction, it would somehow feed from those individual pieces back into the singularity. There's shapes like a toroidal field, but there's the Ouroboros, there's the infinity symbol, but essentially it would be infinite to, broken apart into its pieces back into the infinite on different levels, making up different shapes and realities. And specifically back to the Kabbalah, it would be a three-dimensional or a cubic matrix that everything can exist in, similar to pixels on a screen. And you basically paint your own reality, being the God. You fill in each pixel on that screen in that cube, and then you build a reality.
So, do you suggest that it being done mentally or physically, or both?
So in this plane, in this like dimension, it would be both. But then, like you were talking about earlier, there's some sort of universal soul or a collective consciousness. That's what I call me, and that's what I call God. and that entity basically at all times gets to take a paintbrush and paint a reality matrix. Now, touching on something you said before, we can prove this by, in the physical realm, closing our eyes and making gold appear out of thin air. Now, that would be an intelligence from a different dimension controlling and altering the physical reality through a projection style exercise or technology. You'd project into this reality, and you could manipulate the matter, whether it be atoms, proton, neutrons, or smaller Lego style of just dark matter, and you mold up like clay. Let's just use the word mentally, and then you create gold atoms in this dimension. So you would be the Godhead from a different dimension, projecting into this physical reality and making it rain gold seemingly out of thin air.
Well, the way I looked at it, I'm already a Godhead, right? I'm already an aspect of the Creator, mentally, right? And I'm trying to achieve that physically, as above, so below, right? But I don't look at things in the astral realms or in the mental realms as they just appear. I look at them that I pulled them out of its own source, because everything has a source, just like in the physical. Everything has a source. So if for example, if I would pull out some gold, like you said, I will pull it out of the gold mine, right?
So that would be the easiest way to do it, yes.
Yeah, in the astral realms and the mental realm, I will, literally pull it out of the gold mine. Is the same thing with the physical, if I will have to get some gold, I can't just make some gold pop out of nowhere. I would have to go and get it, right, and put it where gold is being created.
So again, that's the easiest way, and in the Bible it says that's the cheapest way, because the destroyer tempts the enlightened one and says, you can eat from the tree of knowledge, you can sacrifice some of your vessel overflows, just use some of your magic to precipitate gold from the air. Or it was what, the devil and Jesus in the desert. Oh, you can make water appear, you can use some of your magic, you can become less godly to become more human. But that would be very costly to prove that you are true. So I have a theory that that's why we don't just have all types of magic, because it would decrease ourselves, and we ultimately know that that's not the best way to do something. The best way to do something is to hide that little gold nugget somewhere where it will be worth the effort to humanly struggle to find it. But essentially, as a creator, as an architect of a matrix, we could just make the gold pop out of the air in front of us in this theory. But in practice, usually it happens to where, the most fun we would have as a god is to hide these little bits of gold in a pattern under a bunch of dirt. So we have to play in the dirt, and then we're rewarded with that gold nugget.
Well, all right, that's a kind of another way to look at it, but I don't think that, I personally hate it there. I think it's being created there, where it's at, that's where it's being created. I think everything, has a source of creation, and everything is being created in their own environment, right? So
that would be a separation. If everything is one, that
well,
piece
we
of
have
gold,
diversity, right?
right. So split into its elements, yes, there's diversity, but then in the singularity, that piece of gold and its finder would be one from creation and in destruction. But in separation, they get to exist in different spaces, so then they can come back together, in finding each other.
So do you think the creator is is a single aspect of the whole reality.
Yes, that's something I base like my theories and my thought process on. I also give the opportunity to where there is also other creator style singularities like bubbles. Um, you know, this one bubble that we're in could have infinite microcosms and macrocosms, bubble within a bubble, and then right next to us could be another bubble with infinite micro and macrocosms in and of itself. That's you know, it would be like a neighbor's house. We're living in our house, we're doing our thing. We are our own God singularity, but also there might be more. There might be only one. I don't know. I'm just making
Dude,
the
the
best
way I
guesses
look
I have. Yeah,
the way I look at it, I think God or the creator is the collective uh is the collective mental and physical. The only way we can achieve uh God on the physical, is to collect all the version of ourselves, you know, meaning that the one in the past and the one in the future has to connect through you, right through me in the present, and this is
I
when we
agree.
become God, on
I
the
agree.
physical. And I think that's how it is in the mental and the spiritual aspect, is that is a collective. I don't think it's just one creator. I think it's multiple creators. For everything that exists, there is a creator, and together, right, they are a collective of creators.
Are you aware of Photoshop layers? Just
Yeah,
a side question. So
yeah,
the way I view it is a bunch of layers at the same time, from low vibration, more material, to high vibration, more energy. So when you split that source energy, you know, negative, positive, masculine, feminine, and then all of a sudden you have a bunch of angels, and then you have angels that didn't fall and angels that did fall into this realm. I believe there's multiple layers, and each division of that energy gives more option, but it also creates more separation. And back to what you were saying, the more you connect, the more quote unquote godly your recipe would have an outcome. Because if you connect with 100% of reality or creation, um, theoretically, it would be 100% of you know of what we call God. And if you have less connection, it would be less of what we call God.
yes. It will be like the devil. Like you stuck in, and I'm stuck in my own thing aspect from reality itself, when
Like,
reality is a collective.
yeah, 100% separation would be like the devil. Is
Yes.
that? Yeah, I hear you. I believe that concept as well.
Yeah, that's why I think, I'm already exist as God, you know, in the mental and the spiritual aspect, but here in the physical, I'm the devil, right? I'm the devil that have to become God, right? I have to be born again in order
Yeah, they
to
say.
go back to the kingdom.
Yeah, they say the god of this world is the devil. Materialistic. If you kill something and eat it, you
Fuck.
gain power. If you steal from your brother, you gain his money. That's the rules of this world, and that's we know that to be divisive. We know that to be adversarial. That's one against the other. And then if we act against that, if we give to our brother, now we have two people alive. We have just increased life. We've almost, you know, walked that path towards a godly nature. So yeah, that I 100% believe that. You know, we are kind of the embodiment of uh, the fallen,
Angels.
the fallen angel, and the purpose is to to tend this garden and to make it a more god, to uplift it and enlighten it.
Well,
Trying to find
I
this.
think good.
No, I'm just saying. Y'all could keep talking. I'm just trying to find this Australian Aboriginal story.
I think it's unavoidable that we are going to become the God. We are going to achieve the God that we were before we came here, and it's unavoidable that, you know, uh, we are the devil here on the physical. So I think whether we try or not, it is what it is. We just have to accept, and accept what it is, and then once we accept what it is, then we can start, on focus on the whole creation. We won't be selective, you know, with
Yeah.
the creation. We will be a collective.
What are your foundations on heaven and hell? Do you have a like a Christian based do you have a Christian based idea of like a hell concept? Is death fearful, or is death a part of the circle in your teachings?
Where I'm at today, I don't think he's fearful at all. I think it's a gift. I think to die is a gift, because you get the chance to wrap yourself, like how when we buy somebody a present, how we wrapped it around, and now they will have to, uh, unravel it in order to see what's inside, because it's a gift. We give that person, or we have for the person. And I think that's what death is. It's like it's the greatest gift that everyone can achieve in life, is to die, because you get a chance, to to born again, right?
Yeah,
To be, you get a chance to become a present, or to be in the present.
right. The reason I ask is because a lot of Western cultures, they push fear-based concepts, mostly to it's to herd the sheep around, but instead of information teaching you about your reality, they push fear-based concepts. Other cultures, they just teach uh, life, and then the other thing, and it's in their words, it's not called death. It's just like the other half of existence. Um, but the way people look at it and address it isn't fear-based anymore, because it's just a body rotting. It's just the apple rotting. Of course, we as life, we look at the red apple, we look at the shiny apple as a positive to us, but the dull apple and the rotting apple is a positive to other types of other types of entities. So that destroyer character, opposite to the creator character, uh, that's part of our reality as well. That's half of God as well. But the way again, the way Western people teach is a fear-based system to try and run away from that. What is it? Some Eastern cultures call it Kali, uh, the Dark Mother.
Yeah, Mama Kali.
Right, right, right. So being being the light and being the dark have different philosophies, and right now this world is more our human experience is a more alive in the light philosophy, and we utilize darkness and matter almost as like bricks. I refer to Legos a lot. We use it as building materials, and then we inject those masculine philosophies, or we inject that space uh, and kind of decorate with the matter to create a reality. But there's also these darknesses, and they have their entities, they have their I don't want to say life forms, because it's a different concept. It's not life. Um, but yeah, if you think the devil is some red guy with horns and God is some, white guy in the clouds. It's more Western philosophy and a Western style of education, whereas more Eastern kind of just describes the way the field of play is and our abilities to move, kind of like the rules of chess. Whereas Western philosophy, it's more of like a babysitter in a jail cell rather than a game.
Well, I more call it, Sheol philosophy, instead of Western mindset or philosophy. I think it's more Sheol. Sheol, the layers underneath the dirt, what people
Okay.
call the cradles, right? So I think that's that type of philosophy, because
I like the way you put that.
right, because we have consciousness or life, within the whole universe. The ear have life in it, right? The earth have life in it. The sea have life in it, you know. So under the dirt also have life in it. So all these areas, that have life in them, right, kind of bleed into ours, because ours is the center. Right, earth is the center. That's why the Bible said we was born into sin. Right, so it's the center of the whole universe. Everything revolve around the center, right? Or everything trying to get a turn, through the center. So I think that's why we have that type of philosophy into our universe. Because it exists somewhere else, but it has to being stirred, right, through the center, which is our universe. And sometimes, we I wouldn't say trap. Yeah, I would say sometimes we trap ourselves, or we kind of pick and choose which one we want to spend more time in before we move on to the next. As a collective, we choose to decide that, all right, that type of energy that's taking a turn or that's being stirred into the center of our or of the multiverse, which is our universe. We're gonna decide to hold on to it more than the one before that, or we're gonna choose to hold on to it less than the one before that.
Yeah, that sounds like samsara, the wheel.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I definitely believe that as well.
There's
Yeah,
got to be something more than just this hell we live in.
I don't think it's hell. I think we held on to. I think listen. I don't think we live this our universe is hell, but I think we held the energy that's being stirred through it for too long. You know how they say too much of anything can kill you or can be detrimental. Then I think we hold onto that energy for too long. We held onto it for too long. I don't think it's hell, like HELL, but I think we held onto it HELD for too long.
Yeah, heaven and hell is kind of like bumpers. It's kind of like bumpers on the bowling lane. It just keeps you in the straight and narrow.
Huh.
But the thing with samsara is you could be the teeth doing the chewing, or you could be what is getting chewed up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
But
why. Go ahead.
essentially, samsara, the way I think of it, as a processing machine. You have a big pot. You have a big pot of material. It's being stirred up, and you want to create some sort of a different material. Let's just say, let's just say an infused butter. You have to smash up, you have to destroy and break down into its pieces a bunch of material. You put in a solvent, which would be the fatty butter. You stir it up, and this could be, this could be the equivalent of somebody's entire lifetime, a generation of trauma. You're smashing up this material. You throw some heat on it, which releases the ingredients you want to dissolve into your material. You strain off what could be considered a waste body. You throw it back into your compost bin, which is the return of samsara. But then you have this product. You have this infused butter, which could be called the enlightened entity. The Jesus that walked out of samsara, Buddha that walked out of samsara. But yeah, essentially I think of it as a processing machine that when fed material, it can create a whole different thing.
But I think naturally we all, right, supposed to be Jesus, right? The genealogy is in us, right? Everybody have a genealogy. Everybody have a genesis, right? Everybody have DNA, right? So I think is already in us naturally. That's what we're supposed to do, the natural way, But like I said, with different type of energy taking being stirred, into into our universe, I think sometime kind of like what you were saying, you can be the teeth that's doing the chewing, or you can be the food that's being chewed, right? So sometime we RIP, when we die, people say RIP, or sometime we are the reaper, that's doing the ripping.
The rip.
You know
The
what?
soul
I
rips
might have
from the
misspoke.
flesh.
So when I said Jesus, I wasn't mentioning Yeshua, and when I said Buddha, I wasn't mentioning Gautama. So samsara, when I said samsara produces these entities, so samsara would produce this archetype. What did they call him? The Messiah, the messenger, Hamashiach or whatever. So it would be samsara produces the archetype of the Christ, of the Buddha, and that unfortunately those are the only two words that come to my mind right now. But there was a period of space and time. They say it was Roman, some sort of Roman-esque environment that produced the Christ. Now we have Christians. There was a space and time over there, somewhere around the Himalayas, India, Asia area. It produced the archetype of the Buddha. Now we have Buddhists. So again, I feel like it's a processing machine to break down everything that we've got going on to its smallest base components, and then build what would be the perfect humanoid entity. I don't know if you want to call it a man, or if you want to call it, maybe it's these lizard people, but basically we all got 2 arms, 2 legs, 5 fingers, two forward-facing eyes, a mouth, a nose, and 2 ears. So whatever that living make and model is, in our reality matrix, we've been able to create the ideal form of man. But now with the New World Order, we got internet, we got fast food. How do we break our entire reality matrix down into its elements and then build a man, family, society, and culture that would be comparable to the Christ or the Buddha?
Ask the question again.
You look
I'm
within
just
yourself.
This is just a brainstorm. We're just out here to have fun and have a good time. But yeah, I might have misspoke and used the human's name, Yeshua, as opposed to the archetype that they embody, which would be the Christ.
Yeah. So what was the question you asked associated with that? You asked a question at the end. I didn't really grasp that.
I might have phrased it with a question mark at the end, but that's just me misspeaking. I'm just rambling.
Well, yeah, I already see where you was coming from. You know, that's why I said I think that the archetype is something that's already supposed to happen naturally. You know, it's
Yes.
already supposed to happen naturally. You know, everybody's supposed to rise. You know, to the true self, right?
Yep.
And this reality. You know, but like I said, I keep bringing out up different energy that's taking a turn, you know, into our reality, because our reality is the will. Our universe is the will itself, is what's spinning the whole universe or the whole multiverse. Everything is surrounding ours because it's the center. So everything must take a turn into ours, right? So I keep bringing up the different energy to say, yeah, everything's supposed, you know, to embody the archetype that you're mentioning. You know what I'm saying? But we have that different energy, you know, that's battling it. You know, kind of like I know I'm gonna kind of bring it biblical, you know, because or not
Mhm.
even biblical, because all these archetypes had some type of battle, had something that they had to go against, had some type of test they had to pass, right? And that is due to the opposite energy that's taking a turn at the time. You
Yes.
know, even if you follow Christianity, you will see they had different, you know, they had many adversity under the same energy, under the same archetype, but they had all these, you know, things that they had to go through. They had to battle. But
Agreed.
it's the same, it's the same thing, it's the same archetype, it's the same energy. You know, that energy take different form, you know, but it's the same energy. I think we all naturally that's what we're supposed to be doing, you know, but sometimes, like I said, we embody the energy that's taking a turn in our universe. Sometimes it happened, you know, genuinely, or sometimes we're being tricked, you know, to embody that energy.
I definitely agree. And with maybe in the past, or what we call the past, it was in simpler times. It's easier to pass this test. It's easier to do. It's easier to do the job in more simple terms. But in this world, this is the I mean, this is the task on hard mode. If you have a cell phone, you can sin right now, every time, immediately. You could go hide, go on your phone, and go a way that doesn't benefit you. You can travel a path on this little magic handheld mirror. You could travel down dark paths, and it's harder in this. It's harder in this world. There's fast food on every corner. You don't have to toil to feed yourself. You don't have to know what's in your food. You don't have to love your neighbor. You could just shut the door today, and it's a
Well,
lot
no,
harder to.
I think you still have to. You don't have to. Me, if I don't have to do that, it's because I'm not aware of myself
That's right.
and
That's right.
and and the connection with the collective. If I don't understand that, then I don't have to. But if I'm aware, if I'm conscious, you know, I have
Right.
to. I have to make sure, because you know I'm going to be the victim. It's not the people that I think that I'm doing something to, or I think that I'm not being cared, I'm not taking care of them, I don't care about them. It's not them that's gonna be the victim. It's me that's gonna be the victim.
Well, if
But as
we're
far
our
as the
brother's keeper, it's if the consequences fall on the both of us. Because if your neighbor in a village needs help, they'll die over the winter. But in the
you're kind of
city,
breaking up.
uh, you know what? Hey, it was good talking to you guys in the chat. I'm on the street right now, so I'm probably going to be fading in and out. I'm going to jump down off the chat.
All right, be what
Definitely,
it is. Thanks for coming up.
Yep. Peace to you
yeah,
guys.
definitely great bill,
Peace.
positive bill.
Peace to Osanyemi and Marcel and Maggot. Who else came in? Kimba. I love that name. Orphan Annie, Yolanda, Maggot.
Yeah, much love and respect to Oshuniemi too. But yeah, I just think uh we just gotta be more aware of that's uh the energy that's in our nature, and the energy that's taking a turn, uh uh and in our nature. So we have to be able to distinguish them both, because either way is one thing. All is one, everything is one. But we have, through the eye of diversity, of separation, we have to be accountable for everything. We have to know what we really want to do, and what that's being forced upon us for us to do, that's gonna take us away from where we want to go, or from where we supposed to, but not even want to go, but from where we supposed to go. Because everything is in the right place. Everything is where it's supposed to be, until something is being forced upon it, until something is being is until some type of energy is trying to take over that type of energy. Because we have a battle. This is the center. This is where everything meet. In the meeting, uh the strongest gonna remain. But if there is balance, then both of them gonna survive. But if there is no balance between the two, and that's being met, then one of them
Uh-oh.
and that's why I think is more important, balance, not positive or negative, but balance, because we are negative and positive. So to focus on positive and ignoring negative is ignoring a part of ourselves, and to do the opposite is still the same thing. So either way, whether we focus on the positive or the negative, there is still a side of us, a part of us, that's being neglected, that's being ignored. So the true way is balance. That's the only way we can be accountable for both negative and positive. That's the only way we can be in control. But in this day and time, you know, I'm not gonna say in this world, but I'm gonna say in this age, in this time, in this era, you know, uh, is the balance is kind of balance is being buried, kind of. It's kind of like balance is being buried, and we have to dig it up. We have to dug it up. It's kind of like the energy that was here before. This type of energy kind of pushes our balance away from us. Now we remain in that we gotta be positive. Now we gotta be negative. Now we gotta be positive. So we keep going back and forth, and whether we want to be positive or whether it's better for us to be negative, we pick and choose when we're supposed to be negative, when we're supposed to be positive. When if we have balance, we will be balanced at all time.
Like politics.
Yeah.
If politics is truly for the people, there wouldn't be all the way left or all the way right. It would be just one you know what I mean? Instead they want people either left or right, and they want us off balance.
Yeah, it's
Politics
like
is off
it's
balance, period.
it's kind of like day and night. you know we don't we would like to think we pick and choose between day and night, but at the end of the day we don't really get to pick and choose, because we have to be up, or we got up and do things in the during the daytime, or some people choose to do it in the night. But at the end of the day we still gotta go to sleep. On the other end, on one end we have to be up to do certain things, on the other end we have to be sleep. So at the end of the day, we don't really pick and choose. We have to deal with both. We have to deal with day, we have to deal with night. And it's the same thing with energy, with dark and light. You know, we would like to think that we pick light over darkness, or we would like to think we pick darkness over light. But the reality is that we have to deal with both.
I was trying to find that story of the Australian Aboriginals. I'm gonna have to look and re-share that story, but I can't find the PDF, the one that I want.
Mm.
Balance is hard to maintain. So is sanity, especially nowadays. There's like a million obstacles.
Is it though? It could be. It could be hard to maintain, but not completely. You know, because anything hard can be easy. Anything easy can be hard. You know, because everything is one, or everything is connected, right? So, based on the angles we're looking at it, on the point of view, on the aspect we're looking at it, it might seem to be hard to maintain, or it can be, you know. But at the same time, you know, from by looking at it on a different angles, you know, it will be it can be easy. Because I think that everything that we supposed to do is already happening, right? I don't think that I think the our life is already uh I don't think life is still being created. I think life is already created. It's completed to its infinite aspect, you know. So balance is already exists in life. It's not hard for balance. It's not hard for balance to it's not hard for balance to maintain itself in life, you know. Then it don't have to be hard for us to maintain balance also in our life, you know. We just have to follow the blueprint, the pattern. We just have to tap into it. It is just like uh it's just like us relying on the system for to uh to make our life easier, but we realizing that our life is actually harder, right? So it's not hard for us to depend on nature to feed us, or to make life easy, our life easier for us, because it's already exists in nature. Nature is already making life easier by, you know, producing food, water, everything that needs, you know, to be in life is already existed in life. We just need to take part of that. But we isolate ourselves from nature, and we kind of concentrate ourselves, you know, in these uh unbalanced uh environment. That was created for that aspect. You know, this unbalanced environment was created to go against the balanced aspect of nature. That's what it was created for. And eventually, some of us, that's where we choose to come. We choose to come into that unbalanced, you know, aspect of reality. It's not hard for us to realize that, all right, we came into it, we see what it is about. All right, so now it's time to move on from it. But some people rather say, man, that's all I know. My whole life, man, I've been in the hood. My whole life, I've been doing this, I've been doing that. I don't know if I can do something else, you know? Or maybe that's what I was supposed to spend my whole life doing this. That's what people think. People don't think, how can they get out of the situation that they feel like is detrimental to themselves. They rather stay in it and die or live miserably. But yeah, it can be hard. If you're gonna try to find ways to stay in it, it's definitely gonna be hard for you to get out of it. Whatever type of mindset. But if you're gonna find ways to get out, it's not gonna be that hard to get out.
That's true. If you put your mind to it, you're right. But there are some circumstances that are uncontrollable.
You say uncontrolled?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's uncontrolled by you, but some way, somehow, it's being controlled. It's being controlled. You just not the one controlling it. Because of course, I'm not gonna be the one controlling it. If I already got something I'm supposed to be controlling, everybody have something they're supposed to be controlling. They're supposed to be controlled. So I can't look at you and be like, man, you have a family. You know why? I want to be able to control your family. I want to be able to dictate what your family gonna do. Nah, I'm supposed to have my own family so I can control, right? I think that's what it is. There is a lot of things that we can't control is because these things are already being controlled, you know, and most of the time, you know, the only reason why we see these things is because we're not controlling our own shit. If we was controlling our own shit, we wouldn't have time to focus on the things that we are not controlling. Hey, big shout out to So Ama in the chat. A
Yeah,
long
peace,
time.
Salama.
Yeah, much love and respect. ICD, of course. But yeah, I think everything in life is being controlled, and together or as a whole, the collective is controlling the reality. The collective is controlling the reality as a whole. But when you break it down into a singular aspect, a lot of people is not controlling what they're supposed to control. This is why a lot of us, or most of us, majority of us, we're complaining and blaming, instead of actually doing and controlling.
Peace, sir. Drop.
Yeah, hell yeah! Shout out to Soul, the wordsmith master.
Mind's Eye holds the black belt in wordsmithing.
Say that again.
I said Mind's Eye. He's got the black belt in wordsmith.
Well, yeah, Mind's Eyes is, Mind's Eyes is, man, he up there, man. He know exactly what he talking about. He know exactly he doing basically what he's supposed to be doing. He out here controlling his shit, and building his shit. He don't really, I don't really see Mind's Eyes, really, you know, uh, get into what people is doing for real, you know. I agree with you, Annie. There is a lot of horrible things that happen in the hospital. This is why I said that. I asked the question earlier and said, do we think that we can tap into our true self within the system? Because the way I'm looking at it from looking at it from the being inside of the system, right, is impossible because the system already have an avatar for you. You just upload yourself into the avatar. This is why a lot of us feel like we trapped. We trapped because the character that the system is built for us, right, is limited. It's like a character. It's like if you was able to shift your consciousness to your GTA character or to your 2K character, you would feel like you're all limited. You will feel like, man, why do I have to play basketball every day? Right? Why do I have to always be on the court, practicing doing that? Why can't I have a regular life? All these things will make you feel like you trapped, as a 2K player or as a GTA player. If you was the actual character in the game, if you had to upload your consciousness, to that character. And that's literally what happening to us in the system that we are in. This is not our true self, right? The way we think and everything. Even the way most of us is overweight, or is not the actual weight that we want to be, or it is not in the mindset that we want to be. But we find all that in the system. The system gave us all that, right?
Just that word alone, system. Like when you get an infection, you get a cyst. System is like a large infection.
Yeah. So that's very evil, to our nature. We're supposed to be free, and according to our environment. We're supposed to be free according to our environment. Unfortunately, the environment the system has created is to trap us, is not to free us, because freedom or being free is already exists outside of the system, and the system built itself on the freedom that exists, so it can't be the same. It can't be freedom. Why freedom had to be built on top of freedom? If it's already freedom, it should just remain in that state. Marcel said, when you are born as a dime, you will never be a dollar. That's a Dutch saying. It's kind of true if you ask me. That's why he said. Mm, 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 mm. That's deep right there. That's why I'm gonna keep insisting on saying that's why once has to be, unless once is being born again, you know, you will never be able to find your true self, because your true self is awaiting on you to be born again. Just like your mama and your daddy was waiting for you to be born here. They knew that you was coming. They was waiting for you there. I can't wait until my baby get here, man. I got some clothes for my baby. I got this. I got that. We're gonna throw my baby a a, a party, all type of things. And then boom, you got here. It's the same thing. Your true self is waiting on you. Is waiting for you to be born again. So that, unfortunately, that's scary to a lot of people.
Yeah, my mother was in hospice when she had cancer. And I agree with what you're saying, Orphan Annie. I seen it with my own two eyes. Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy, because you said something about your mother earlier, and I wanted to comment on that when you mentioning the crystal and everything, right? Uh, it's like you never like nothing never came to you like saying that, all right, I have to honor these crystals in the name of my mother. or for the sake of my mother?
I was, but they got stolen from me. I put trust in someone to hold them, and I was in the process of moving, and unfortunately, the person did a shitty job of watching my stuff, and they got stolen out the trunk of their car. So,
Would you
but
agree? Would you agree there was not activated yet?
um, not by me, but maybe they were activated by my mother.
Well, if you would have to do your own activation, it's kind of like if I buy a cell phone from you, right? I'll have to go to the company and get my own SIM card and activate my own phone. Other than that, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of people that was calling you, trying to call me and find me and ask me for you or thinking it's you, right?
Yeah,
And that can be very frustrating for me. It's like, man, that's my phone. Why y'all keep calling me, asking me for, for other people, right? It can be frustrating to the point that where I don't even care about the phone no more, right?
he borged out. It's frustrating to this day because I bump into this person.
Yeah.
They disappeared for 5, 6 years, and then I bumped into them a year ago, and I see them every now and then, and I want to smash their face in, but it's a woman, so unfortunately I can't do that. But she had karma come to her. It was shortly after they stole the stuff. The person who did it was family with this person I keep bumping into, and they ended up stabbing their boyfriend and going to prison for it. So I see that as karma. They shouldn't have touched what wasn't theirs.
Do you feel like you have any karma? Do you feel like you're getting any karma from not taking care of them, or for having done anything different with them?
No, I don't feel like I'm getting no bad karma from that.
All right. Would you feel like your mom was closer to you if you had them?
Um, Not really, because why would my mother need stones to be closer to me? And crystals. Now, it was more sentimental to me because that's all I had, that she owned, and it was specially left for me by her. Um,
Well, you dive right into it. So basically you would feel closer because there was sentiment, attached to this crystal, and this sentiment can attached to these crystals because of your mother, right? So I think if you had them, you would be closer to your mother. There probably would be time you probably will feel like your mother is talking to you. You probably would be in a situation, or you in a situation you don't know what to do, and you feel like your mother is telling you exactly what to do.
that could be true. I wouldn't find out now. Now,
I'm
now
just
that
saying
makes
it.
now it makes me even more mad now that I think of that.
I'm
Like
saying
that.
it in that. I'm saying it in that aspect, because I wanna leave room for for I wanna leave room. I don't want it to be ultimately that's what exactly what it would be. Then I would sound like I'm egotistical, you know. But in my opinion, how I feel about myself, right? I know that's exactly what it is, because my grandfather had things, right? He left me because my grandfather was very spiritual, a high priest, you know. So he was able to transform into different things, you know, like literally transform, become something else in the physical. He really had that knowledge. He was a shapeshifter, right? So there are things that he had that was sacred to him, you know, and he left these things for me and my cousins, you know, and because of that, right? The way my cousin treat or look at him and the things that he left, right? And the way and the way I look at my grandfather and the things that he left is two different things, because I care more. I honor the things that he left more. Most of all, I honor is his memory, right? I honor him as a being, and I honor his memory, like the things that he was known for, the things that was high value to him. So because I consider all these things, I felt like he's closer to me. Like, and not only felt like he's closer to me, I felt like he become a shield, you know, over me. So anything can just happen to me. That's why I look at it personally. That's why I was asking this question, but I didn't want to make it, uh, subjective. I wanted to be objective. Objective. I wanted you to, kind of think about it yourself. I didn't want to push it on you to making it like, nah, that's exactly what it is. Nah, you fucked up, bro. Now this and that. You know what I'm saying? Now it become
No,
like,
I wouldn't take it disrespectful.
nah, I'm not saying this as a disrespect, as disrespecting you, but I'm saying if I felt like if I had said it in that way, then it would be more something that you be in trouble by, more something that now that you really gotta do something about it. Now that you really gotta you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be like normal for you no more to be like, all right, okay, that's something that maybe I should look into. No, it would be more an obligation for you to look into this, for you to kind of correct the error that you did. If I had to push it on you like that, because we don't like to make mistakes, we want to correct that right away. But I didn't want you to feel like it's a mistake. You know what I'm saying? It could be a mistake for me. If I did it, it would definitely be a mistake because of how of my mindset, how I look at things. But if you doesn't necessarily look at things. You're not me. You're not looking at things exactly how I look at things. So I don't want to force my perception on you or on anybody else. That's why I just leave it like that, the way I leave it, I put it. But I said it to say that I think being alive is a part of life. Being alive is a part of life. Then you have life itself, right? Which is the actuality. Then you have being alive, which is the reality. Everything is alive, right? Everything is a life or a life, right? Then we have life itself, which is the totality of everything else. So I think the people that transition from our reality, they transition into life itself, right? They are literally in the present. They are in the present. Them like they could literally see everything that's happening or do anything that they want to do at any time, any moment. Kind of like how they say God is omnipresent, right?
Yeah.
So that's the way I look at the dead. If I want right now, I could summon, right, a dead person from my family right now into my reality if I want to. And I have the ritual to do that. So
Man, what happened? One thing that can't be taken is memories. That's a fact. You there, Naga? Maybe he lost connection. Yep.
Here's a little song I wrote. You might want to.
I wanted to see what that video was. That's funny. I know what that is now. They're already gonna bang me in the head with copyrights. What's up, Austin? You hear me?
Hi, what's going on? How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm okay. I know I must have missed most of the build up. Well, what I picked up, you was talking about energy and stuff. Yeah. What I picked up, because I kind of come into the middle of it ish. Oh, he's gone.
He'll be back.
Yeah. So, you was talking about what about the Bible again? The Bible, because I know that's your subject. One of the subjects. I would have replayed it, but I kind of jumped in the middle. But I just thought I'd pop up to say hi, even if I haven't got nothing to talk about. But you know how it goes.
You said we were talking about the Bible?
Yeah, was it the Bible you talked about or energy?
Energy.
Okay.
And crystals and stones. We were talking about my mother's stones and crystals she left. And he was asking me if I feel like I could communicate. How were you saying it, Naga? I could communicate with my mom through the stones.
Mm.
Or if I felt more connected when I had before they got stolen. If I felt more connected. And I don't know. I never activated them. Maybe, I didn't cleanse them and then activate them myself.
I thought you activated them, Charles. Hi, Naga. I thought you activated them, though.
I don't even know how to activate them.
Yeah, just hold them and tell them what you want. That's the purpose you want them for, and then you clean them, which you've been doing anyway. You say you cleaned them anyway. You said you put them in dirt. You should have put them in moonlight already. So they are activated. You just got to program them or tell them what you want them for.
I just talk, or through my mind. Sometimes I speak out loud. But
Yeah. Yeah, you can literally tell a stone what you want them for, because especially if you can feel the energy through the stone. Because I've a lot of people will feel the energy through the stone. They call it like as a vibrating motion through through the hand, or a heat that goes through the hand, and then they put it against their heart, and or they talk to it. They put it in the middle of their hand and they talk to it, like how you like the thing with the water where you put in the negative and positive kind of thing. It's kind of like that because it is a mineral after all, so you can do that as well.
The black smoky quartz I have is has a lot of energy. I could feel it when I hold it.
Mm.
And I've never felt a crystal that powerful. When I opened it up, and it was sent to me as a gift, and when the person that sent it, I was opening them on the phone, and the purple quartz was the stone, one of the stones my mother had that was my favorite.
Mm.
And then I opened the black smoky quartz. I didn't even know what it was when I opened it. I was holding it. I could feel the energy in my hand, but I didn't say nothing. And the person said, "What do you feel when you hold it?" And I knew right away I wasn't bugging. I'm like, "Damn, am I tripping out, or is this the energy from the crystal?" So I've never
Mm.
felt nothing like it.
Mm. Yeah, it's amazing. Crystals are amazing things. They can clear a house. They can do so much. I mean, when I used to do crystal grids and all that stuff, I haven't done a grid in a very long time, but they are amazing for that, for creating a space. And especially when you got the caves, you can even do with that on another level too.
What's a crystal grid?
A crystal grid is when you put it like in spiral, into like squares, but you lay each stone like in horizontal motion or vertical or whatever, and then you place them into this crystal grid. I don't even know whether I explain it right because I haven't done one in a long time, so excuse if I haven't explained it right, people. But yeah, a crystal grid is like it's like how you do the water energy on the Chinese thing, and you can place each stone around that symbol to form a grid, and then you can just activate it. Some people activate it through Reiki, some people activate it through Second, some people activate it through different ways. So, and then what it does, it clears a room. It clears a room. It clears a space.
What if you make a circle out of them?
Yeah,
Oh,
you can make it.
that's what Solama said. I just seen that.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
can sit in the middle of them.
yeah.
I got tourmaline. I put tourmaline above my doorway, above my window, and near my computer.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like at night when I first moved in this apartment,
Mm.
I felt like there was some dark energy staring at me at night.
Mm.
And yeah, I don't feel it no more.
Mm. Yeah, that's good
You
because
know,
I'm doing this work.
like you ever have the feeling something staring at you?
No, I don't get those things because I think I know how to get rid of them. I think I know how to ward them off. Um, I'm not I'm not fearful of a lot of stuff. I've seen a lot of stuff, you see, so nothing surprises me at this rate. But yeah, the most I've had is a reaper standing at the door or something like that. But I don't get all the other stuff. Like what you're talking about. You and another friend, you and another person's also spoken about things staring at it. But I think because the veil's lifted, that's what it is. So things are able to come through more quicker and they can make themselves known. They can make their presence felt.
Yeah, I agree. Much love in Oshun. I agree with the veil being lifted That's it. That's what happened most of the time. A lot of people was born like that. You know, they didn't had the a veil over their eyes. I got one of my cousins that was born like that, and me personally, I was born like that. I had to, in order for me to not seeing things, I had to go through indoctrination. You know, and because I went through indoctrination, I guess that become the indoctrination become the veil. Now I wasn't able to see things no more. But as I was becoming an adult, I started to remember these things, and being that my grandfather passed away, so a lot it kind of triggered a lot of things, the things that I used to know about or heard about my grandfather, so it triggered all these things. So where I had to isolate myself, from reality, from all the indoctrination that I went through. I had to isolate myself from all these things, and then, so I was able to lift up the veil and start seeing things again. Or now things will see me. For example, I have a lot of spirit, what we call loa, right? In my culture, they find me, and these loa used to work with my grandfather, with my great grandfather. You know, these loas work with my family, throughout generation. And unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to be initiated by my grandfather into the culture, right? But still, because the veil was lifted, because I dedicated to do the work and lift up the veils, they still came to me and find me and still work with me.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That happens with a few cultures as well, because I know from my side of my family is very they're very they do the old ways basically. They do study the old ways of doing stuff. Nigromancers, you name it. They're about that life. So I know where you're coming from on that one, because I also spontaneously feel and see things too. Um, well, they call it so-called channeling, whatever. Um, so excuse me, so-called challenging and stuff like that. So when they want you to see them, they just come through and they just show up. Some There is some bad ones, however, and there's some good ones, but it all depends. I mean, in Charles's case, if he says that he feels there was some type of dark energy in the room, sometimes they come through because they're part of that house, part of that space at that time. So unless you know how to get rid of them, how to clear them out, or get someone who knows what they're doing to get rid of them, ancestry normally helps in that way to get rid of the unwanted spirits, you know.
Well, me personally, I try and choose not to practice that, not to practice removing them, because I understand that they have a role. So they are supposed, right, to be the when I start to understand these laws, right, in the spiritual realm, especially how my family been understood this thing and dealing with this thing throughout generation, I find out that we have uh laws that's gonna help us in a positive way. Then we have laws that's gonna protect us, right, from negativity. And the laws that deal with positive, they don't deal with negativity. So for example, a law that deal with let's say uh we have a law called zaka that deal with the earth, right? So if you work with that law, right, then you're gonna be very prosperous, right, when it comes to what you do in life, and life, and things like that, right? But if something bad is happening to you, that law don't know how to counter that bad things. That law gonna tell you, how to remove yourself, or how to kind of dodge that negativity, how to stay out of the way of that negativity. But then again, you have other law, right, that will literally empower you for you to be able to stand against that negativity. You see, so the laws that don't deal with negativity, they know how to uh remove you. How do they know how to give you information so you could, find yourself in a different place, so you don't have to stay and face it, because they already know they don't have the knowledge, or they're not built for that. Then you have different laws, right, that will literally empower you, right, and give you knowledge and how to stand against that negativity. So this is why I understand that then the so-called negative law is good, because negativity is always gonna come your way, especially when you're doing good, right? Especially when you're elevating in life. Then a lot of people going to send evil eye negativity against you. Then you need to be able to stand, to withstand against this negativity, because if you run away, you go anywhere else, they're still gonna follow you. Eventually you're gonna get caught, right? So you need these negative entity, spirit, or wise, to help you withstand this negativity. Now, some people take it far, where they say that, all right, you want to play with me? Now, not only I'm gonna show you I can withstand your negativity, but now I'm gonna send some negativity behind you and see how you're gonna react, and see if you could, if you can face it like I did, right? They will challenge you on that, on your negativity. So that's why I say some people, they take it far, but some people, they don't have to take it there. They just make sure they show you, no matter how hard you try, they're always gonna be able to face whatever that you're saying. So eventually you're gonna have to get tired and say, all right, I'm gonna have to leave that person alone.
Naga,
Yeah.
Be What It Is wanted you to speak on the topic more. What topic is that, Be What It Is?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you're gonna type it in the chat. Yeah, but yeah, that's why I choose not to practice, by removing the negative spirit that I have in my lineage, in my family, in my bloodline, in my DNA. I put them to use. They're here for a reason. So you're gonna help me withstand whatever that come against me. No weapon shall form against me. You know, that's why you're here for. Then I have this negativity, this positive, right? That's gonna help me keep going on while I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I gotta be protected. While a mother is taking care of the children, she needs to make sure that she's secure, right? She got that security. If she can't, don't have that security, she's gonna be frustrated on how she's gonna protect her and the kid. Now, is she gonna lack from doing a lot of things because she won't have to, be accountable for that protection, And it's the same thing. I look at it, if we're not balanced and dealing with true spirituality, it's gonna be very terrifying for you to continue to that journey, because you're gonna be tested a lot, and you're not gonna be able to withstand these tests, because you're not prepared for these tests.
He said he wanted you to go deeper on your family history, working with other tribes of intelligence.
Well, I think is well, as far as my family, right? That's something that somebody from my family will have to speak on. But as far as the knowledge is out, is everywhere. It's just that a lot of us being indoctrinated to think that these things are metaphor, or these things are mythologies, when in fact they are real. They are, the, all these things is real. The only mythology is us not applying the knowledge, the information, is us not going beyond, the barriers that they put for us. That's the only mythology, or only metaphor, or only things that's not real. But the knowledge itself, when you test the knowledge, is very real. But yeah, my grandfather was, like I said, he was a voodoo priest. You know that a high priest, not just a regular voodoo priest, a high priest that was well respected. You know, throughout the whole department, because Haiti is we have uh uh 10 department that's known, you know, but the country itself is 12. So we have two department that uh they don't want to recognize, but us as the people from the island, we recognize all 12 department. You know what I'm saying? So from the department that my grandfather came from, you know, he was well respected. Anybody couldn't just play with him or his kids or his children, you know. And if you made that mistake, you would pay for it, you know, because right away, as soon as you did what you did, right away, he already know. You could be doing something in front of him or something behind his back. He would know. My grandfather used to sit down talking to us and telling us stories, you know, on what he used to do on certain things. And while he telling us stories, you have people doing some voodoo, right? In his property or in his garden. So the garden won't bear as many fruits it's supposed to that year or that month. And while he's talking to us, he already sees what the people is doing. And he would start laughing about it. He won't be mad about it. He would just start laughing about it and he say, I'll be right back. He take his machete, you know, and he go when he come back. Say that again.
No, I was laughing when you said he'll take his machete.
Yeah, he would literally took his machete, you know, and go out to his garden and come back, you know, with everything that all the ingredients, right? They took and put in his garden in order for the garden not to get bear as many fruit is supposed to. He would take all these ingredients, raw meat, you know, drinks, all type of shit, and he will come back to the house and mix everything together, mix all the food together and all the drink together and give everybody something, you know, in their family. Everybody drink, everybody eat. And the garden, you know, definitely gonna even be more prosperous than it's supposed to. So whether somebody was trying to kill one of his children, you know, or whether somebody was trying to do something to his property, he would know and he would go right away. And
So he was in tune with the other side,
for
right?
sure, for sure, 100%. He wasn't. My
Man,
grandfather wasn't a regular person at all.
I would love to meet your grandfather. Is he
Man,
still
I was
he's still alive, or
nah. He
he's with
passed
the
away.
ancestors?
Yeah, yeah, he passed away. He passed on to the next. This is why I felt like, you know, I'm closer to him now than ever. This is why I don't look at death as something. I felt like, you know, he had to pass on in order for me to uh move on to the next level. He had to pass on to the next realm in order for me to move on to the next level in life. So I look at him, he's not being selfish. He like, man, all right, this guy right here, he's ready to hop on the field. So I've been playing for a long time. I'm kind of tired, right? So I gotta let him shine. He's in his prime. I have to let him shine. That's how I look at it. My grandfather passed away. I look at it at him, look at me and realize that, look, you know he's another star, that's ready to play. And the whole time I've been playing, I'm tired. I'm ready to rest, right? So I'm gonna take that rest, and the star gonna have to get on the field and prove that he is a star, which I know he is. That's how I look at it, and that's why I felt closer to him more than ever.
Peace and love, Charles, Oshu, Naga.
Peace, Salama.
Much love and respect.
Hi, Alma.
Hey, hey. I had to hit the link when y'all started talking spirit. I'm like, no, let me hit the link. Oh, shoot. Yeah. But it's a good, it's like I heard, I was listening to Naga talking about his grandfather passing on, can I say his knowledge? offered to you and your cousin, right? I never had that because my grandparents were already deceased before I was born, so I never had grandparents to give me all that. Because I come from a family of shamans, and I won't say priestess, but shamans too. So, but I had to learn everything that I wanted to know about spirituality for myself, because uh, and maybe it's a good thing because spirituality is personal, right? So um I feel my ancestors, they, especially my great grandma, she's with me all the time. She is the one that teaches me everything I need to know. She shows herself in dreams, she gives me warnings. So everything that I know as far as spirit and spirituality, I got from her. And it may sound crazy, but that's how I feel, you know. And even my mom has passed away too. So yeah, um, I feel their presence, and I know some people say that's not even, how is that possible? Like for you, Charles, I don't know if you sometimes feel the presence of your mom, or you turn around in the house and you get a scent of her. Do you have that sometimes, Charles?
Mm, sometimes the presence, but I never had the sense.
Mm, yeah, because when you said you feel like something is, or somebody or something is watching you, what do you think that is? Do you get chills when you experience that feeling, or is it just
Not chills, but I just have the feeling that something's watching me.
mm,
It's not necessarily a negative feeling,
mm-mm.
but
Okay.
it's to the point where I can't sleep.
Mm. Or do you get sleep paralysis, like you can't move and all that?
I've had
Or
that before, yes.
mm,
And I looked that up, and they said that's a demon trying to sit on your chest, but who knows how true that is.
right, right. I had that for a while too, but it went away once I realized that it fed off my fear. Then I decided, okay, I'm not going to be, because I was trying to get up, but you're paralyzed, you can't get up, eyes wide open. I'm trying to get up to turn on the lights, but I can't,
I was
And
trying to wake up, and I couldn't. I was
then,
telling myself to get up, and I was like half
yeah,
here and half in dream, and it
yes.
was like kind of scary a little bit.
Hmm. No, I was always awake on my back, and then I couldn't move. Like something was sitting on me, like, God, and then, of course, I was still a Christian, so I was praying, trying to pray it away, but it won't move. Like, yeah, so yeah. But then I finally realized, like, oh, okay, so if I stop being afraid, it'll have to go away. So that's when it um got less, because as soon as it started happening, I told myself, like, okay, don't be scared, just move, get up. And then I would get up in the dark, even though I was, still a little bit afraid, but I would get up and turn the light on and then go back to
I,
bed.
I've walked down the street in the summertime. I think I was like 13. Never forget it, and it was real hot that night. But I had to walk through a patch of coldness. There was no vents. This is outside, like walking down the street. My hair stood up. I mean, it was ice cold to the
Mm.
point it put fear in me. I started running. Um, yeah, I'll never forget that. I mean, I've had weird stuff happen, but hold
Yeah,
on
me
real
too.
quick.
Go ahead. But yeah, me too. When I was young, because I was born, like I said, I was born with cross eye, and cross eye for us is not like when you can't see straight. We when in our culture, when we say people was born with cross eye, is when they could see things, beyond other people can see. You know, That's cross-eyed. That's what we call cross-eyed. So I was born like that. So when I was little, especially every time I go to my grandfather, because my my father's generation was kind of grew up in the city. They kind of grew up in the city, but my grandfather generation, they grew up in the countryside. So every time I would be that badass kid in the city. In order to punish me, they would send me to the countryside, with my grandfather and them. All right, that's me being little, probably 10 years old, 12 years old. But I'm being a badass kid. So they're like, all right, it's no school. We ain't finna to sit around, or we don't have nobody to sit around to watch you. So we're gonna send you to the countryside. So when I go there, me as a little kid, I will literally hear people. And the crazy thing is, I will hear people walking behind me while I'm walking, whether I'm coming from the river or I'm coming from the garden to get something. Wherever I'm coming from, I will felt like people is walking behind me, and I will have a sense of who it is. It's somebody that's passed away. Like literally, I will feel like it's somebody that passed away. I will felt like they're walking behind me, and I would turn around every time. I won't see nobody. It's like every time I stop walking, I ain't hear them walking no more. I don't feel them walking no more. But every time I keep on walking again, I would felt like they're walking behind me. They're following me. And like the crazy thing for me is that I would kind of have an idea of who that person is. But that's when I was little, because I was scared of a lot of things. Now that I went through indoctrination, that like I said, and I kind of went through the process of opening my own eyes, I'm not really scared of nothing. If I would be in the house right now and I hear anything that's unnatural, that's not really normal, I would go and I would try to find out what is it. I'm not the type that hears something that looks scary for me to stay away from it. I'm the type to wanna find out what it is, because according to me, nothing's supposed to be scary. That's why I look at things. Can y'all hear me, or is
Yeah,
it
I
just
can
me?
hear you. I was just thinking, is everybody else here?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure. And shout out to my eyes in the chat. You already know what it is. But yeah, that's a powerful topic, and especially the people up here. I definitely, interested in hearing more about So Ama and Oshonyemi, of course.
Well, I come from a line of, I could say they're healers, spiritualists. Maybe there's one or two Easterns in between there. My gran used to do this thing where she used to get people off streets. She used to help people off the streets. She used to feed the community. Um, she she is an archabbess. She's high ranking archabbess. She's a spiritualist on a whole another level. I think I come from the same background as both of you in a kind of way, but it's still kind of what was also Christian orientated, was African orientated, mixed with a lot of schisms, as they say. She, my grandmother particularly, was one of those where she can read a candle. She'll sit down with you. She'll read the candle. She'll give you the prescription for whatever it is. She sees spirits. She's she's helped a lot of people through spiritualisms. They will call it another name, what she probably was doing, but that's what my grandmother used to do. She's very, in Trinidad, she was the old wise lady in the community. A lot of people used to come to her. She ran a whole church. She brought people to and from England and Trinidad. She was very much that. And at one, I do still feel that she's around me. At times, she does really come out, and at times, she's silent. And that's just the type of person she is, really. My mom, on the other hand, fall from the same tree. she knows a lot of stuff and that. Oh, I bet someone's gonna knock the door. See what I mean? As soon as I start talking, hold on.
Let me ask everybody a question. Is everybody here was born in a hospital?
Yeah, I was. As far as I know. Yep.
Okay.
The neighborhood hospital. I think all my siblings were born in that same hospital.
I think that's something that kind of interested to me, that I was born in a, while I was born, while my mother was literally, about to take a dump. She was about to use the bathroom, and while she was about to use the bathroom, and that's when she thought, I mean, I guess she thought she was supposed to use the bathroom, you know, and she went to use the bathroom. Then I started to come out, that's when she started screaming,
Really?
yeah, that's when she started
Damn.
screaming, and they came out, and put like a towel, and then she gave birth to me. Then my grandfather, you know, requested my umbilical cord. You know, he makes sure that he got that. And I have a tree, that was basically my umbilical cord was buried with a tree in my country, in Haiti. He was born. I
Yeah.
was born in the Virgin Island, but my umbilical cord was buried in Haiti, where my grandfather came from, in that particular area with a coconut tree. So I remember as a kid, I had worms. I had worms as a kid, and I had
Uh-oh. Your mic went out. Oh, there you go.
You disappeared.
I went out.
Yeah, you're back
Yeah.
though.
But yeah, like I was saying, I remember, me being little and something happened to me. I was sick as a kid, and my grandfather at that time, the coconut tree wasn't big enough to to bear a coconut. So my grandfather took three uh little leaf, the strings, the leaf, the long leaf from the coconut tree, and he tied them together. He boiled them, and put a little salt in, and he gave it to me for me to drink, and like literally almost immediately after, I was up, running, doing everything I was supposed to be doing.
Yeah. That's how the old folks did it. My umbilical cord was buried on we had a cherry tree in the backyard. That's where we call it the umbilical cord. In Suriname we call it the kumbate. Kumba. Sounds like Pumba. Yeah, but they buried it. They bury that too in Suriname because it has a lot of, I don't know. I have both of my children's umbilical cords. Who dropped off? Chuck dropped off. Damn it. I have
Oh,
both of my children's in a bottle. I still need to go back to Suriname and bury them, even though they're born in the Netherlands. But still, I want to both of them in Suriname.
yeah, that's kind of what my grandfather did.
Hmm.
And one thing I would see they do again is that, because the Haitian people is not really normal. So if something happening to them, if they sick, they're thinking that it's somebody that's doing something to them. For some reason, they feel like they're not supposed to be sick, you know. So if they sick, they're literally in bed, not just like a little headache or a little toothache or a stomach ache, like some real illness that they have to be in bed for 3 days. Now they think like, all right, it's somebody that's literally doing something to them, you know. And the first thing they would do is that tree. They will go and clean that tree, and make sure there is nothing, like nobody didn't put nothing around that tree and stuff like
Right.
that.
Ain't that something? especially in like South America. There's always, as soon as you get sick, if it's a spiritual family, the first thing they thinking like, oh, somebody put something on you.
Yeah, yeah.
You got or if especially a child, you got the evil eye. Let me give you a spirit bath real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or put a or put a jet round the hand of the baby or the foot or the
Yeah, a little blue string on the wrist. Yep.
Yeah, man. That it the rabbit hole is very deep when it comes to spirituality, especially when you have a string that you could pull. You realize that it went through generation. It's not something that just popped out of nowhere. It's not something that you created, that I have created. I didn't make that myself. It's been there for eon, and yeah, I think that's something that's interesting and amazing when you discover that, because it's like that's something that keep you going, like every day or every now and then you want to know what's the next chapter look like, what's the next what's the next episode look like. So it just keep you going. You never really get bored, because I don't know, some people get bored. That's why I said that if you know balance, when you come to spirituality, you will get scared or be bored. You won't, the journey won't last that long. So it has to be very balanced from the jump. That's the only way.
yeah, because when I was younger and I had real bad I always used to have real bad asthma and stuff. And one time they caught loads of lizards and they cooked the lizards and they gave the lizards to me to get rid of the cold or whatever was going on. I remember that really distinctly as a child coming up. She used to do a lot of spiritual baths as well, and as soon as something's up, she said, you got like what you got to do this, and like I think we're all kind of similar in a way in how we do things from the West Indies to the Americas to Haiti. I think there is a lot of similarities there. You know what I'm saying? Just that people don't call it what it is. They just separate it.
Yeah, it's usually the same. Because you got to remember, each country is different, so and the soil is different, so there's different. Like if it's a herbalist, they're gonna use almost the same herbs, but um a different form or of that plant. So, and even the rituals or the ceremonies, it's basically the same, but because we speak a different language, it looks different, because you know what I mean? Because we call it Winti. In Haiti, they say Fudu or Fodon, you know? Brazil is Santeria or Candomblé or whatever, or Lukumi or so it's basically the same, but yeah. But I see Marshall said the sins of our forefathers. Some things take several generations. Yeah, I think he's talking about generational curses. Do y'all believe in generational curses?
I
Yeah.
don't.
No, I
Hmm.
believe they exist. I believe they exist. You know why I believe that?
Hmm.
Um because something in my family I think is going on in my family somewhere along the lines, and somebody had to clear it. Also it's called, and also the generation of the mother, there's a curse from the mother as well, because like she'll be thinking all sorts of wickedness that she's done, or what she's picked up from her mother before her, or what's been done before her, and she place it onto that child. The child unknowingly not know that they have these things on it. They kind of repeat the same cycle of things.
Well, me personally, I don't, because uh, I realize that when you become an adult, or when you become your own being, then you have to take on where you left at. You know, from whatever from whatever time you came to fulfill, then you have to pick up where you left at. You know, that's what I realized, that generational curse is not really something you ha- that I have to worry about. Like people make it look like, oh yeah, oh this been going on in generation for so long. If I don't break it, then my children is gonna affect my children and all that. I don't see it that way, at least anymore. I don't see it that way anymore, because I don't know if it's because maybe I grew up to my own person. I found myself where I could picked up where I left at, and I guess I kind of uh bypassed that. I don't know if that's why I was able to live a
Uh-oh.
life, with a curse. If your mother didn't break it, or if you didn't break it yourself. I feel like once you found yourself, then everything that was tied up to you, that was trapped you, is broken.
Mm. Okay, so first, I think we gotta define what is it that what do we define as that generational curse? Because I'm gonna give an example. Let's say, your grandma, right?
Yeah.
She was 13 and when she first had her first child. 13,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
then her daughter is also 13 when she gets pregnant.
Yeah.
And then her daughter, you know what I mean? Or all of her children start having children at a young age. Is that it? Because some people might see that as like it's the past is a history repeating itself. What do you think about that? Because I don't see it like, I don't, at first, like you said, I saw it that way too. I'm like, damn, why? Because it's like the family is stuck in a loop, making the same mistakes over and over again. Like, but now I feel like no, because now I feel like we are in control of our own reality. So if I came here to break generational curses, because I said it many times on my panel too, like wait, I came here to break, but um um like yeah, like if I'm in control of my reality, then um I have to do things different than my family. You know what I mean? Let's say one of our ancestors was really wicked or obsessed with getting riches and like money. And they did a ritual where they became or to draw in money. But in order to do that, you have to because the devil is, nothing ain't free. So they had to pay something. And that was maybe offer every 5 years, somebody in the family will die because of that ritual one of our ancestors did. And then it may become, I don't know if you can call it a generational curse, because the ancestor didn't leave no clue or didn't tell nobody what they did, and now the next generation has to pay for that because you know uh I don't know. I'm just
I
saying,
like
I'm
the
just
way I like the
yeah.
way you put it, because like it give out. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
It
No,
give
no,
out
you
two
go
different.
ahead.
It give out
Yeah.
two different perspectives. Because from the first way you put it, I was looking at it. All right, for it to be a generational curse, it will have to be, all right. Is it everybody in the family, once they become 13 years old, they get pregnant, or is it probably one or two in the family, or do we have any you know person that's already past 13, they didn't get pregnant? At that point I can't really look at it as a generational curse. And the second aspect, when you put it, how their family come together and do something that's gonna affect the generation after it, then it's not a curse. At that point, it's a debt. I look at it as a debt. For example,
Mm.
if I'm married if I'm married to my wife, right, and I owe $100,000. I'm I passed on. Then I got wealth. Then I believe that my wife is obligated to pay my debt. You know, because I left my legacy behind, and I left her behind to pay my debt. So at that point, it's a debt, and I felt like she's obligated to pay that debt. It's not like she's cursed because I did that, but uh, she owed that debt, because she benefiting from my legacy, and my legacy came with that debt. You know,
But when you say debt, do you see? Are you talking about dying or a debt, like in a payment?
yeah, that's why I said I'm talking about, like, if I owe, let's say right now,
Hmm.
right, I have a business, but in my business I owe one of the corporation $100,000, right? Before I get a chance to pay that $100,000, right? Then I passed away, like I died, right?
Right.
Then I felt like whoever is benefiting from my legacy, from my organization, right, is obligated
They
to pay
have
my
to.
debt.
Right.
Because that's how they're gonna look at it. The people that's left behind, that I owe that debt to, they're gonna look at my family, or whoever is benefiting from that legacy, that they are obligated to pay that debt.
Yeah, but then it's like that is when you leave. Let's say, you tell your next generation about it before you die, or if because if because if it's the situation that you just described, right? And the person, like say the person dies and they leave behind that the but the next, let's say the next generation don't know anything about it. Now they have to pay.
They're
It's the
gonna
same.
know. They're gonna
No,
know.
I mean, yeah, because when it presents, they're like, wait a minute, I ain't got no money. What the hell? So, no, that's what I mean. And it's the same with a ritual, a spiritual thingy. Like, if you do something, and let's say great great grandpa or great great grandma did something to gain money, but like, they sacrificed whatever, goats and chickens or whatever. They did a ritual just to draw in money. They got rich quick, but the devil gave them quote unquote, because we don't know there's no devil, but they got rich, right?
Hmm.
Oh, and then they die, but they never explained the ritual or to get out of it or whatever they did to their next generation. And now here come the so-called demon to collect. Like, look, I was promised 5 goats every 6 months or whatever. You know what I mean? And then the next generation will be like, what? But cause, and if they don't do it, somebody in the family has to die, because that was the deal.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So that's why I said they're gonna know, because whoever I owe the debt to, they're gonna
Yeah.
come to collect, whether
Right.
it's physical or spiritual. So let's say, and on the aspect that you put it on, right? I did a ritual, right, for me to get rich. But every year I have to kill a cow, or I have to kill a goat for the spirit that's making me rich,
Mm,
right? And I didn't tell my family that, now I passed on. So when that time of the year come, everybody in my family, or everybody that's related to me, they're gonna come in their dream, or people gonna tell them, they're gonna get the message that, look, the reason why
right.
you're not so rich like how I was is because you're not doing this, you're not doing that.
Hmm.
So now that you know better, you do better.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
why I see
Okay.
it's not a curse to me. It's just a debt.
Hmm.
Or you didn't know about it, but now that you know it, you do better.
So basically, it's just continuously paying back the debt to whoever that they promised this to, and that's yeah, yeah. I get what you
That's
mean.
one aspect. The other
Hmm.
aspect is I'm gonna make my own rules with that spirit. Now that whatever you have going on is that was with my
Yeah.
grandfather. That was with my father. Now I'm gonna make mine with you.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's the other aspect. So you don't have to. That's why I feel like it's not a curse, because I don't have to deal with it. I could choose to deal with it, but also, I could choose to have my own.
Yeah, because what also we forget that, let's say our ancestors were real spiritual, they did all that, they passed away, they didn't leave the knowledge behind. Now the next generation is in church.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's it, because it happens all the time. They don't want to know nothing about spirituality. They believe in Jesus, and but there's a depth that needs to, So yeah, well, how? Because I've seen it in many families. you
I've
know,
seen it too. I've seen it too.
yeah.
It's happening right now in my own family. But I
Then,
just choose not to deal with it like they're dealing with it. Because I
hmm
know better. I'm gonna do better. They don't want to know better. They can't do better.
yeah.
And the crazy thing is, that's why I said they don't want to know better, because if I'm third generations, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I know, ain't no excuse for the second generation not to know. It's not like they told me,
Mm. Okay.
right? It's not like the second generation had to put me, just like the first generation, like my grandfather. They didn't get. That's why I said that it's very unfortunate I didn't get a chance to initiate you, right? That my in the same thing my grandfather was initiated into, right?
Right.
But yet I'm still I still discover, you know, what he was in the tribe, the spirit, the realm that he was initiated into. So now it's up to me, right? Just like he did to initiate myself, right? And that same
I
thing.
feel I feel you was born initiated just like Oshun. Y'all don't need initiation.
Well, I believe my grandfather initiated me before I was uh even
Aware of it.
aware of what's going on, because
Mm.
my grandfather, he loved the hell out of me, you know, like, and
Mm.
I know that he loved all his own children, but they don't like him. They
Mm.
don't love him like he did. They look at him like, man, he's evil, right?
Mm.
And I'm looking at them like, man, if y'all looking at him like he's evil, all y'all are little devils.
Let me tell you something. Most priests or shamans that I've known, they're very, very, very outspoken. They don't beat around the bush. They're very blunt, and people think they're rude and evil. And that's where you know it's a good one, because they're gonna tell you like how it is. They don't gotta beat around the bush. If you go for a reading or something, they're gonna just look. This is it. Da 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 da. If you don't want to listen, fuck you. That's
Yeah.
how they talk. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's why I realized that a lot of my aunt and my uncles, even my own dad, they didn't like my grandfather when he was alive. Even now that he passed away, they it's like he never existed to them.
Mm.
It's because he was so blunt, and not only that he was blunt and direct, but he was also raising them to be blunt and direct, and that was
Mm.
too much for them. That's why they know whenever I was being too bad, they had to send him to him because they know who he is, you know. But me personally, I guess that was in my nature. Since he was the one that already initiated me, then the connection was there, you know. When I
Right.
was in the city, I was happy living my life. When I was with him, I was happy living my life. Man, that man used to cry when it's time for me to leave the
Mhm.
countryside to go to the city for me to go back to school. He would cry, like literally cry. I would be all the
Wow.
way on top of the hill. I would listen. I would still hear that man crying, yelling, like he outrageous that that I'm leaving.
Mm. Yep.
But yeah, that's why I said that I felt like I was born. Not felt like, I know I was born cross-eyed, because I have one of my little cousins that was born cross-eyed that same way. So me personally, I know that, oh yeah, the only reason why I was the way I was, right, is because I was born the same way too.
Mm. Interesting. Charles, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, just listening.
We took over your whole.
Oh, it's all right. It's very interesting to hear all this stuff. I enjoy listening and learning all this stuff. It's
But
like
one thing, go ahead.
different. It's like different parts of the world that have different. I don't want to say
Right.
belief systems, but you know, spiritual. But go ahead, Naga. My fault.
Yeah, one other thing I want to say about being born initiated or you or being initiated before you was aware is the fact that once you are aware, you still have to take on that responsibility. You know,
Tell him.
once you become aware of what's going on, if you don't take that responsibility, it's like you know, you're still like a regular person.
Yep. They say with great powers comes come great responsibilities. That's
Yeah.
why when you're really fully aware of your capabilities and your powers, you got the responsibility. You can just curse out people or say, I wish you would. Nah,
Hmm.
you can't do that. Yeah, because it's gonna come through.
Yeah. And that's why I realized that a lot of my aunts and uncle they don't like my grandfather because they just like my grandfather initiated me before I was aware. He did the same thing for them. And once you was already initiated as a kid, or you know, even before you was born, you know, now that when you're of age, when you're of age of responsibility, you have to take on that responsibility. If you're not, it's gonna follow you everywhere you go. Is gonna follow you, and that's what's happening to a lot of my aunts and my uncle, even my dad. They refuse to take that responsibility because they felt like my dad was evil, right? And they find God, so they felt like you know it's okay for them to ignore that responsibility, and this is why their life is the way it is.
Mm.
That
Okay,
responsibility. Go ahead.
oh no, I was going to ask a question, but you can finish your
No,
thought.
no, go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Oh, okay. Um, so because I was asked this question too, because I feel like I wasn't initiated, but I was initiated not in the 3D, but in the 5D. Throughout my whole life, I was doing tests, if you will.
Right.
But in the in real life, I was asked this question too. So let's say you're a healer, right? You're healing people. People, you're well respected. People come to you. But one day, one of or somebody that you know was is an enemy, but he or she was sent to you because they tried everything, they went to everybody, no help, but you're the last person. They're like, fuck, I don't really fuck with them, but yeah, let me just yeah. And they come to you with their problem, and you're the one that can, you know the solution. You can help them get rid of whatever is haunting them. Are you going to help your enemy get better?
I'm gonna help them based on their own heart,
Mm.
right? Kind of like when Jesus healed somebody, right? And he told them that now you will heal because you know you believe because your heart, you know. So I'm kind of paraphrasing what was the quote was, you know, what Jesus said to the person, but it's the same thing. It kind of like in voodoo, we do kill, just like we give life, we do take away life, but we just know better, right? When somebody come to us to take another one's to take somebody else's life away, we make sure we don't take it that life. We make sure that life is not taken on our own heart, on our own soul. We make sure if that life is gonna be taken away, then it's gonna be taken away on that person that came to me. So if that person, let's say somebody come to me and say that they want me to kill this person for them because this person did this person did that, right? Then I prepare everything that I want to prepare, and I'll give the person, whatever tool that I'm using. If it's a knife, if it's a whatever tool that I'm using to execute the death spiritually. So I give it to that person. Then I say, all right, based on everything you say, if that's true, if that's what you want to do, then you go ahead, you have the right to do it.
Woo! But that wasn't the question.
Yeah, so the question was if I'm helping that person, right? So it's the same thing too, right? So I'm gonna prepare everything that I need to prepare, all the ingredients that I need to do in order to heal that person. Then I'm gonna go ahead and tell that person, go ahead, if that's what you wanna do based on your heart. If you believe that it's gonna help you, it's gonna heal you. It don't have nothing to do with me. It have everything to do with you. It depends on you, right? Then the person go ahead and do it, right? And do it, the person either gonna heal or not heal, because I didn't take on that responsibility and say whether that person's heart is heavy, I'm gonna heal them regardless. Now I make
Right.
sure it was on them. So if their heart is heavy, now they're not gonna be healed. It's not that I didn't heal them, but it's because that they didn't heal themselves because they didn't clean their heart first.
But that's where I think different, because I wouldn't help nobody who come to me to harm another person. Because if I want to harm somebody, I would do it my goddamn self. I don't need a mediator, so I wouldn't do that, because it's like a spiritual oath that you took to help for the better, not for worse. So if they want to harm somebody on their own, I'm gonna send their ass away. That's what my I had a great aunt. She was a shaman. That she yeah, I had two aunts. The one, she, like, it was kind of like you're describing. She would do it quick, but because nowadays it's all about money. They'll take the money and do the evil deed. But I think I won't do that. Now if it's my enemy and they're sick, or let's say, because some women, they want to keep a man, and they're like, oh, give me a potion, I want to have him forever in my life. And yeah, I won't do that either, because you don't tie nobody to anybody. Just like I wouldn't want to be tied to nobody, I wouldn't do that to nobody too. So I don't know. I think I wouldn't do it. Now I understand that you said it's their responsibility, because you're the one preparing the what you will call it, the potion or the the poison. But they are the one who have to apply it, so it's on them. But still, I wouldn't have anything to do with it, because I feel it's karma. I don't know. It's, yeah, I wouldn't want that karma on me. I have to go to bed with a clear conscience every night. So that's how I would
Well,
that's
based
how
on
I
my
see it.
knowledge,
Yeah.
my conscience is gonna be clear because I know, right? I know that if the person that they want to kill, if the person is not guilty, then it's them that's
Yeah.
gonna die instead of the person. So this is why I let them do it. So they can't say I killed them neither. They can't say they come to me to kill somebody, I kill them instead. Nobody can really do that. So I'm with a clean conscience. I just know what I'm preparing to do, somebody gonna die. Either you that come to kill that person. No, that's a fact. And I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why I'm
right.
gonna tell you that. I'm gonna tell you that. This is the reason why I don't want to do it myself, because I don't know the person that you come to me. I don't know what they did. I don't know them. From top to bottom, nowhere. You just came to me and you mentioned. For all I know, you could be lying on that person. So I don't want to take the fall for you lying. So that's why what I'm preparing for you. I give you the tools now. So whenever you execute that mission, then it's either you or that person.
Right. Because if a true healer is gonna, because even if they want to come with you, come at you with a lie, like they want to help somebody, but if they really want to hurt somebody, if you're a true healer, you're gonna see right through them.
Yeah.
You're gonna make them, because even let's say your enemy comes to you and they're really sick and they need you to help them out, but they don't really fuck with you like that. So even though they're asking for help, they don't believe that you are gonna help them. So even if you give them the potion, like, okay, I'm gonna give you a spirit bath, I'm gonna bathe you for 3 days, we go in the woods, we're gonna cast out the demons and whatever, if they don't believe in it, it's not gonna help. Do you feel that way? Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I like voodoo, because it's justified. So that's why a lot of people would tell you that, man, I don't believe in that shit. That ain't nothing gonna happen to me. Now you better think that you know you're not guilty and nothing gonna happen to you.
Yeah.
You know?
Oshun, you be quiet. I want to hear from Oshun. What you think about what we're talking about? And Charles too. I think she. Both of your avatars are missing.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, what you think?
What about the healing the enemy or helping the enemy out?
Yeah, what you think?
I don't think I can help out an enemy. I don't think I can do it, because that's like setting myself up, isn't it? So I don't think I can do that. I can heal them and whatever else as well. So so the initiation thing, yeah, like you said, with that comes great responsibility. And I've been trying to knock on that door a few times too. Because I believe that that's where I should be. I should be initiated by now. I've been around certain stuff for a while. I don't really talk about it as much now, but yeah. And also, Ra, you sound like another person I know who does also spiritual works, and he said that how if he was to do works, he would just deal with a person on another level. He'll just take away their family and everything else to deal with it.
Damn.
You know. And leave nobody behind. Yeah.
But
hold on, my daughter's calling me. Yeah, go on. I'm listening.
Yeah, no, I was going to say I don't know if I made myself clear, but if let's say my enemy comes to me for help, I would help, because that's what I was told. You help every goddamn body. Only if they want to do something evil, you send them away. Go do it on your own. That's what I would do. But Naga thinks different. But I would help them, because it's a human being too. It's a being like me. He or she breathes too, just like me, and bleeds. So I would help. But I wouldn't that's what I say. Like even before they come to you, right, Naga, you can confirm. Even before somebody comes to you, you always at least my ancestors are gonna let me know. Look, this is this is on your path today or tomorrow or next week. Monique, get ready. And then I'm like, what is it? You're right. And then you're like, huh? Because you start feeling an energy like, what is this? That's not my energy. Who's this? Because they're already being your energy, because they're thinking of coming to you, right? So they're being your energy. So your spirit guides will pick it up, and you're gonna feel it the whole week. Like, what is this? And then the next day, somebody knocks at your door, and it's them. Like, oh, okay, that's what I was feeling. Then, the reading happens before they come. If you were
That's a
through
fact.
one.
That's a fact. That's why I'll prepare the things that I'll prepare. Because I remember I used to be little, doing my little thing, running around. Then out of nowhere, my grandfather would send me and my cousin to the river and get water. Why he'll go and into the garden and get stuff for my grandmother to cook. And he telling my grandfather, my grandmother to make some coffee, because we're gonna have visitors. So he don't have no cell phone where he had for somebody to call him and say, "Oh, I'm coming to your house." You know what I'm saying? He just knows somebody about to come for a certain thing, and he gotta be prepared for the person that's coming.
That's because we're an antenna ourselves, the body. If we didn't put so much junk into our body and all these chemicals and stuff, right? When I was younger, when the body was more pure, before I was eating all this junk, before I started I'm trying to like reverse all the damage I did eating this trash food. I could feel people out. I could feel their energy, you know, when someone's lying, or you could just feel the person out by their energy. That has kind of dwindled away. I have to hire my energy.
For me, I would say it's the music. Even though I have over the years I changed my diet, I completely removed meat from my diet, but I still eat like certain things that's not really healthy. But I think the even doing all these things, if I wasn't able to tap into the music, that would literally uh, transport me where I needed to be, or transform me, to the person I needed to be. I think that I was still being held behind or astray. So I think that is what did it for me is the music. The music put me in a zone or in a mode that where I could travel to different dimension, or I could see beyond the veil. I could be talking to somebody and I'm seeing that everything that they're not seeing, right? They're not saying, right? I could read between the lines and connect things, or finish, somebody else's sentence, or even showing somebody, how that's really what you wanted to say, but you said that because of whatever, because of that. So I felt like the music kind of put me, like I said, in that mode where I could literally tap into different version of myself, and because of that, I could also tap in different version of other people.
Like a whole nother frequency, like a trance,
Yeah,
like a something like that you can see beyond the two worlds, because then like you're between the living and the dead, so you are able to connect to them and then bring forth whatever needs to be brought forth from that side of the, so that you can give the message. My daughter's here again.
yeah, I feel like that's why music is a big thing in our society, and it's a different type of music. You know, that's what I think is because of that. They know the music is able to put you in the state they want to put you, right? So the music is playing everywhere. And it's the same thing when you do it in reverse. When you choose to listen to the music that you want to listen, then you put yourself where you supposed to be. Because music is vibration, right? And we are vibrational being, spiritual being.
Hmm. Music can get you into a trance if it's the right frequency. Especially for us, us, it's the beating of the drums because it goes with our heart rhythm. They say
Yeah.
when once it's synced with the rhythm of your heart, you might go in a trance. And other people have it with rock music. I don't know, soul music, whatever. It's it's your melody, that
It's right.
resonates with it.
You so right, Sister Alma, because the music we're listening to today in our society is a bass music. When you listen to the music, you go hear the bass, how the bass is, is kind of react, is kind of making your gut reacting a certain way. But when you're listening to that drum, it make your heart react in a different way. You see, the bass make your gut react. So now you can't really tap into your gut feeling no more because it's being disturbed, right? But with the drum, you could really tap into your gut feeling because it's your heart that's being disturbed, and the way it's being disturbed in a positive way because it got is this the drum got is at the same speed as your heart, you know because of that.
Mhm.
Yeah, because of that, then it help you tap into your gut feelings better, into your intuition.
Right. That's why they make that sound. Oh,
Yeah,
comes from the gut.
yeah.
And today's music is like it used to be what 340 what 342 hertz. Now it's 440 hertz.
Yeah, it used to be 432. It used to be 432.
Yeah, yeah,
Now it's 4.
430.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
now it's
440.
444.
44 or 40? Yeah, because
444.
the
It's four.
Earth's
Go ahead.
the Earth resonates with I think on 8 hertz. I thought it was 432, but it's only 8 hertz. Um, but yeah, ever since they started making CDs, that's where we all got messed up in the head a little bit, and the EMF. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what the drum is doing. The drum is mimicking that. That's what the drum the drum is doing. Is mimicking that, but it's mimicking that through your. Is when it's mimicking that, it making your gut react. When your gut's supposed to do that, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, because once you hear boom, 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 that's how man. Look, they say talking drums. I'm sure they got that too in Haiti. The talking drums. We call it the apinti drum. That's how they used to the so-called slaves, quote unquote slaves, used to communicate in the woods when they was trying to revolt or call up other slaves from the maroons, call other slaves from the plantations in the night. The slave owners would hear bum 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 bum. That's how they used to communicate. And nowadays, like if you in Suriname, of course it's the rainforest, right? If you get lost in the woods, you find a hollow tree, and they would knock on trees like pop 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 pop, and then because the echo, it would echo through the forest, and people would like, oh, it's like almost like Morse code. They would find a hollow tree and start pounding on that tree, pop 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 pop, and that's how they got found again.
And Haiti, I think they use that shell. I forgot what type of sea creature that came in that shell, but there is some type of shell, a big shell. Where your hand can go on the side of it. Then there is a little hole
Yeah.
in the head. Then they blow that. That's how we communicate. It come from the
Oh,
sea.
in Suriname, the spirit guide, we call it Luangu. The Luangu spirit uses that shell in the forest. Like, whoa!
Yeah, we use that shell. We use that shell to communicate. We go all the way on top of any mountain around us, and we'll blow that thing. And people will hear it in the whole ecosystem. People will hear it. And if it's somebody that's dead, that's how we let the whole environment know, the whole department know somebody is dead. That's how we let the whole department know that, all right, we got a ceremony going on. We got some, anything that we need to spread to the whole environment. That's how we spread it out. It's still happening today because in that part in the countryside of Haiti, we don't really have electricity like that. So therefore, we restricted to cell phone, TVs, and other type of communication.
They got that Busta Rhymes song. Who remembers that Busta Rhymes song? I think it was from his second album. He has like kind of in the video. I think the beat goes boom 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 boom. Oh man, it's got kind of like the tribal. And he's banging on the drums. Anyway, I'll play the song one day. Busta Rhymes.
Do you know
I'll
the
never
title of the
forget
song?
when I first heard hip hop, man, the African drum beat. I was hooked. I said, "This is my type of music."
Well, this is
Even
this
the
is go ahead.
No, I was gonna say even the dances they do nowadays, everything comes from the tribal dances, like the
Yup.
steps, the moves they make, even hip hop, like
The
all this.
Crip dance.
Man, yeah,
E-
it's
Even
all
the Crip
tribal.
walk, all that. Um, what's that new Memphis? Man, Memphis has some new dance. It's called the Memphis. Oh
I
man,
mean, You mean those shorts they be showing, like everybody doing the same dance?
Yeah,
Man.
the Memphis Chook or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
But I'll never forget. I seen the Crip Walk, and then one day I was at a powwow when I was younger, and I still didn't put two and two together. It looked similar, but at them days I didn't know that Aboriginals were the so-called black people too. But now that I look at it, because in California there's tribes there that moved from, I think, the South. They moved to Compton or something. I could be mistaken, but there's the tribes that live out there in Compton and LA and stuff. And if you look at the way the natives dance and the Crip Walk and the way the Ploods and Pyrus do their dance, it's the same.
Uh-huh.
And that one thing I wanna say is that I don't understand why a lot of natural stuff that we use in our culture, they're trying to make it African based. Like the drum. Why do they have to call it the African drum? Know
That's
what I'm
true.
saying? A lot of things. It's like they wanna make it a way that we don't have no type of connections in that
Well, I said
particular
it.
part of the land. Any type
I
of
said it
connection that we go ahead.
because they connect, like, Africa Bambaataa and all that. Um, when the Indians, or whatever label they want to put the tribes, like the Cherokee and stuff, so-called black people probably were already banging on drums and instruments themselves. But the deception of it is they told all the so-called black people they were from Africa, and they used that slave crap and say everyone was brought from Africa. So that's probably where it comes from, like Africa Bambaataa, and they use that whole African tribal uh, for hip hop and all that. So to keep that deception alive, you know what I mean? So
I agree. They're pushing the same narrative. They want us to detach from this land. Any attachment we have from this land, they want to remove it and attach it to the other mass land. So we would think that, all right, if we're connected to these things and these things came from over there, then we have to, by nature, we gotta come from over there. We don't have no type of connection here. It's like they want to make it look like this land right here was just empty. We only had people in Europe and we only had people in Africa. There was nobody in the Caribbean. There was nobody here. These lands was just empty, which is no, that's ludicrous. Hell no, this
right,
land wasn't
right.
empty. This land always had people.
I agree with that, and I'm not even African or any of that. Even though I did find a map that says they had a German civilization in Africa, the African Germans or something like that. I got a map, which blew my mind, but I don't know how real that is.
I agree. Based on my knowledge that I got from my own uh family from generation and generations, everything started in Africa. When I say everything, I'm talking about all the things that we consider to be unbalanced and in this side of uh uh in this side of the world. It started in Africa, right? Because we have records, and stories and songs, right? How we send, how we was helping these people, because on what they was going through, we had to send people to go to help them. So that right there stated that, all right, we ain't had these things going on there here. If we had these things going on here, we would have been focused on ourselves. Just like today, we see the mindset of the Aboriginal people, the mindset of the indigenous people, the way the picture is being painted is that, man, we all going through the same shit. We understand, but right now we need to focus on ourselves, right? Then what makes us think it would be anything different from back then? from back then, if we had to deal with the same thing the Africans had to deal with, we would just focus on ourselves. We wouldn't be going and helping them. Just like
I
right
want
now, we want to help them.
I want to know why they hide the fact that there was European slave ships. I want to know why they hide that, you know, and they try to make it look like all the slaves came from Africa. Why are they hiding the fact that slaves are from all over the world? They're not just so-called black people. There's slaves from everywhere, every culture. They've pretty
Well,
much hidden that whole thing.
in that
But the
sense, I would
reason,
just take it.
oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead, sis.
but the reason why they said that, how right, they didn't want white slaves no more, because the white slaves will go into, like they will go into cities and then they'll disappear. That's why they decided to have black slaves instead of white slaves, and as well. So that's, maybe you are right in that one, but there's also a reason why they changed it up in the first place, right? Because like black skin can, like, obviously cannot but you cannot disappear into a crowd of white people, in it. So that's why they made it like that. But I have heard about the Irish slavery and the other ones and all that, and even with the prisoner ships, where they sent a whole load of people in the prisoner ships to Australia, one of them places, which also has some form of slaves on there, some form of prisoners, some form of different stuff. But you can tell me if I'm wrong, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So
Nah,
No,
you're right. What the origin of slaves, really came. The only civilization that had slave, was Europe. That had slave, or what we call prisoners, because no other system on the world, according to my research and my knowledge, had prisoners. Europe was the first part that started to have prisoners, meaning that they started to punish and people for doing different things, and now it becomes overwhelming with people that's doing negativity, because that's what the culture was about, Centenalia. That's what it was about. It was just about negativity, but you had to be authorized in order for you to do that. If you had For you to kill somebody, you had to have the right to kill somebody. You couldn't just go and kill somebody. You had to get the right from the king, from the queens. In order for you to kill somebody, to do whatever you had to do, you had to get the authorization from the kings and the queen. And like I said, then you is a lot of people that start to doing things in their own hand. Now they're going to prison now, because they're not, they didn't get no authorization from the kings or the queens to do what they did. They just did on their own. Now they gotta pay the consequences. So over time, European had no more, it ain't had places to put these people, right? So Europe started to send these people overseas, but it's still in jail. They're still in jail, right?
right.
A lot of people will come here, will go to Africa, but it started with Africa first, because that's when we had Egypt in Africa. You know what I'm saying? So the queens and the kings would ship these people to Africa and have these people work, you know what I'm saying, for England. So the work that these people would do would benefit Africa and would benefit England. But over time, these people will earn their freedom, because prison is not forever. Just like today, you go to jail, unless you do certain crimes, you're not gonna be in jail forever. You know what I'm saying? So that's how it was back in the day. So these people had a certain amount of time for them to work to pay, you know what I'm saying, whatever they did. And once they finished pay that, whatever they did, it was up to them to go back to England or stay in Africa. And most of these people, they stay in Africa. You know, they marry into the Africans. They have their own tribe. They have their own, they blend in until they took over Egypt. And once they took over Egypt, now it was them against Europe. Now they felt like they had the same power Europe had, you know. So they started to take over. That's literally why. That's why we got slave everywhere, or prisoners of war everywhere. But it all started in Europe. Only Europe had that. But like I said, they had to send people certain places because they didn't have enough prison or enough working environment for these people. So they send them other places where they had benefits at, which was in Africa.
School covered a lot of that up because I was confused. I used to ask my grandfather, um, when our great grandparents came here, he told me they worked in tobacco fields, the corn fields, whatever they can get. I forgot how much, like a nickel an hour. So I don't remember, but it was my gramps and his 8 brothers and my great grandma and great grandfather in one apartment or whatever you want to call it. So, what's up, Drop? And the school had me lost. I didn't know what to believe. My gramps telling me one thing, and then school tell you, white people own slaves and this and that. And that's so far from true. Meaning not every single so-called white person own slaves. When I think all sorts of people own slaves.
Yeah, over time, hell yeah, all sort of people, because not even over time, the first people that got sent to Africa, they didn't get sent to white people that was in Africa. No, you had black people that was already have their own civilization rising up, right? They sent to these people, so now they're under the rules of these people working, for the benefits of their country where they come from. But they was barely get any benefit from that because they was prisoners of war. So all the work that you put, everything wasn't going to your family. You was barely get anything going to your family because you was working, for your country to pay your debt, to buy your freedom because you are a prisoner of war.
Hey, now dig this. Hey, is my shit real low? It
Nah,
normally
you
be
good.
low.
You're good.
Cool. Now it's basically like this. You don't work, you don't eat. Period. Right. That's what slavery is. It's like job and job. All right, cool. Every job is a form of slavery. Every owner of each company you work for is your master. I don't care what color he is.
That's facts. That's facts. That's literally how it started. These people was working for organization for different companies, and these companies become your master. When you was in your country, you was working for your country freely. Your country was your master. Now that you disobeyed the master, you did something that the master didn't allow you to do. Now you being in punishment. Now you in punishment. And your punishment is sending you
Say
into
what you said,
to a
but I'm gonna finish it. All right, cool.
right.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool, cool, cool. Now they got so mad. That's when Abraham Lincoln was like, "Y'all gonna free them niggas." It wasn't nothing about they cared about niggas. Y'all gonna free them because we ain't making no money up north. That's why y'all gonna free them, and that's what the war was over. That's how mad they was that they went to war for the jobs that we obtained, and they reversed the game to our kids and called it slavery. They'll point out a shitty job you work at and act like that's how it was. When you had plantations where it was barbecues every day, they dancing and doing everything every single day, fucking doing all the shit, but they won't tell you about the good job. No, they ain't gonna tell you about the good job. They gonna be like, well, white niggas just said they act like everybody was getting hit with whips and hung from ropes, and it's just so far from the fucking truth. If you hang my mom, we killing you in your sleep. There's no way around it. You gotta go to sleep. I don't care who you got watching, and that's with any race or any. My bad, I got kind of long winded. Y'all got it.
Now you got it, bro. You could cook, bro. We all been cooking, for a minute. You got it. You could cook.
All right, now cool. Then that's just the dynasty we talking about. Now let's flip it when niggas ran the world for 5,000 years, right? And all the sick shit they was doing. See, anything that rule gotta do sick shit, or you can't rule. It shouldn't be no rulership. That's perfect harmony. But due to the fact that people will say fuck you and kill you for no reason, They'll rule over you. We don't understand it. How they can just drop a bomb and kill a whole city. No, we don't understand that. They think empathy, right? And there's no color to this shit. That's another place they do this. There's evil black people, evil white people, evil Chinese people, evil Mexicans, and there's good black people, good white people, and so on and so on. So once they trained you to see a color and put a asterisk on it, like, all right, he white, he the devil. All right, he black, he from the hood. He ghetto, he a gang member. All right, that's a Mexican. He'll work for $3. You lost. That's the form of indoctrination. Instead of looking around you like, FA ain't about to do that shit for no $3. Not FA, I know. Oh, that yeah, never mind. But just points on division is what's happening when they even talk about slavery. And if that's the case, if we go 100 years from now, the people ahead of us is gonna look back, right? And they're gonna say, man, you went to work all day for $12 an hour, all day. You a slave. It's a
Yeah, but
different
they had
time.
no choice, bro.
I'm
They
saying it's
had
a
no
different
choice.
time. What my point is, and I'm gonna give it to you. It was normal. And it's normal to work for 15 an hour right now. 100 years from now, them people gonna look back at us and call us slaves. The same way we looking back at them. You trying to get your whole family on the right plantation. You trying to get your whole family hired in at this certain company. And they just do it now in a subtle way. It's the same. It's the same, bro.
Let me put it like this, Job. What's the same in our reality? What I look at is the people in prison right now. You got people in prison right now in every nation that's working for literally cents. For cents. They're getting cents per day. You know, and the quality of the work that they doing is top notch. You know what I'm saying? So they're making your paper plates, they're making your sneakers, your clothes, all type of things. You got people in jail doing all these things. I'm looking at these people as slavery. These people are slaves. They don't got no choice but to work for that little bit of money. Other than that, you're just gonna be in jail for
No,
go
them
ahead.
niggas got locked the fuck up and they got captured and they hostages, they prisoners of war. I get that
Exactly.
part. But now
Exactly.
let's talk about the free ones over there in China. They free. They making 10 cents an hour in a bag of rice. And they free. Let's talk about the cobalt miners where they got their kids down there and all that shit. Man, they making pennies, but they free. They got the mind. If you hungry, you'll do anything. Don't let nobody fool you. Go 6 months without eating. You'll rob a bank. You'll take some food out of kids' fucking hand, walking past you. If you starving,
Hell yeah.
all that shit go out
Well,
the window.
well, I'm too smart for that. I know how to go. Me myself, I know how to go in the jungle or in a garden that's I know that's far from society, right? And get things for me to eat. I know how to do all things. I know how to kill my own, right? I would rather go back to eating meat, kill my own animals for me to eat, go and do my own thing before I will have to make it that my first choice, knowing the consequences that come with it. Right now in the society, I know if I go and steal something
How
right now,
long?
I might get
How
caught.
long?
Go ahead.
How long would you have? How long would you have to go without food before you do that option? I'm just curious.
Man, the minute that I realize that I'm hungry and there's no way that I could eat, right? I'm gonna find a way. That's the minute that I'm be like, all right, man, boom.
So you
Right now,
telling me,
yeah.
you never went without no money for something to eat in your life,
Yes.
and you telling me you went out into the woods and started picking berries.
I was
I
doing that
don't
since
believe.
I was little. I've been doing that since I was little. Listen,
Not
my
because
I
you
used
was
to have.
hungry. That's because you saw the berries and the apples and the pear trees, and we was kids. I'm talking about you got fired from your job. Bam, you got $1.87 in your pocket, and you gotta eat for the week. You telling me you done went out there and done started picking berries and shit? No, you didn't. I don't believe you. If you did, you a strong man, and I
No, no,
salute
no,
you.
no.
You
Right
nature
now,
boy.
as a grown man, right now, as a grown man, right? If I don't have $1 for me to eat, I have a plan for me to get $1 to eat the next day or the next, or at least I
Right,
never spend
exactly.
three.
I'm
Hold on,
right
I
with
never
you.
spent. Yeah, I never spent 3 days that I don't know what I'm gonna do. And as a man right now, I could spend 3 days without eating nothing. As a man right now, I could do it, but I never did that. I never was in a situation where I had to do it. If I didn't have money or food to eat today, I know the next day how I'm gonna get it, or I know the day
Right.
after how it's
We
gonna
on the
come.
same page. Yeah, we on the same exact page. I thought you were saying, man, if I don't got no dollar off to the jungle, I go. That's what I thought you were saying. But I know what you're saying. Like, no, it's never gonna come to the point where I gotta go to the jungle. But if it do come to that point, I know how to go to the jungle. I
Facts.
get you.
Yeah. Facts. We on the same page. Hell yeah. And to go back on how you put it, I like how you put it, right? Because you see the point that way I was talking about, that the people that's kind of prisoners of war, these people don't got no choice. But the other people that you mentioned is the people that is that's when I would agree with what Kanye West said. These niggas are slaves by choice. You get what I'm saying? They choose to be
Yeah, that was a
to
mic
work for
drop
that.
right there. I never
Yeah.
heard nobody put it like that when Kanye West said that. That was fire right there. You need to chop that part up, Charles was, and make it short. Go ahead, you got it.
Now, yeah, you feel me? That's why I agree. You know, with everything what you said. You know, basically everything that's being said. I know you was gonna cook. That's why I'm like, nah, you got it, because we've been cooking. I've been cooking. You know, and Charles opened the panels. He been cooking, and the Ocean and so I was just cooking with them. So I'm like, nah, I know you're gonna cook.
Yeah, I be chilling, man. They gave me a strike, right? Now here goes some bullshit, right? Here, look, they give me a strike. I made a video called Clout Chasing, right? Where I was clout chasing. I downloaded 3 videos of some other people that got clout. I put them on the thing, right? Boom, I played the premiere. Bam. So we got action, right? Them motherfuckers strike my shit talking about hate speech, such and such and such and such. But a part where I had Rizza Islam and Mag Bitter Truth coming back to back, right? So I'm like, hold on. You took my video off, gave me a strike, but all 3 of them videos is still on? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Y'all motherfuckers did that on purpose, really telling me fall back for a minute, chill out, but we take your whole fucking channel. Which is cool. I get what they doing, but I'm saying I shouldn't have been able to get that video to play if that video get my channel struck for bullying and whatever. They were talking about the Jews and all that stupid crap. Right? So now my thing is they agent? How was y'all videos still up? One was off my expert opinion. The other one was off Mad Bitter Truth channel. How was y'all shit still up? I got it off y'all channel. I can understand a copyright claim. I get all that. Not no flag for bullying and such and such and such and such and all this other stupid ass shit. That means something, man. If they flagging you, but it ain't even your video, and they strip the video down saying this is not YouTube, whatever, whatever, whatever. But then you can still go watch the video that they took from you, but they didn't take it from them. They the police. They an agent. There's something different about that. When you get to watching these Hassan candles, when you get to watching these thing. You like, man, yeah, he got 500K subscribers. I guarantee it. He ain't got his channel took. Never got a flag. Then they lie and say they got flagged, right? And say their channel got took. Then you look at their channel and it be like 7 years old. He's a lying bitch, right? So look, I don't even know if this has anything to do with what we talking about. I'm just saying, now that YouTube became a money making machine, they regulating this shit way harsher. But yeah, y'all got it. So cool, y'all just gone. All right, cool. All right, cool. I was watching some videos, right, about plants, right? You know, like the I forget what they call the type of plant it's called, but you know, like the Venus flytrap. They got all kind of other things. It's some type of the shit that eat bugs. All right, listen, man. I saw a hornet get caught in a Venus flytrap. The motherfucker closed on me. The hornet couldn't get the fuck out. First of all, after it closed on it, dude came back. It looked like it was a hornet still there, right? When he opened the Venus flytrap up, and then the whole inside of the hornet was hollow. It just sucked everything from the inside without disturbing the outside of the body. That is insane. And this is a plant, stupid person. Look, Charles, I ain't about to do this, man. Y'all not about to leave me up here, bro. No real what, bro. Let me show you how this- Charlie Brown. Oh, shit. All
My
right,
bad.
cool. I was watching another video, right? Where dude took some he scooped up some muddy water, right? Put a dot under that shit under a microscope, right? You see all the organisms in it that you couldn't see with the naked eye move. Then he put the water and he distilled it. He boiled it. Put it back under the microscope and wasn't nothing moving. So that boiling your water is some real shit. That really works.
What about when someone had said when you put chemicals in the water, it's sort of like killing all the minerals and stuff that we need. You know, when they add all these alleged chemicals to our drinking water, it's making it sterile water is no good. I forgot who said that. I think it was Be What It Is, because he works for a water company. And
yeah.
And microwaving your water too is very, very bad.
Hey, some people say like soak your jewelry in your water for a couple days, put some ice in that shit and drink it. But look, dig this. They even tell you when you were a kid, if anything get added to water, it's not water no more. It doesn't do what it's supposed. Water is not supposed to. Your body not supposed to grab it or nothing. It's supposed to cleanse your system. Everything's supposed to flush out and piss out. That's what water for. If you don't drink enough water, too many toxins build up in your body. If your body starts storing water, you got a problem. It might start storing in your ankles, might start storing on your knee. It might, and then you got a problem because you're not supposed to store water. You're just supposed to stay hydrated. Hydrated don't mean you got a lot of water in you. It means you got a lot of antioxidants out of you. Damn. You know what? I ain't about to do this, Charles. I don't feel like going in no bag, man. Back down.
Go ahead. Cook.
No, it's over with, man. I should be having me tired and everything. Because it don't be me talking. I keep trying to tell y'all it don't be me talking because I can give a fuck less. All right, cool. I'll talk about what I want to talk about. Hey, in my fantasy football team, right? I need 10 points to win $50. If I don't get 10 points from Tony Pollard, you see how people don't give a fuck about that? Because I wouldn't if you just said it. But nah, yeah, I'm about to back down, man. About to back down, buddy. But yeah, send me that verse acapella, man. Just send me a verse and send it. Just go to your voice memos. Just say that same verse and then send it to my messenger on my phone number. And then I got it from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna send that verse. The one I did the other day. On my live stream. I'm gonna send that same verse.
I might can just go, if you can send me the timestamp, I can just go grab it off of there too. But you only gotta send it again. You find the timestamp, let me know what it is. I can just go crop it.
Alright, for sure.
Alright.
You know who FRENCHY-KUSH is?
Frenchy, nah.
He used to go to Bro Sanchez. He makes a lot of music. I played his stuff at the beginning of this video.
He nice.
Yeah. He makes his own beats. He was showing the stream I did yesterday. He came on. He was showing his little studio he got in his apartment.
That's dope. Hell yeah, that's dope, man. I like artists, man.
Gabriel said to you, Drop, let me jump on the track with the German verse and the verse in Russian. Why not? We got to talk to Sir Drop, though.
Hell yeah, you can do it with Russian. Hell yeah.
There's a lot of people with skills in this community. I think we could make some fire music.
Hey, I got one I'll be about to drop, but I just want to keep it to myself with the shit called terms and shit, right? Man, the shit's so fire, bro. Cause I talk in my like natural tongue. Now, what I mean by I talk with my natural tongue, I don't formulate what the fuck I'm about to say in a free word base. So I just go, and then the words that come out don't be words. They don't be the man in the chair. It'd be like Mark, and it'd be some shit like that, right? Where, bro, but then look, after I do like 15 sentences of it, I'd be like translation, and then I just say it in English what I just said. The shit dope as fuck, bro. But I'm thinking about saving it and doing it in the studio for real instead of just band labbing it. And I could really take it in the studio and really do it for real. But I don't know, it's fire, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I'll probably say that over because when I say it, I want to, sometimes when I say my rhyme on here, there's no enthusiasm with it. I'm just saying it. And I have no, what's the word I'm looking for? No.
Enthusiasm.
Yeah.
Cadence.
Like no enthusiasm. If I was in the studio, it'd be different. I'd be so picky, people would get tired of me. I'd be like, nope, start it over. Especially the old studios before computers,
No, but once you gotta let the engineer do their thing, you would think it's gonna be like that till they start mixing it, adding a reverb here, putting a duplicate there, and it'd be like, oh, okay, now that shit, okay. All they need is the vocals. Most engineers just need the vocals. You don't even gotta know how to sing. You can send them some vocals of you saying, I wanna see the world so bright. And they'll send that shit back. I wanna see the world so. And it'll be like, damn, man, that shit really sound like I can fucking sing. Yeah, just let the good engineer just give them the vocals, man.
You gonna drop a verse? Drop on the verse that I wouldn't know the title. But yeah, I try to stay on topic, but sometimes it's hard for me to stay on topic. I start to wander off.
Hey, that's one thing I don't do. every my shit be like footnotes. Like every 4 bars might be about something completely different. Because people only listen for 4 bars before they say, "Let me get a light" or something. So cool, every time they tap in and be like, "Yeah, you know, something different."
It's never embarrassing, Joe King. Well, yeah, I began stage fright. If I had to go on stage, I'd be nervous for failure. But sometimes failure can create elevation. So who else came in here? Peace to Gabriel, Joe King, Rebecca. That would be crazy to get a verse in Russian or German. Gabriel said, drop. He said, it's good you changed the topic. He said, that's good because nobody listens to someone who talks about the same thing the whole time. That's true. I'd be all over the place. I could say something different each line because I would fit it all into one line. I learned how to do that by listening to people like Rakim and RZA and Killer Priest. How one line could mean a whole story. Who was your favorite MC growing up? Drop.
Scarface.
I knew you were going to say that.
Before him,
He is
though,
dope.
like when I was a kid, though, it went just like this. Rakim, boom, branched off of Rakim and started fucking with that's when that gangster shit started coming in. Started fucking with Ice Cube and WA and all that, probably like 1990. That's what got me off of hip hop rap, right? I was like, hip hop rap, ain't nothing so cool. Now I'm listening gangster, gangster, and all that stupid ass shit, right? Then boom, the Ghetto Boys came out, and I used to buy the Ghetto Boys album just to hear Scarface. I didn't even give a fuck about the others. Bushwick and Willie D, they was cool, but it was always Face, right? So boom, Face came out with the solo. So now, boom, now I get a deep thought with the gangster shit. So it all made sense in my mind frame because I'm a deep thought gangster ass nigga. So now boom, it makes sense. Now mind you, so at this time, I'm probably like 14, 15, Scarface probably like 22. You know what I'm saying? So bam, you got an OG giving you the game, but he also telling you to beat niggas up and all that shit. But then if you listen to his later album, he deep as fuck, dog. But the best rapper in the world probably is that's just my favorite rapper. I don't know if he the best rapper in the world probably would be either K Reno.
KRS?
No, hell no. K Reno. No, it went KRS nice though, but you know, he only used to give us like 3 songs off the whole album every time. But they'd be bangers. But after my philosophy, he kind of started falling off. But I'm just
Method
talking
Man.
about the
To me,
difficulty. Method Man.
Yeah, Method Man.
Man,
He don't give a whack verse to me, in my opinion. He's a real lyricist. Him and Killer Priest.
Not Killer Priest difficult. I like difficult. Like I like the difficultiness of what somebody writing. I gotta be like, damn, how the fuck you think of that, dog? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of niggas got style and pizzazz and wordplay, but when you say something I never could have thought of until you said it, I like that type shit. I'll be alright. That was like Nas would do that shit.
I remember on the,
Go ahead.
you ever heard of Holocaust? He was on that RZA album, Bob Digital. That verse he got on there, I think the song is called Holocaust. He's, man, I thought he was gonna be, that verse alone blew my mind away. I said, man, like you said, I was like, how do you think of all that? The way he put it together and the words he used. And then I don't know what happened to him after that. He still rhymes, but I don't think he could top that verse.
Hey, look up the matter of fact, I don't know if you at your laptop. Can you play something right quick? I can play something right quick. Hold on. I'm gonna just play it through the speaker. These niggas hard as fuck, man. You ever heard of the horseshoe game?
Wait.
They from
Isn't that
Cali,
with
right?
oh, I thought you were gonna say you sound familiar. Maybe I'm mixing it up with somebody from down south. Horseshoe.
Nah, you know who Crooked Eye is? You probably don't know who he is.
Yeah, of course. He was with
Alright, now Crooked Eye got 4 brothers, right? And that's they all brothers. It's 5 brothers counting Crooked Eye. But his 4 brothers got their own little group and shit. I'm about to let you hear something right quick.
Crooked Eye. Wasn't he on death row? And then he was with that group of Eminem with
yeah, man, Slaughterhouse. Yep.
Mhm.
Eminem, Joe Buttons, Eminem, Royce 5'9", and Joel Ortiz.
he was on tracks with Dr. Dre. And I'm like, Crooked Eye is nice. He's like one of the few lyricists in the West Coast. Like most of them do gangster rap or whatever label. They have their own sound. But Crooked Eye is a lyricist. He used a lot of he's real lyrical. You know who's nice? People be sleeping on? Ludacris. Trying to think of some trash rappers like 6ix9ine. So many trash. Go ahead.
Let me see something right quick. I'm about to tell me if you can hear this and shit. Hold on. That ain't not playing yet. Hold on.
Yeah, I seen that Joe King. Yeah.
Hey,
hold on.
You can hear this?
Yeah.
Listen to these lyrics right quick, man. These niggas ill. They rapping off that Twister beat.
It disappeared.
Can you hear it?
A little bit. And he's rhyming quick. kind of hard to hear it a little bit. Maybe put it closer.
Yeah, I know how to do it. Yeah, but what's dope is they all.
Oh, there you go.
Hang it in Satan's gallery, but I'm not evil. Holy like I came from gallery. Straight insanity, give me the fucking shield, give me the fucking kill. I can't imagine me giving the fucking real. None of us should grill, blow your dome off the gate. Anatomy, now that motherfucker can't imagine me coming to fucking chill. Riders from the west side, under my pillow, calling my bed style. If you got my brother to understand that shit, just remember like your music, we don't play that shit. To the O, S to the O. We can't for your hoe. We can pay for the blow. We in it to win it, the minute we claiming it though. Fuck you, pay me. Don't finish fuck. Pay me. I got some more. All you hate that shit, pay up and pay what you owe. Get it up and straight up and end up with I keep it straight up for show. Y'all just straight up for show. Just your flow, like a mix for cycle. Straight up, you know, I'm an instrumental cycle. Reminiscing of a nigga named Michael. I'm a thrill. I wake up with flows. I never make up with hoes. I put the max in your face. That's how I make up with hoes. Hoes, yeah, I made up with those. And every one of my hoes at one, you know, I got to sit up on nothing known but them chemicals. Just take one, I go. Wait a minute, let me switch gears. When I'm flipping the board, to the store, but I'm like I'm gripping the store, the big spear. I should win in the war. Sick of this shit. Shit, cheer. My swag is celebrated when I step up in the street. Every chick cheer, girl, sit here, lift wrist here. Let me skeet on your tits, it's just smear. When I'm fucking the woman, I'm up in the stomach. My dick is in belly. I'm sincere. Y'all not fly, you pretty square. You couldn't get a pretty woman if you was dressed in rich gear. Your bitch real, make my face off. She never girl of mine for her pink off. Yo, plain, you can only call my bitch plain because she flop. Should I carry on? I love a landing strip, feeling good. Yeah, I got the heart of Machiavelli. I brought a Machiavelli, you be falling like a petty. Whatever you thought about it, we thought of it already. Whatever you started, I bet you we got it already. You better be ready for the death, because melodies were ready. And I chop you like I brought a damn machete. Fuck porn stars. With stars, I 69, like I'm calling back your celly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, just type in Horseshoe Gang Cypher and you'll be able to see it though. But the way they be coming in and out with each other and shit, it's like 5 of them motherfuckers. That shit be dope as fuck. But they got a lot of lyrical shit though. They don't even rap no other shit, but who got the best bars, you know what I mean? Like they compete with each other on every song and
Yeah.
shit. Sort of like
I
some
like how
shit.
they rap quick. There's not many that can do that. And be lyrical at the same time. Like Twista's alright.
And
I know
they
Busta
don't
can
do
do
it
it.
all the time neither though. They don't even rap like that all the time neither. They
That's even better.
mhm.
Because that means they could switch it up.
What I like about that group is they compete with each other. Like every song, you can tell they trying to outdo each other. So it just make everybody's shit so hard. Like you ain't about to flame me, and they all thinking like that. So they going in there and they like that shit dope. But yeah, man, I'm about to get up out of here, man. I'll be in the chat here in like 20 minutes if you're still live.
Alright, drop.
All right.
Alright, man. Peace. Thanks for coming up. And I'll send you that verse. There's an app called Rap Frame. I never heard of that. Rap Fame. What's up, Christos? Everyone dipped out. Yeah, I was hearing that thing, Joe King, by Redman. He was driving over like older beats. Redman, like people like Redman and Method Man, that was like that combo, and they're still going to this day. They'll always be a household name, and They're just lyrically insane. Like, I like Method Man as one of my top 3 MCs, but in reality, my top MC ever of all time is entire Wu-Tang Clan. I can't pick one. I have to put them all because they're all nasty with the lyrics, and they all have their own style, all 9 or 10. Actually 12, because they even added Redman. I think Redman and Sean Price were added, and Prodigy of Mobb Deep. They all considered members of the. Sean Price said he was like the 12th member. You got Redman's probably the 10th or 11th member. People forget like about Loud and Dark Man, or even like Everlast. I was listening to Everlast. I play his song sometime in the beginning of the live stream. He's insane with his lyrics. That song, The Calling.
Just leave the years go on the way to Caesar's gold. Just leave the years go on the way to Caesar's gold.
Yeah. When they ask you where the hook at, tell them we ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood. We don't want no hood. Cause we don't need no hood. We don't need no hood. So when they ask you where the hook at, tell them we ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood. We don't want no hood. Cause we don't need no hood. We don't need no hood. Yo. Mary Jane, J. Jonah Jameson rap shit. Got your Gwen Stacy doing magic tricks on my Dick Tracy. Say he, violence with the stylist, graphic novel style violence. Moment of silence. Administer grit grime, Rick Grimes, Rick James with a sick rhyme. Wouldn't advise standing next to him when he devouring the rest of them. Flesh between his teeth and still likes to eat his vegetables. These niggas ain't just Blaze, obviously just braised broccoli. Cleaned the plate properly. Analog Academy alumni, never quantizing with them other guys otherwise. Others try for the #1 spot. Why? Fuck a song cry, rather make a crowd die. Cause when it's all said and done, it's only one. So until they close the curtain, sing along and have fun, yo. So when these motherfuckers ask you, tell them we ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood. We don't want no hood. Cause we don't need no hood. We don't need no hood. Said I'm cutting down studio time from writing rhymes. We ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood. We don't want no hood. Cause we don't need no hood. We don't need no hood.
Alejandro! Spit it more scary, B. Nigga tall, getting more Lipitor calories. The likable, unlikely to fight me. Sightseeing, wife beating, meeting politely. I might be the best there is at this shit here. Stand clear from weird cats. Get money, we need check, Sean. Master my art, gunball DMX song. Shot by the Wesson. Rock grimy, I'm not on Hot 97. Rosenberg played me at late night. I'm too old to be up late to listen to late night. That's right. State to state, great, relate with real dudes. Some of them nerds who got the urge to kill you. A true chief taper. Play the beat, need a pen and loose leaf paper.
Keep your hands in the sky if you fly. Tell them why we ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood. We don't want no hood. Cause we don't need no hood. We don't need no hood. Till these motherfuckers cut me a check, you can bet we ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood. We don't want no hood. Cause we don't need no hood. We don't need no hood. For real, them Anunnaki cats really body bagging tracks. Still he heard your verbal skills trill. Dean say he turned the heat up, turned the beat up, but my headphones are saying murder, murder, kill, kill.
just couldn't keep it together, cuz mean as he ever was. Guilty as Simpson trying to squeeze on his leather gloves. Squeeze on his weapon snub nose against your nose. Gathering your clothes for your clothes casket. Tuxedo we dressing up. Messing up when they plug that mic in and let us in. Night fight, fight or flight with them I never recommend. Swallow with that medicine. Pressuring, windpipes, never catch your breath again. I will now settle, let the crowd speak. Gotta stop yelling with that metal in your mouthpiece. So sit still and just try to guard your grill. Hands up in the air and sing the chorus if you will. I cannot seem to find that fuck that I gave. I hit the stage, we ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood. We don't want no hood. And we don't need no hood. We don't need no hood. When them niggas start spitting them rounds, you duck down. We ain't got no hood. We ain't got no hood. Cause we don't want no hood.
Little intermission. I had to go take a poop. No, I'm joking. Call that the smoke break. What's up, Kimba? Kimba, every time Kimba comes up, I think of Kimbo Slice. Who remembers that fighter? I don't get how that fighter died. How can you be in that much shape and die? Kimbo Slice. I just made some coffee, but I don't want to drink it. I got a nice cup of orange juice. Well, I gotta send one of these rhymes to Sir Drop. I got a bunch of new stuff I've been writing. I've been trying to like take words and break, like I'll show you for instance. It's kind of hard though, the way I want to do it. Let me get into my rhymes here. I said, if I'm ever broke, I'll commit a crime like screw it. And if I ever get caught, I'll say the devil made me do it. People don't take responsibility for when they're wrong. In today's world, it's the same old song. Today you're here, and then tomorrow you're gone. Just a vast memory slowly fading away. Soul rips from the flesh. Our presence on earth isn't a permanent stay. Nah, but like words like yeah, I know I wrote some down. Where'd it go? When you take a word, let me see, I know I wrote some down. Right here. Hey, what's going on? Like the word attire, right? You could use the word attire, the word A-T-T-I-R-E, or attire, you know, when you do that with words. What do they call it? Double entendres? I don't know. They all these names for shit nowadays. Like they got the record label Duck Down. So I said, I'm a white boy, and boy, I'll fuck you up. You're just a hoe in this game. Get on the track and strut. I'm old school like Nintendo. Ducks I hunt and get plucked. A duck down when I lick off a shot and buck. So if people know Duck Down Records, you got Buckshot, who was an MC. If anyone could have put that together. Maybe I shouldn't have said something to see who could put that together. Brotherly love, Cain and Abel. Utter violence, banging heads off the coffee table. Unstable, toe tagged and labeled. by weaponry forged by Azazel, staggering, off balance equilibrium, lurking in your gut feeling, I'm that evil bacterium. You having a bad day, I'm here to make it worse. The elite use witchcraft, but it doesn't coerce. Church. People acting tough, thinking they're really something, until I whistle, and the soldiers that I summon start unloading shots sounding like a marching band drumming. And the soldiers that I summon lick off shots sounding like a marching band drumming. I like those down south marching bands. They're mostly like drums, bass. That's the best part of the band. I don't know about all the horns and shit, but I like when there's like 70 drummers and like, I forgot what them big drums are called that you hit from the side. When you got like 20 of them and it's just loud, mad drums. I said something in one of my rhymes like a magician, I'm pulling guns out the dash. Then I said something like a magician, I'm pulling guns out the dash. I forgot what buttons in the car I used. I think it was like air conditioner, something, brake lights. I don't know, air conditioner, something to get full access to the stash. I should have said air conditioner, fan, something to get full access to the stash. Pulling guns out the, like a magician pulling guns out the dash. Don't be stealing my shit either.
Just got back, Charles. Nobody's be stealing Charles' shit, right? That's funny. I figured come up for a little bit and hang out with you.
I know 50 Cent used that. I was listening to a song and he said something to that. It's like how he pressed buttons in his car and a gun would come out somewhere. But I thought of that way before 50 even made that.
You know, all of those songs, you gotta wonder who makes them all and gives them to the singers to sing, you know, if they're supposed to program us all.
Yeah, well, a lot of people have ghostwriters. I don't consider that an artist at all. I don't. When I was coming up, you had to write your own lyrics. You know, who goes into a studio and raps somebody else's lyrics? What skills is that? It's embarrassing.
Well, okay, you ready for me to dive deep? Well, not too deep. Sorry, not too deep.
Hopefully you can swim. Hopefully you can swim.
Right? Not too deep because I'm pretty high and medicated. It's been a long day already. But think of it this way: if they want to program us all, I'm thinking, is there one main source to pump out all the, you know, like you say, ghostwriter? I thought that for a while, but it's like, what if they have a group or main source, whoever, and they have to rewrite them all? Rewrite them all. They write the songs and literally they have to give them to people to sing this way. It's like, okay, you sing that in this program, you that. So it makes me wonder, is it a ghostwriter for just each one? Or is it like an industry, you know, of people that are passing down songs to program the people, you know? That's what I think.
I try to rap more positive stuff, but when I'm in a bad mood, like I could say, I remember this one rhyme I wrote. I said, indoctrination of a nation. The masses are so blind, they can't see what they're facing. They've lowered our vibration, lost concentration, poisoning your body through drugs and medications. There isn't a pill pharma can provide that can heal the pain I feel inside. When my negative and positive collide, unleashes fury and my balance divides. I learn to collect my thoughts and put the bullshit aside. A warrior's greatest weapon when they're using his mind. Let me chill.
Damn. You did all that, Charles?
Yeah.
That's a good one. And your feelings come out in music too. So even though you say even more positive, it's normally, right, Gabriel? It was fire. Normally your feelings come out. So I don't see it so much as like, you know, not positive. It's your feelings. You're singing from your soul, you know? That's how you feel.
Yeah, I remember I started writing when I was like 12. Actually, it wasn't even writing. It was just, I said my first rhyme. I remember some of it, but shit, I got my friend who remembers rhymes that I don't even remember. He's like, yo, you remember when because we did a tape. We were 19. And we used a Funkmaster Flex PlayStation beat maker. We made like 12 or 13 beats. More or less, he made most of them. And we made a tape, and it had like intermissions with we took clips of movies and for like interludes, and we had songs all different types. One for the ladies, blah blah blah. And I got to talk to my nephew, and he started rhyming a verse that I don't even remember writing it. And I'm like, damn, bro, you memorized my whole shit. He's like, yeah, it's one of my favorite rhymes you ever wrote. And it feels good to have people that like my writing, because most of the time I think my shit's trash. I could do better and better and better.
That's how I feel about my paintings, Charles. We're our own worst critic, you know.
But that's part of being an artist. You want to elevate more, and you can do better. And that's a lot of people that have masterpieces, they don't even like them. Like if you notice artists that have songs that are super popular, like Redman, he don't like Muddy Waters. He said, was it Muddy Waters? No, it wasn't. It was one of those albums he put out that I loved. Was it Muddy Waters? Or was it? I don't know. There's an album he put out that I love, and he won't perform. He says he don't like it. Just like Method Man, the METHOD man. He said he hated that song. He had to learn to love it. So, yeah, you see it everywhere with creators. They just they're just, I don't know. I can't find a word for it.
It's like we like to challenge ourselves. It's, you know, we like to challenge, to improve. Yeah, because otherwise it's like, what's the point, right? If you're just spinning your wheels. If you're not getting any better to me, you're spinning your wheels. That's how I feel for me, you know. I like to just go back and be like, ooh, I progressed. Good, I'm doing something right. If not, I'm just sitting here. Actually, that's the definition of insanity, Charles. Think about it. It is, right?
I remember, yeah. Well, a lot of people that are insane or are labeled insane are very creative.
Yeah, that's true.
Thanks, Gabriel. Gabriel says that was nice, that rhyme I said. I was like, I always like the saying food for thought. So I remember I said, man, I said something, and then I said food for thought. Take it in, let it digest. Food for thought, take it in, let it digest. Apply it to life and don't let no one stop your progress. But I don't remember what I said before all that to get to the part where I said food for thought. Because I was trying to make it sound like, you know, you got to eat something, let it digest through your body. You know, food for thought. You don't really eat it, but
Yeah, you take it in, think about it. Yeah, let it sit with you. Sit with it. That's what I like to say to people. When people are busy talking at you all the time, sometimes I like to say something and just be like, just sit with that for a minute and we'll talk about it later.
show some of your paintings, Kimba. You got some
Oh,
nice paintings.
I know. I have like
Start selling them cheap, you know.
I'm gonna. I just got my sister's room somewhat set up. Right now, I'm practicing on old canvases because I'm finding out you can redo the ones you messed up because they have to be in decent shape. I'm finding out you could sell these. I was gonna like really lowball it because I'm not into money. I'm just not. But when I think about the supplies and the paint and all that, I'm finding out some of these go for a little higher than I thought. So I'm not going to go that high, but it's a process. I got to set up. Thankfully, this room has all red walls. See that? Look, it's all blank red walls, which is going to show.
That's my favorite color. I like red.
So it's all blank walls, and what I'm going to do is hang out a lot of. Now a lot of them are stored in that closet. I got 3 on, so I'm saying I'm a mad scientist over here with painting. I got 3 on the deck drying, 2 on the table, canvases. I'm already mixing my own paint, making my own gesso. You can ask me how to make gesso. I can tell you all the chemicals and the measurements. And I got also YouTube. I'm hanging up the pictures.
Well, red is a woman's color, though. You know that, right? What red attracts men. And blue attracts women for some reason. This is what I heard. I don't know how true it is. That's why women wear red lipstick to attract the men. They're attracted to the red lipstick. And I was like, I don't like red no more. No.
Right. Or the red nail, the red dress, the red nail polish. Okay.
I try not to believe all that stuff because who is anyone to own a color, right?
Right.
Or just like when Satanists use numbers, and they don't own none of that. I could take some numbers and stuff they use for evil, and I could do good with it. What? Because they use the goats are evil now. Like, come on.
It's your intent behind it. Exactly. It's all your intent. People are quick to say, that's bad. That's a bad symbol. That's a bad word. That's this, that's that. And I'm always like, well, what's your intention behind it, though? Like, do you have a bad intention or is it a good one? Because, well, we can go back to the English language, but we will not.
Do you know how hard it was for me coming up to rhyme? Like, not to make it a racial thing, but a white boy going into a neighborhood where there was all, anyone but white people, you better be nice. You better come strong.
Right.
Or you're just going to get booed. And I used to go and battle, and I wouldn't never write nothing down. It would be all off the dome. I used to rhyme walking down the street. I would tell people, point to stuff, and I'll rhyme about it. And that's how I got sharper and sharper. I thought I was going to be an MC for sure one day, before Eminem even started rhyming. And but yeah, that dream didn't go anywhere. Even though I still consider myself pretty good. They always make it a color thing, and I think that's stupid. It's a form of an art. It shouldn't matter if you're Asian or any stupid label they want to put on it. You're just an individual that likes to rhyme or do poetry. It's an art, a form of art, expression. It doesn't matter.
Another division mechanism.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back in the days when so-called black people played jazz and so-called white black people would play together, they didn't care if you were so-called white or black. If you could play that instrument, like a guitar, the bass, a saxophone, you name it, clarinet, whatever, and you
Right?
could jam, you were in.
You were a
It was,
band. Yep.
yeah. It didn't matter. Oh, that's a white dude, man. Nah, no. If you could jam, you were in.
Amazing.
I used to joke around. I had friends that it would be two so-called black dudes and me, and they'd be like, "What are we gonna call ourselves?" And I was like, "Oreo cookie." Forget it. It's a joke.
I know. I know. It makes me think of when Christo says to you, "Oh, Charles, is that one-line corny joke?" Because I'm famous for those too. I'll say jokes sometimes, and it just comes out left field, and then people roll their eyes at me, and I'm like, "Oh, that's okay. I thought it was funny." Yeah. All right. That's okay.
I just want to thank Naga, Soama, and Osanyemi, because they came up and made this live stream really good. And they were saying stuff that I didn't speak really because I was just listening, soaking it in. I'm going to go back and listen to it again. I mean, Naga was going in. And then, you know, I want to maybe have Soama and Osanyemi come up here one day and just, you know, have them talk about spirituality and stuff, because, you know, their culture that's involved with that, it's very interesting, and it's a way of life, and it's a beautiful thing. I want to hear so much more about it. I don't look at it as witchcraft or demon stuff, and like religion has demonized everything. That's why, no disrespect to no one, but that's why a lot of religious people are lost, because they think of everything as being satanic or demonized. Yeah. And it's for a reason, to keep people lost.
Yeah, that would be interesting. That to hear about that. I popped in and out of your stream today. Yeah, you had a lot of good people up talking about good things. I just couldn't stay long. So yeah, like you said, between Hassan and Soama and Naga, and you had
Be What It Is.
Be What It Is. Okay. I'm still trying to get used to the name. I want to
Yeah, Be What It Is. Drops a lot of good stuff.
Yeah. I want to say bar mitzvah. I hate to say it, but be what it is, okay?
Bar mitzvah. Please bring your cousins and your sisters. Oh.
Yeah, you got a lot of good minds that come in here. That's what's good. Oh, and then you had Mind's Eye. That's right. You had everyone. Marcel, Yolanda.
I'll send you my address, Gabriel, and through Facebook, unless you got a email. I gotta look at my emails.
Yeah. Oh, did Bex change her name again? Is she the Bexecutioner?
No, she's still Rebecca.
Oh, is that somebody else?
Where?
In the chat.
Peace, Yolanda.
I was just curious.
Peace, let me look.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's still Rebecca. I don't. Oh, yeah,
okay.
it is the Bexecutioner. That might be her other channel.
That's what I was thinking. Okay. Just, okay.
I don't know.
I see where they start.
I gotta find out when Dean wants to do this interview. I'm gonna do it live. Just have them. It's more or less. I don't want to say interview, because I more or less want people to tell their story. You know, I'm on a whole nother level. I don't want to really question people. I just want them to tell their story. And
okay, like you did Candy, just let them have free will and talk. Yeah.
Yep. So they could be comfortable. Yeah, they could be comfortable too. They don't have to be wondering, what question am I going to ask, you know? They could just speak freely.
Yeah, that's good too. You know why, Charles? I'll give you another spin on it. You know why sometimes, and I didn't know if you were going to ask Candy questions or not. I know sometimes if you ask certain questions and people aren't ready for it, I mean, I don't mind it, but certain people, it might draw deep emotions out, you know?
Right.
They might not want to face, so that's good.
Like when she talked about her husband, I know it kind of, or not her husband, but yeah, we'll call him her husband. It kind of, you know, even when I talk about my mother sometimes, it makes me, I hold back. Because the worst part of life is when you got to let go of loved ones or friends. And I never thought at such a young age, like growing up, I never thought I would see a lot of my friends, you know, die in their 30s. You know, it's crazy. Especially my mother, 42. I think about that now at my age, being 42, and I'm like, damn, man, like that's beyond young. Like my mother took it like a champ. She pretty much accepted the fact that she was gonna die, and that was it. And that's got to be crushing to the soul. It fires me up more to know there's children that get the same sickness, and they don't even get to live to see teenage years. You know, and it's all because of these greedy, evil corporations. They shouldn't live to see the lighter day for doing this.
Right.
All the drugs they pour into the streets. Now, granted, people could say, well, yeah, Chuck, they choose to do it. But if it wasn't there, they wouldn't have a decision to do it.
Right. That makes me think. I was watching a documentary, Chuck, last night about how this one certain man who was in the Marines, Navy SEAL or whatever, got into helping the all the children who were brought over the border and sex trafficked, right?
Oh,
and
man.
I know, and it was heart wrenching, you know. But you know, I like to see what's like going on, and the experience this man had, and he turned it into helping protect and save the children. But when they kept talking about it, and you had people like, we don't know how this is happening. How are we getting away? And then, you know, when you have people like us that are a little bit aware, I'm over here and I had to finally turn it off because it started to drive me crazy. I'm like, oh, maybe your own people are bringing it. Yeah, maybe it's such a big business because your own people bring it in, you know.
Yeah.
And finally, the man was like, we do have, you know, it was funny. They brought out every term of the people who could be bringing it in. But the one term they left out was politicians. I thought that was funny. They said every other like high level position, and I was waiting to hear politicians ain't that. No, they left it out. So I was like, man, they even like, you know, editing a document, not even being honest with the document, and it was a real pushing and touching story. But I was like, they leaving out a lot of information. They know they could nip that shit in the bud, but why would they? Because their own people are running it. Same with, like you say, the drugs and the creating, you know, deaths for people unnecessarily. It's disgusting.
I want Orphan Annie to tell her story about when she was a nurse, because what she mentioned earlier in the chat, I know for a fact that goes on. And I witnessed it just with my roommate alone, and it's sickening. These people that are sick and dying, and they're treated like trash. Like, it's crazy.
Right.
You know, when you step out of the box of America and you look in, And you look at other countries who don't send their parents to old folks' homes and they take care of them just like they took care of you when you were growing up. Now it's your time to take care of them on their way out.
Yeah.
That you know, should be mandatory. People even bank off of people's misery in this country. And I'm gonna throw my parents in the home. I don't want nothing to do with them now. They're old. You know, people don't have the respect they did. They should for their parents. Like as much, you know, I like to say people should worship their parents. And I don't mean worship like bow and all that, but be thankful more than these religious characters, because you can actually prove your parents gave you life. I'm not saying don't be thankful to Mother Earth and the Creator or the creators, more or less, but parents, man, are very sacred. If it wasn't for the mother and father, or even our ancestors, if it wasn't for the ancestors paving the road, we wouldn't be here right now. So why do I want to give thanks to a guy in a book I never met? And I reached out to that guy in that book when plenty of people were sick, and I didn't get no fucking answer. And you mean to tell me he ignored my cries out for help, but helped other people? I'm not buying that. That shit's
Yeah, you know how I see that thing, like you said, Charles, for respecting your parents and taking care of them like they did when you were younger. I totally agree on that level so deeply it isn't funny. That's why I stayed with, like, I like to say I made a soul contract with my mother when I was 12. When my dad up and divorced her and left her, I said, I am not leaving this woman. She's my mother. She's my hero. She's my mother. But from what I've experienced, and I went down the road too, and I hear other people's stories, and a lot of it to me is systematic too, you know. You start bringing in the hatred, tearing up the family unit. Now all the family members are against each other. Then you stop respecting your mother. And, you know, I know I've been there. I've been in the mode where I've been so angry at my mother that I was just like, I can't even do this. This is too much. I can't, especially if they start getting older. They don't recognize their aggression, their narcissistic behavior. Even if they try to do weird shit like attack you, like literally, you know, physically, stuff like that. But like for me, and this is where it takes a bigger person. This is why I respect you too, Charles. It takes a bigger person in my eyes, because people be so easy to be like, screw them, they did this, they did that. And I know I went through some stuff, and I myself put my mom through stuff that no kid should put their mother through. You know, I you know about my addiction and jail and rehab and stuff. Between me and my sister, should have never put my mother through that. But how I look at it, I had to go deep inside and say, you know what? I wouldn't even be sitting here right now if it wasn't for my mother. Nope. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. I wouldn't be doing the chat, and I wouldn't have none of this if it wasn't for my mother. So a lot of that for me, like, goes deep with, like, if you have issues with your parents, how willing are people really to forgive them and say, you know, I just forgive you for whatever, you know? That's where it's sad.
I speak from experience, because from the age of 11 or 12 till my mother passed, I was a bad motherfucker. And I didn't get a chance to tell her I'm sorry until right when I started to change my life around. I realized I have to grow up. My mother told me she was sick, so I had to apologize on her when she was dying. I tell people, never wait. You commend anything. life's too short to sit there and hold grudges and no, you know. I understand a lot of people have are in different situations, but just let that shit go.
Yeah. Oh my, Charles, I don't know if you shared that before and I just forgot, but I didn't realize that until, yeah, that makes me think like when my sister passed last year, I still can't even remember when, like, our last conversation we had, if it was even good or bad. Like, I don't remember if we fought. I don't remember if it was nice. That's why I have a big thing now that when I walk away or leave a person and any person, I don't want to leave it in anger, mad, you know, because you never know if you'll see them again. That's the world we live in. I don't
Yeah.
like anyone to walk away mad. What's the song? Girl, Molly Krill, girl, walk away. Just don't walk. I forgot how it goes. Girl, walk away. Just forgot how it goes. Don't walk away mad. Just walk away. You know, because you don't know when you're going to see somebody. They could walk out that door, because that's what happened to my sister. Actually, my sister went to rehab. She went to rehab for the weekend. So that's why I don't even know what happened before that. I probably blocked it all out. And then she came back, went to my dad's house for the night. I knew it was a bad idea because she OD'd all over the place before then. She went to my dad's house right after rehab. I knew she was going to get shit. I said she should not be there. My parents ignored it. She just don't want to come home. She don't want to come home to her kid. She got out of rehab. She got a 7-year-old kid. She didn't want to come home. I knew in my heart she was going to use. And that the next day is when my mom said, I have to go to your dad's. And I was like, why? And he goes, the paramedics are there. We don't know what's going on with your sister. And a half hour later, I got a call. And this is how I was delivered news. I got a call, and my mother, this is why, like when I say for me, I had to really forgive, because when she said it, I was like, how dare you? She goes, you got your wish, your sister's dead. And I was like, what? First of all, I got my wish. I'm thinking, God, what a shitty manner, you know, to say that. And then when I got that call, because my brain flipped, you know, like it went into just shutdown mode, I was like, well, it is what it is, you know, because I turned my brain off and I hung up the phone and I had to go right into preparation mode because my dad couldn't look at her body. My mom had to pull the blanket back, say whatever her final words were, which I'm sure was shitty words. You know, again, something I had to accept. And then think, who's going to deliver the news to her daughter? That's going to be me.
That's I'm the fucked up part.
And that was what, March of last year. And I have these major waves that hit me. And it is so hard. It is so hard because she was the one that was the closest to me in my life. The one that I can relate. She was my running partner. You know, she was like the other half of me. So it was like it was like you might as well took me away, all of me. I got my son and my niece, but like you might as well just took me. That's why when something like that happens, when a lot of people want to run around and bitch and argue and you didn't do this right, I didn't do that, and I'm over here, I just want to go, phew. Do you know that you may never see that person tomorrow? And do you know that there's a lot of hatred in your heart? There's a lot of deep hatred to feel that argue or that banter or unnecessary crap. You know, that just shows how much you don't appreciate human life. That's how I see it.
Do you ever get like stuff that triggers memories? Like a certain smell or a song or a movie
Everywhere.
Huh?
Everywhere. Good triggers everywhere. Yeah, movie, song. Or if you're just going down the street.
Most
I'm
people
sitting in a room.
got most of their addictions from prescriptions. Addictions from prescriptions from these fuckholes. I really don't want to say too much more than that, but yeah. And I know going to meetings and shit. You meet all types of people, lawyers, judges, cops.
Yeah.
Even doctors who operate, which is scary.
Yeah, right. Somebody said not too long ago, I don't know who it was, I don't know if it was you or someone, that when people even die, and it's probably been going on for a while now, I'm sure, when people pass away now, it's not even by natural causes anymore, for the most part, I would say. And that's sad.
I forgot who said that.
Yeah, you remember that?
I think it was Dark Chameleon.
Not by natural causes. And when I thought about that, I was like, that is downright. Yeah, think about it. Well, no. That's when I go to it is what it is, so I don't lose my mind. Yeah.
I wish I could show a video of Russia, the Russian prisons. Oh my God. It makes American prisons look like a 5-star hotel. Russia, no joke. They get like, when it's time to eat, they give you this bowl, and it's like slop. It's like, I thought American slop was bad. This stuff is just looks like water, and they give you this little baked loaf of bread. And I don't know if you share that with other people, but yeah. And if you're a goat, they call them goats. You got to sleep under the bunk. You don't even get a bed to sleep on. And that's funny because in America, people say, I'm a goat. I'm the greatest of all time. Yeah. I noticed that in America, words they use mean something good, but in other countries it means something bad, like Germany or I forgot. There's a couple other words. But yeah, goat. And I learned that. That's funny. People in Russia must think we're idiots.
Yeah, we had different terms, things.
And Gabriel, they tell the story through their ink too. Like you'll know what type of crime they're in there for through their ink, what tattoos they got. I was watching something on it. Like they got a part in a Russian prison. Check this shit out. Where you're in the basement and it's so cold, right? But there's no heat. The only heaters they have are painted on the wall. It's not even a real heater. It's painted, right? Yo, that's fucked up.
Is it right? They just paint that shit in there.
Yeah, there's no heater, so it's torture. They got inmates they pay to fuck you up, and they'll rape you. Oh, I mean grape you. Sorry. Oops.
Oh, let me tell you, since that whole C word thing went down, because you know my son's father's in prison. They made him a nice little prime example of the system. I don't really detail on that, but let me tell you, I don't talk to him much since that C thing came out. When I finally did, the stuff that is already, and he's a strong man. He's already like a role model in there. Like he's not really religious, but you know how you go in there, you get certain things accomplished. It looks better. And if you go for your appeal, you have all that stuff added up, right? You know, So he ran like the Christian program, the GED class. He did a bunch of stuff. He got his, I don't know, some other 2-year degree. He did everything you could possibly do in there. But when I talked to him, the stuff that has been happening to him lately scared the hell out of me. I was like, what's going on? He's like, well, I've already been stabbed. I was like, what? He's like, I was throwing off a tear. I'm like, what? I'm like, none of this was happening before. I was seeing him like every weekend. He was only an hour away. And I was like, this, he's like, I know. And now it's just the calls are like, you know, few and far between. And it's like, oh my, it scares me, you know? It's like, what are these people? Are they even acting up in there? Because he's one that holds his own, you know? Never has an issue. He's one of the neutral people, you know, that get along with everybody. You don't get involved in a gang. He's just neutral. And all of a sudden, all these issues, it's like, what's going on? That's why I say, don't take life for granted. Dean, hopefully something short-lived. That's all I could say. What we will return to in our next reincarnation.
We might come back as a roach.
Something
Imagine
short,
that.
right? Well, we could crawl into small spaces, but I don't know. Something hopefully very short and painless.
Imagine that, man.
Right.
All these losers that like did bad things to children come back as roaches. The creator be like, you're going back as a roach. I want to come back as a bobcat or a bear so I could eat all the poachers, chew them. I'm gonna probably jump off of here in 6 hours.
Okay.
Depending.
Yeah,
What's up?
I'm pretty much tired. Gonna eat soon.
So yeah, I'll send you that, Gabriel, on Facebook. What's up, Marcel Dean? You coming up for the last 20 minutes? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's about 8 o'clock. We're damn it, I didn't want to say that word, grape. You know, grapes. Damn it, man. I hope that don't fuck me up, because you can't say that word, grape.
Well, then why do you keep saying?
You know what word I want to say, but I'm not gonna. I said it by an accident, and that's not allowed, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Messed up. And I can't beep it out. I don't know how to bleep it out.
Gotcha.
It was an accident. It slipped.
See, I'm too relaxed and hungry and tired, so I'm thinking an actual grape like you eat. That's why I was like, what's wrong with that word? Do I need to know something about the algorithm now?
Marcel said I'm coming back as a cat.
Cat Club is fine.
Hey, I watched Paul Cook. He had a good video on how, I think I sent it to you, Marcel and Dean, on how bricks hold electricity or hold an electric charge. Very interesting.
Ooh, the camera's on.
We got both of you. Total.
Yeah, this is a good build today. You missed a good part, Dean. You have to go back and watch. It was Naga, Osinyemi, and Be What It Is. He started in the beginning, but then Osinyemi came up with Soama and Naga, and it was a good build.
But anyway, I can go back over it. sure.
Hi, friends.
What's up, Vaccinator?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Bex reclaimed. I'm a quick learn, friends. You call me what you want.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Meme me up, Scotty. Meme me up, Scotty. Anyways, let's not make it about Bex or Rebecca. Or I just came to hang out with my friends. How are you all?
Yeah, how are you? I'm well.
Glad to hear it, Dean. Really glad to hear it.
Does my mic work?
Got a bit of stiff neck, but I want.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound good, Marcel.
Hey, Marcel.
How's the farm going, Dean? You getting any goats or anything?
Oh, bro, I tell you, the weather's been ferocious around here. If I could put your phone outside, you'd never hear anything because it's just we're wind blowing here.
It's gonna be nice and warm.
It will be in a few
Getting warm.
months. I know that. I know it will be. I'm looking forward to summer.
I wish I had money, man, where I could fly when it's warm over there, and then when winter comes over there, I'll fly back here when it's summer, you know? Just stay summer,
Yeah,
fly
me
back
too.
and forth. Fuck
I
this
feel like
winter
I
shit.
wish I was a bird sometimes. Do the winter flying thing. Fly to summer.
I'm waiting for that drone to come out. I'm waiting for that drone that can carry a few persons and some baggage, so you can travel to where you want.
You know, I feel like we already do fly. And we pass from one life into another.
In my dreams, I fly everywhere. I was in Canada last night in my dreams. It kicked me out.
If reincarnation is real, right? I mean, if it's real, if it's true, I don't believe that. I don't believe the issue where they tell us we remember nothing. I think that's a scripted, another script for the mind to believe.
Interesting, Dean, because wouldn't you guys agree that as children we have some sense of Gnosticism that gets programmed out of us? I wonder if there's like as our language is forming, that's when the access to those memories gets overwritten in some belief kind of way, because I really sense like something very real about that, because as kids we really, our imagination, our sense of awe of life is so, at least for me, was so vast.
And little babies, I see so much. Like you can get a baby, they pick up a bloody phone. They just about start bloody using it before you even learn to talk, right?
Gabriel says hi, Rebecca.
Hi, Gabe. Nice seeing him the other day.
Maybe that not remembering things from your last life has a reason, because many people get traumatized in their life here, and that's sometimes so incredibly distorts them.
Painful. Yeah, painful.
Maybe you cannot even transfer to your, however you want to call it, your next level or something with all that shit, You haven't processed it all.
It's like you forget your abilities. The trauma, you forget your abilities. And like for me, when you start healing that trauma, the abilities come back.
That's what I was listening to you.
What you were good at, what you could do as a child. For me, I was good at comedy. Like Bex says, I was good at comedy, entertaining. I was good at art. I was good at all this stuff as a child, but I forgot because of trauma. Now I'm healing the trauma. Now it's all coming back.
Kimba, did you see that little?
That's what I was talking about.
I just summed it up. That's all.
I saw a little video on the internet. It was about the schooling system, that they did tests on children, and NASA by all means. That 98% of all the children were genius when they were little at school, and they did that test every year after that, and every year the genius of kids was less and less until they were young adults, and then there was only 2% still genius. What's basically says it all, right? They basically dumb us
Yeah,
down to start off.
they dumb us down much. Thank you very much, Marcel.
So don't bring your
Over
children
the
to school.
years, they'll take a lot of stuff out. They should be learning how
Raise
to
them
farm.
the way you want to raise them,
Right.
and not by the system. School sucks, man.
Totally do.
Yeah, I hear that, Marcel. And I think that might be some of the stuff. At least I know I was really sorry, go ahead, Kimba. You go ahead. Please.
No, go ahead, girl. Go ahead. I already talked. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to add to that
No,
sentiment that I hear in Marcel's voice, that that just that sense that school beats that soul right out of us so fast. Like that even as adults, we protect ourselves with that, resentment almost. Like, at least that's what I pick up in the reflection of Marcel's voice, my own feelings of like being fucked over for 12 fucking years.
Yeah, it was my best years. I slaved away in that system. We all could have been something so much more than we are now. They basically stole years from us and intelligence. It's shameful that the system is still on its feet.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yes.
And you know what I noticed they're doing? Because I have a 20, well, my son's going to be 20 tomorrow, and then I have an 8-year-old, and I pay attention to the cycles of homework you get, depending like the age category I was in, just all the way down the line. And I feel like the school system every so often will test the kids, because like in my generation, we had 4 and 5 hours of homework, 4 and 5 nights a week. We were doing like crazy. And then as time goes on, they got nothing. And now if you look at my 8-year-old, what she brings home for homework now, they're back to, because she's fast as hell. Like no one can keep up with her. She can accomplish more than probably 10 adults can in a year. And now they're piling her with homework. So I feel like they want to see, are they getting any smarter? Okay, let's make them more stupid. Oh, they're getting smarter. They're getting too smart. Are they stupid enough? Good. We don't got to give them homework. Oh, they're getting smart. Let's give them, I think it's a test.
Kimba, I follow some.
I believe that's right too. Thank you, Kimba.
Yeah.
I follow some people on Instagram and on YouTube, and they are basically young adults with children, and they have like a homestead or something in that range, and they teach their children from babies, to eat right, to help their parents doing the chores, and they don't see it as chores. They like it. They just want to be with mom and dad, so they learn while playing. And they were smart as hell, those kids, because they don't have boundaries. They explore on their own pace, on their own whatever, It's, you see it in everything. This school system worldwide, they should, it's evil, It's just evil.
There's a way I learned, there's a way you have to deal with kids, because the past generation, like where I was growing up, kids were to be seen, not heard. We were to be seen and not heard. When the adults talked, you played or you sat down and you shut up. That's how we were raised. Okay, we didn't speak out, none of that. And now time goes on. That ain't going on anymore. The kids want a voice. They want to be heard. So, like for me, as long as
they want to
you
grow
learn,
up.
yeah,
soon.
exactly. If you know how to handle them and make things like fun, like I had to learn because I was repeating my parents' behavior. and falling in that same category of that kind of little narcissistic crap. And I started to notice it, and I was like, ew. So I had to start to change that around, and I was like, I made everything fun for them. So like you said, whether they're doing household chores with me, if I had to give them the fold laundry, do any of that, I had to make it like fun. Like, this is gonna be fun, and it got them to do it. But if I didn't make it like that, they're like, we ain't doing nothing. And I was like over here like, well, that's not working no more. We don't live in those times. And I had to change me. You know.
We always helped in the kitchen. My parents in the kitchen. Mostly my mom was cooking back then, but that's how I learned most things, even before school, you know, in the kitchen and vacuum cleaning in the house. And as a child, I never really disliked it or something. It was just, something you needed to do, you know?
Exactly.
Just another chore.
You gotta. It's called a family unit. You work together. You participate, right?
Exactly. And what about cleaning the street when it's snowed for a while? You know, the big piles of snow. It was normal that you would clean the whole street with the whole street. You know, with everybody these days.
Right.
Man, it's a disaster.
Help your neighbors, right? Help your neighbors. You all get out there and do it. Now the neighbors want to rip your head off, and they want to meet you. And you know, I have a lot of them around me. Maybe two nice ones that will say hi, and the kids play. The rest are in their house, and if they come out, they just want to yell in your face, and it's like, ew. Get away from me.
Yeah, that's the same everywhere, sadly. Yeah, I was not coming up. I'm building myself a Faraday cage, you know, that blocks
For what?
radiation. For what? To put my electronic devices in. Just to be sure that when an EMP hits, I can still get in contact with some people.
Yeah, no, I know a lot of people that are doing that. So there's a lot of people doing that.
Just to be sure, you know.
Yeah. I've done some crazy things myself that I won't even discuss or probably ever bring out. So I don't ever judge, you know. Never know.
On you, Kimber.
You know.
I mean, I'm the same guy.
Some things I ignore, and I'll be like, it's a little weird for my life. And some things like I'm like, I don't know. Things I've been learning, maybe I should try it. Maybe you never know.
But maybe that's where, you know, we put a lot of too much faith in science to support, like a lot of science is theories, right? So I'm not saying a Faraday cage is theory. I'm saying it looks like it's pretty scientifically supported, right? So, you know, it couldn't hurt, better safe than sorry. Don't need to be a physicist or an electrician to do it. If it makes you feel good, you know, and safe, then why wouldn't you? And if it is the case and you don't know the science, at least you've got your connections, right? So, but I was thinking about it in terms of the way, Kimba was suggesting, like the things, you know, the ritualistic things she might have done in her life, like, you know, privately, let's just say, and I'm not putting that on you, Kimba. Like I've got a friend who would cast spells, let's just say, as someone who doesn't study Wiccan, right? She'd just do her own breakup ritual to like sever the connection between her and her boyfriend, or like, so I think there's a lot to the faith we have in, you know, there's understanding of science. But then there's also that placebo and nocebo effects of the things that we might do in our life that are private, that become a ritual to make us feel safe in the world, you know? So I can appreciate that, you know, I'm not a physicist. I don't understand it. Seems to me that it would make sense, the Faraday cage helping. And so the same thing would go if somebody's got some crystal they've charged, or, you know, some book they burned and kept the ashes, or, You know what I mean? Somebody, yeah. So
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to act like science is voodoo. I wasn't trying to imply that science is, you know what I mean? But to some people, when you don't understand something, that's how you have to believe in it. You're just like, okay, you know? Yeah. So I think there's a lot to us believing in something we're doing, period. I think it only amplifies the energy with which we construct and imagine and live, you know?
If you feel better about it, or you feel at peace with certain rituals or whatever, you should definitely do it. You know, it doesn't matter what
Yeah.
anybody else thinks.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I feel. I mean, if it's not harming someone, like I say, it's like your peace of mind, like cutting a cord, all that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, people charge their crystals and such with the moon, and some people might think that's mumbo jumbo, right? But you know, there's lots of things that are happening that we can't understand.
Uh-oh.
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 Dean went AWOL.
Hopefully,
Did I go AWOL?
Hopefully AK's maybe he's cashed in a big nug and he's on a cruise ship somewhere sailing, you know, the outer realm. he's rubbing elbows with Elon already, you know?
Hopefully.
I was thinking about last night, but last night I was thinking, where's AK been? Did he hit the gold mine? He probably did.
I know, I hope so. You
Which
know?
state did you buy?
Pardon me, Marcel?
Which state did he buy?
Yeah, exactly.
Alaska.
And I'm going over.
A private island, right?
He's equipping the whole village with tanks so that the next time pussy ass Obama shows up and tells people to put their guns down, they're like, no problem.
Yeah, we'll put them down on your face.
Yeah. I don't speak. I claim, just in case anyone's like, there's no military misinformation there. I was just, it's just a joke. Nobody has any tanks pointed anywhere that I'm aware of. Yeah, YouTube, robots, and the word police.
Yeah, this is just a movie script. We're practicing.
Exactly. Right.
That's funny, the disclaimers, right? It's like, could we say anything without having to put a disclaimer out there? You know?
I would definitely scare them when you got a tank parked in front of your house.
Yeah.
It won't hurt.
Yeah. They have weapons that'll melt a tank.
Yeah, that's good.
Allegedly.
Well, we basically saw, you know, on Hawaii, and further back in history, there are the same situation, things being found, you know, like sand that turned to glass, you know, in other parts of the world, basically the same thing that was used in Hawaii. So yeah, they definitely have it, those technologies. And it's sad enough that they use it on the population, you know?
Yeah. You sick bastards. Benjamin Sack.
You know, sometimes I wonder though, there's some really good old why do I always forget it? Outer Limits episodes that I think the Little T Truther community should watch. Like we should there's just a lot of like Black Mirror inspired, that sort of middle ground level of technology where There's one actually where an entire community is like they're becoming super impoverished, like sort of, it looks like a little factory. There's some sort of factory, or it's almost like a prison camp, right, in these walls. But turns out that there's robots running the whole place, right? That these people that look like people are actually robots. And, you know, there's all this weird drama that happens like in, you know, throughout the episode. But ultimately, when eventually they get bold enough to like, you know, take on the, let's say the military guy running, I know I'm not doing a good job here, but the military guy running the place, like they end up, you know, injuring him and showing his robot nature. And so very quickly, like they're just like opening the gates of the compound and walking out into an overgrown world, right? So I just think there's this idea of like we've got all the pieces of a puzzle and we almost just need to reshift them into their appropriate locations to sort of gain the power that we have to to really figure it out, to get the fuck out, you know, to liberate ourselves and whatever, you know, aspect of the the earth is put into this whirly whirl fucking machine, making people act like fucking babies, you know, like, because, you know, I'm almost done here, because basically we've been given a lot of information. We were always the people looking for the information. We consumed so much information that we've stopped looking because we think we have the answers, but the answers seem to be making us want to be in some state of denial and distraction and entertained, you know, knowing that these people have behaved so poorly, it doesn't really matter how we behave, you know, like it's, whereas I think that that's the trick, right? That's the trick of question everything. The next trick is to question what we think we know, right? To pull ourselves back at least into a more centered place emotionally and spiritually as people. Just a thought, you know? And maybe we'll actually get capable of using these powers, right? Using the human opposite of a Faraday cage, right? Keeping our devices safe in Faraday cages from our own EMP, you know? Like, again, perhaps just a thought. I yield. Because we're fucking powerful.
Yeah, about the fact that so much information, that's true. And I definitely think that most people have drowned in all the information and basically stopped working, because the times that they looked, they basically got stuck or disappointed.
Or given, yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's right. Yeah. Like hopelessness.
Yeah.
Almost like it's like and the framework that they gave us the truth in is just too neat and tidy. It's and we're kind of hopeless and miserable, right? Understandably so. I think we were not airing it in our previous life with our instinct of they're lying to us, right? So it's not like the hopelessness is worse. It's almost like, you know, it's like that YouTube and all its different aspects socially allow us to show different parts of ourselves in its duplicitous nature. I think that even in fact it's almost like it is a growth spurt. It's a growth spurt for us to be in this hopeless stage, acknowledging that even the information, even what we think to be true, it didn't help us, you know, like we're not there yet, you know. So it's like that limbo, you know, being represented in all of us in the, you know, I would say in different aspects of how we share our pieces of the puzzle. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what the next level of all this brings, because I think we took in so much information. We needed a break. We needed to just play. Like it's the publishing houses, you know.
Sometimes I think that information that we are taking in, you know, like you're saying, you know, we're probably overloaded with information. And maybe some people are just so overloaded with information that they just cannot, you know, like throw it off. They just too immersed in it, you know. And I sometimes I talk to some people sometimes, and they've been researching, you know, a certain political party or something like that. But they are so, I mean, they're into it for years, not just months or weeks. These people are into it for years. And their passion is so great. I just feel, man, they can be capable of if they were doing more than just putting all that fucking energy into that little policy, you know.
Yeah, and then realizing that you wasted all those years to criminal organizations, basically.
Exactly, Mark.
Yeah.
You and help you.
And that's why I love, that's what I really do love about YouTube, and even a lot of these like overlapping panel, panel communities, because I ended up watching a show the other night that just kept sort of adding people to the panel. And there was a gentleman there talking about seed to fruit. I'm going to use the words wrong here, but basically apple trees are not a seed to fruit bearing plant, right? That apple trees, 1 in 80,000, again, I'm just quoting what he said. I haven't looked to verify any of this, but only 1 in 80,000 apple trees yields fruitful fruit, right? They're the sweet fruit of an apple. The other 79,999 will yield crab apples or like infertility and stuff, right? So now, if you think about that, that means they have to graft and clone apple trees in order to feed us apples, right? But if you take the fact that biblically they've used this apple, bite of the apple thing, you know, that there may be something really symbolic there into the confusion of us, right? Like I think there's something really symbolic in that. He's a good seed. And I'm not saying people are bad. What I'm saying is like it's almost like we're in a recreation where, because we've been grafted, like Eve's rib, only sort of, let's say, backwards, because you know, anyways, it's related in that, you know, we have some sort of like sourness to our avatars that's sort of built into the reproduction that we're in, because it's not creative organs. They don't call them creative organs. They call them reproductive organs. What are we reproducing? What kind of script are we in? You know? So, you know, it's sort of interesting, that apple analogy, without judgment. I'm not saying, oh, like, you know, the pious one is the good one, you know, because if anything, you know, you look at a world that's dealing with that. I mean, everyone would want to be in the 79,999. No one would want to be that one special apple seed. You know what I mean? Like, that's, you know, I mean, yet everybody would need that apple seed in order to continue in the reproduction, in the generation of apples to eat, or, you know, or spirit. So it's interesting. To me, it was a really interesting symbology, and I'd never heard of you know, because that puts us in another place of how much food operates that way. Now, we could just abandon apples. Maybe we weren't supposed to eat apples. It'd be a good question to ask McCoy, right? Given his research into what's good, what's really bad for us, right? So I don't know. It's just intriguing to me, these little tidbits of information, that there's still tons of people that are not in huge ships steered to, you know, to be sort of saying the same thing, beautiful things, beautiful pictures, beautiful things that open our minds. But, you know, there's still a lot of people on YouTube getting together and sharing their little bits of information in a way that I think we need, I'd like to see people scavenging for that stuff like I am. But that's just because I'm selfish. We only have so many watch time hours in a day, right?
But I'm just intrigued by how powerful the mind is. Bex, because you know, like, I mean, you get people that I've seen this guy. He's drinking. He hydrates with the hand wash fluid, the hand sanitizer. He's been drinking hand sanitizer. Now that has to be a powerful bloody mind, right? A mind must be powerful to be able to assimilate that shit and not poison oneself, right?
Yeah.
Right?
It's highly, that stuff is highly flammable. You know that, right?
So I
But-
suggest.
Fertilizer.
So I
But some of
suggest that
it-
we can just about make anything in our minds. In our
Exactly.
minds, we can just about make anything good for us or bad for us.
Exactly.
Right?
Well, and I would say in defense of the stuff that guy's drinking, that we had when this all first happened, we had a local distillery, a local gin company produce some local hand sanitizer because of course they were concerned there wasn't going to be enough. And so there would be a way to produce hand sanitizer that is drinkable. It's just the alcohol in it, right? So, but I'm with you on the analogy because it's like the people that say there's no nutrition in XYZ, yet there's people in third world countries that have been eating only ABC. You know what I mean? Anyways, I'm just drawing the analogy between things that people could say are bad, like legumes are bad for people. Rice produced by Monsanto is bad for people, yet people live to be 100 on these things. Eating rice, beans, and yams and corn, and that's it. And some cilantro. I mean, they definitely eat more than that, but I
It's
met
probably
people in
not
Mexico.
grown by they're probably not grown by the company you just said though, Monsanto.
Yeah, but I would say you're right. Not necessarily Monsanto, but most cultures, just like even in Mexico in the 90s, most cultures are dealing with mass farming of food, period. Like it's
That's
not like
65% of their diet is kidney beans.
Yeah. So most
And
cultures
they
are
live
still
to be hundreds.
they import their rice, they import their beans. They're mass producing regardless of the name of the company that owns it. So it's just the way it's been for a long time since the wars. Almost all countries are interdependent on global food supply, even if they have their own localized export or support.
Yeah, my bad, Gabriel.
I like to think I'm pretty self-sufficient, Rebecca.
Yeah, but they had laws here, like
I still have to go to the store.
Yeah, they've had farming laws in the first world. They have farming laws where for a long time you couldn't have farmed coffee, or they would tell you what you can and can't farm, right? So you couldn't just bring whatever you wanted, whatever crop you want. You can't just like bring it to your farm and then be like, I'm a go. Like there's regulatory bodies making sure that this is a viable crop, that you're not bringing in seeds from a different country that's not supposed to be here. Like all those regulations have become more and more liberated as we've become more and more aware of the global nature of the world. Before that, it was like, you can't bring those seeds. Even now, you can't just carry a pack of seeds across a border, let alone just start farming something
Especially
en
to
masse
Russia.
because especially, if you want your community to have rice and you don't want to deal with the import export, like doesn't mean you're allowed to grow enough rice for your community. Now, again, in a small enough village, there's no rules, right? But ultimately, if you wanted to make industry of it for your local region, you can't just plant rice. Unfortunately, and that's where we get into this. There's tons of solutions. Grow what you can, flour it in a stone mill. Like you don't have, there's so many substitutes in nature for the kind of food we're used to in a mass-produced world, that there's always, and it can be made better and without sacrifice. But that's just ingenuity. And why are we being regulated? Right? Why does anyone have us convinced that we need a regulatory body telling us what we can fucking plant and not plant, So yeah, it does come back down to the individual doing these things like you are, Dean. It's super empowering, right? Like you'll get a friend to send you a coffee bean. You'll grow a coffee plant, whether they tell you can or can't, not, yeah.
Yeah,
So
and about the seeds, like you said, the one seed's better than the other or grows better than the other. If it's about my garden and it's basically permaculture style, I basically leave everything where it is, and if I trim some grass or other things, I put it back to the system, you know, and nothing goes.
Yeah.
And if you check the soil, it's full of earthworms and other stuff that you don't see in the farming methods of big farmers who only grow one crop, or amateur growers. And yeah, it's definitely the way for me, because I see the soil is better, the insects and everything that comes to the garden are better, everything grows better. And yeah, like you said, some strawberries are very sweet, and some in other places in the garden are a little bit less sweet, but they're still pretty good. You know, it doesn't really matter where you put it, as long as the soil is in balance. You know, that there aren't any shortages of ingredients in the soil. You know, and basically, when you put everything back into your garden, you will basically create that perfect garden. Just don't remove a lot of stuff from the garden, give it back. That's the only way to be sure
Absolutely, Marcel.
that your soil will be perfect in the end.
Right.
Nature does the rest.
Well, Dean, you be getting your garden ready. If you're not already.
Yeah, no, we are. I mean, the garden hardly shuts down. We had leek. What else we have? Cabbages and collies and stuff over winter. But yeah, the real summer garden's starting to come on now. We planted some lettuces last week, and the bloody wind we've got is so bad, it just pushed them round and round and round and round until they snapped off at ground level. So it's a bit harsh at the moment because the wind is. It's one of those times when you get the equinox, you know, when the winds come.
Well, you are close to the edge, so there's probably more electromagnetic energy, like the center and the edge, you know, or not the edge, but the edge of our realm.
The edge of the field, yes, the electro field. I kind of feel that we're in that the edge of the field out here. But yes, no, I do exactly the same kind of processes that Marcel's talking about, and that is to try and put back as much as I can into the soil. You know, leaf mold, you know, gathering leaves during the fall, and making compost heaps of those things, so they can be put back into the soil when you garden later. These are the things that I sort of see.
Yeah, you see improvement as well, Dean, right?
Absolutely, and of course, and it brings back the worms too, Marcel. And that's the real way to me, is to find out if your ground is healthy or not. If you have worms, your ground's healthy. If you have worms, something's wrong with your ground, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a very quick method to restore your soil when you only have like sand ground or another type of ground. Just take hay or other dried bales of stuff, and just put a thick layer over the ground, and top that with manure of animals. You know, the best is horse manure, in my opinion, but can be different kinds. And that's a good start, because it absorbs a lot of water, and it takes in all the nutrients from the manure, and it's a good start for a new garden, and a very quick and easy way.
Yes, the quick and easy way is to buy hay from a merchant, put all the bales together, and then put your compost on top of it and plant directly into it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And nature does the rest, right?
Did we lose Charles?
We might
I
have.
guess I don't see him anymore in the screen. So
Who's H?
Kimba? Hi.
Oh, it's Kimber.
Kimba, hi. Mhm. I'm the Rebex. I'm Rebecca-fied Bex. I'm the Bexstatic fucking Rebecca. I'm fucking, you know,
Yeah,
I'm a
as
meme
an
machine.
opinion,
I'm
while we
a
were talking
meme
about this,
machine. I'm a meme machine, motherfuckers. Oh, it's so much fun.
I feel like I'm a mean machine sometimes too, Bex. You know, I get up with this bloody energy, and I
Yeah.
feel like a little boy some days. You know, what
I
the
know.
hell's wrong here?
You know, and just so you guys know, I genuinely love you, even if I've, you know, for even whatever you know, human things we've been through, whatever pains I've ever caused you, if I ever have, you know, like they were human errors, and I apologize.
I've
You know,
never hung on to anything like that. I haven't hung on to
so
anything. Okay.
yeah, yeah. So, and
Yeah,
I know that, you know, I know that. Yeah, no, but I'm just saying, like, we're here. We met here, you know. Marcel and I met you guys here in Charles' room. It's a real treat to be here with you guys today, and it's a real gift to be here with Marcel. I really appreciate his dignity and grace. Yeah,
I
I just
feel the
want to.
same way, you know.
Yeah, yeah, it's
And
like
it's
a
a
real.
real special
Yeah, it's
treat.
a real. Yeah, it's a real evolution of real relationships that go through their ups and downs, regardless of the, you know, and because of like meta dramas, you know. So
Right.
it's interesting added dynamic, you know.
You know, I like to say, Bex, when you could still see the light in people. Like for me, I could still see light in people. If I could still see light in people, just through their words, their actions, things they say. When you see a face, yes, it does help. I'm not gonna lie, even if it's just once in a while, you know. But yeah, to me, when you can see the light in people, it makes a lot of, you know, it helps a lot
Mhm.
to recognize it.
Mhm.
Because, like you
Mhm.
said, it's very just the whole hate and anger and grudges towards especially stuff out of your control. Just a yucky feeling, you know. It's so yucky and nasty. And I know, like for me, I don't want to live that way no more. That's gross. No.
That's where I can really appreciate Dominic's my resistance to his riddle talking when we first met, where he would say, go into that bit about being the observer. And I always thought that he was talking about spirit out of body. And you know me, I like to keep my spirit in my body. So no offense to the people that love to astral travel. It's just like, I'm not, you know, that's not my thing. I'm in awe of that. And I totally believe it can happen. And I'm with you, and I resist it, right? So, but as I got more and more into just being sort of everywhere and all around and doing my own thing, you become, you know, some of these situations really give you the opportunity to see how you behave in a crowd, for a crowd, how you can create an aspect of yourself that's self-protective, right? Like just like, and to actually get to that point where you're observing yourself, you're observing everyone, like you do your best to try and use language that includes you in the group, because we all read all the articles, clicked all the links, and Dominic's a perfect example of someone who didn't click any likes, right? He didn't like any specific things on any social media platform. And yet here we are all in these streets where we've unwittingly corralled ourselves because we have way more in common than we don't, you know? And so in anything I've ever said where I'm like getting upset at someone for anything, like I I'm always the person after to go and see the hypocrisy in it, right? Like, and whether it's being publicly called out on me and I've got to like, you know, understand it, or whether, and that's not to say that everything is a public call out, right? Some things are just straight up content, you know, and that's where you learn as the observer to sort of really see the difference between evolving spiritually and enacting whatever hopelessness and childlike things that we got corralled into this slave world. You know what I mean? That now we're acting out in a platform that allows us to do that. No one better or worse than anyone else. You know, really in terms of like understanding what sits on the inside of people. You know what I mean? Like, yet still we're in this, you know, it is still an observer platform. It's still a thing that everyone can play their way and evolve their aspects, whether they're doing 10 sock accounts or, you know, one monetized account or, you know, one person who listens and never interacts. You know what I mean? It's like every player plays their part just like they would in society, you know? So I just really appreciate it because I feel like no matter what sound bites or moments people get of each other's lives out here, or what kind of behind the scenes relationships and the few of us might have, you know, ultimately we're still only ever getting that one little aspect of each other. And it's just fascinating to see. It's actually fascinating to observe a microcosm of society, you know, a frustrated bunch of rebels, you know,
I like that.
you know what I mean? Like, that I'm a part of, right? That I'm a part of.
I like how you put that.
You know? So.
A bunch of rebels.
Yeah, like whatever I can. I'm trying to be neutral. But you know what I mean? In understanding that I don't see myself, you know, separate from it. On the flip side, though, there's a huge aspect of it that, you know, I could separate out and show what it symbolizes in an archetypal type of way, right? But that's where, that's where Bex turns on a dime. That's where Bex, has always sort of done things like her own way. So people advise me to do response videos to perpetuate the, you know what I mean? Like, and yet, maybe I'll get a computer and do that kind of stuff. But really, it's just it's a really interesting microcosm socially, like that's all I'm going to say. And I just appreciate the people that I've gotten close to. I appreciate, I just appreciate, the whole thing. I appreciate that I can meet a guy like Dominic and think, oh my God, that riddle talker again. And now here I sit 2 months later, and so much of those riddles are like fucking gems to me now, right? And you're like, oh, it just goes to show how quickly we cast people aside, even when we're given the opportunity, not in some sort of mob mentality, right? So, but yeah, again, it just comes back to like really understanding that nobody corralled us in here. We corralled ourselves based on all the information that we consumed over the last 5, 10, 20 years, right? And that's a beautiful thing, right? It's a beautiful thing.
I would fully agree with that. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, Marcel.
No, it was. You go ahead. That's all I needed to say.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was the same when I first heard Dominic. I thought he sounded too many riddles, and the fact that he can talk so fast.
Yeah.
That really kind of threw me for a while. I couldn't actually. I felt like I'm probably not really understanding him properly, and I think I did misunderstand him on quite a few occasions.
Yeah, or maybe.
Took the wrong stance because I didn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah, or maybe that's the whole point. But maybe some lessons are meant to be pondered in a riddle fashion, right? So it was a riddle. He was talking in riddles. He didn't mean to be. It could be parables, right? Like, so I think, it's okay to be frustrated and perturbed if you learn from it. It doesn't mean that one judged wrong. in that judgment and in that perception, one grew. So how could it be right or wrong just because it wasn't all lovey-dovey, feely-deely? Because even if one was feeling that frustration, nobody was expressing it. And even if eventually it got expressed, eventually that repetitive riddle got, you know, ingrained sort of in a way that had your brain open up, right? You know what I mean? So even if not all, I guess what I'm trying to say is not all dialogue is for the moment, perhaps, you know?
No, and it was always a lot of info in a very short time. So I could hear my brain crack sometimes when he was talking. Not in a negative way, but in a positive way. But
well, yeah, and that's why the repetition is great, right? Yeah. You know, so maybe for Marcel, he heard it, he had to hear it 4 or 5 times because he'd get, 2, 3 sentences in and be like, oh gosh, right? And the crack starts, but then the 3rd, 4th time, he's getting what he needs from it, which is different than any of the rest of us, because we're always going to be putting it into our perspectives, right? Like, yeah. So yeah, there's a difference, I think, too. Like, I was big on the whole looping, wallowing in limbo thing. But now I'm sort of like, from a different observation, I can sort of see all my behavior included in that, and where it just kind of, you just leap onto a new loop kind of, like now you're looping about people not looping, when really with so much indoctrination, who am I, or who are any of us to really judge, what someone else is continuing to convey, because somebody in the audience still, or somebody in the group, or somebody in the panel needs that reinforced thought from that person, needs their own perception from it to put their own piece together. And since they repeated things for 12 years to us, why wouldn't repetition and ergo some form of looping be exactly what we need to get out of the indoctrination?
Well, yeah, right. It's important to let everybody go through their progress at their own pace, and the story from me years back, that my personal guidance told me you should get out of that loop, and it took me 2 years to get out of that loop. But when you get out of that loop, you come across new things, and that's a new process. Also looping, but it makes you realize that you have grown in that period, and that you are moving on to a different, let's call it circle. And
differently.
Yeah, everybody should do that at their own pace. You shouldn't disrupt that too much.
Yeah.
Because everyone works at a different pace,
Charles
absorb information longer. So I like to say this, like for me, I know I have issues, but my issues have issues. I have issues that have tissues. Okay. So some of us take a little longer than others. Some of us might get through stuff in a year or 2. It might take 5, 10 years, 20. You never know. It took me 45 years to even remotely start addressing me, my issues, and myself again. 45 years. That's like half your life, almost, or less than half your life. So
Hey, Charles, thanks very much for letting me up here, bro. I'm having real problems with my internet. I hardly heard anything that Marcel said. So yeah, my internet's just bugging me around. I can't hear anything. I'm obviously not being heard, I don't think. Am I being heard?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep, I can hear you.
Yeah, it's going now. But anyway, I couldn't hear what Kimber said or Marcel said. It just went totally blank. I never heard
You popped off. You popped off for a minute.
Yeah, well, it's saying I popped off, but I didn't. I didn't go anywhere. But bloody internet did, right? But it's some kind of anyway. Well, have a great day, everyone, and take care. And
You as well, Dean. Good day.
You and Maureen have a good
Nice
day.
to see you, Dean.
Yeah, thank you,
Nice to see
Dean.
you
I
too.
had to jump off for a minute to make a phone call about these people I'm going to take to court.
No problem. You're getting on to that thing about your flatmate.
Huh?
Your
What was
roommate.
that, Dean? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Think.
Roommate.
Anyway, take care, everyone. One love. I
Take
said
care,
you're
Dean. One love,
getting on
Dean.
to that thing about your flatmate.
Yeah.
Your
We got to
roommate.
do the interview,
Yeah,
Dean,
yeah,
too.
yeah. Okay, bro. I'll go back and rewatch the
Okay.
live, and have a great one, everyone. And grand.
You too, Dean. One love.
Nice to see you, Dean.
Okay. Just for the end better.
Yeah, I was texting. I told the worker, I said, by law, you have to give me this paperwork, or it ain't me, my roommate. I said, by law, you have to apply this paperwork. And not only am I going to write a letter to the boss to, it'll be 2 people that I'm going to prove I asked. And if they prolong it, it's just going to make them look worse. So, because it ain't adding up with where all my roommates' money's going. It just don't add up. And, if they're taking advantage of one person, how many others are they taking advantage of?
Yeah,
I've watched it. 6 years I've been doing this, and I've sat back and watched it. No more.
Yeah, it happens a lot. It's just a big Ponzi scheme, man. It's yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's very,
It's depressing.
very kind of you, Charles. I mean, I know someone
Yeah.
has to do it, so I get that it's, it's your nature to, it's just in your nature to see injustice and help someone who needs your help. So,
Yeah, how about when we get old? Are we gonna have to deal with this bullshit, And imagine dying, laying in your bed, and, imagine someone has control of your money, and you have an emergency, and you need money, and they make you wait a whole week, and then they forget to put the money in, and sometimes it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Like, yo, that's crazy. That's insane. Like, and I've watched this for way too long. Certified letters, yeah, I should write a certified letter. I got to learn how to do that. But by law, they have to go back a year. I said I want proof of where every bill for every month for the last year to see where all this money's going. We already know how much my roommate gets a month. We already figured that out. So it's about to go down.
Yeah, well, like Becky said, I respect that, man. That there's still good people in the world, It's
I try, but like my roommate is impatient. I get it, and I'm like, you can't just call a lawyer and say you got to have evidence. Because I needed a lawyer for my case, and I did all the footwork. I had to get all the paperwork together, go here and there, and this to fight my case. And when I hurt my back, I thought a lawyer would just pick it up and do it. Nope. Well, you got to do all that fucking work, and when you have all the paperwork to show that the proof, then they'll take the case. But I thought they would just do everything for you. Hell no. And I'm like, you can't just call a lawyer and say, they're messing with my money. You need proof to show them. You can't just they'll think you're making something up. You gotta have proof. And I said, just be patient, man. And my roommate's like, they're not gonna give us none. And I'm like, that's even better. What are they hiding? Why aren't they giving you proof? By law, they control your money. You want to see the bills. They never show any bill statements. They never show no receipts to any of these bills they're paying every month. So we don't know. My roommate never knows what's going on. They don't ever show the amount of money my roommate has saved up. Nothing. It's insane.
Yeah.
And just 6 years, I think it's been, probably a little longer. I've watched this, and my roommate had enough.
This happens a lot. I a few times I ask for specified specifications, about bills, where that money goes from taxes and all that. They cannot do it, or that they will not do it. So that money can go anywhere. If they send you a bill for, this money goes to repairing the roads, for instance, or something like that, and you can ask, well, send me a specification to where this money is going. They don't do that. You never get a specification, but they want you to pay. They want you to pay straight away. It's bullshit.
My roommate never had anyone to, help to get any of this done. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll do it. But they'll try anything in their power to get me out of the way. But I already told my roommate that they're going to try. They're not gonna like the fact that I'm sticking up for you and poking that bee's nest. So I said, you got to stay on your ground and don't let them.
Yeah.
I said, before these people even came in the picture, I said, to my roommate, you came to me for help. We had a deal already that, so these people can't get in the way. They're going to try because they're not going to like that I'm stirring up the nest. But I'm pretty sure that, because I've talked to other people and asked questions, I'm pretty sure I'm like an investigator.
Well,
Other people have told me their money's being fucked with too in that same place.
Well, you might not see it now, Charles, but people like you are gonna be the cause that people gonna rise up. That people gonna start taking care of each other again, helping each other. We need more people like you. What I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I try, man. I'm not the best in the world. I just be me, man. That's it. I'm just being me.
But we are the foundation of that pyramid, if you can call it that. We create this what is here. Not the grabbers on top of that pyramid. It's if we lose us, it's done. But we will not lose. We are just starting to understand how the system works, and we will change it in the end for the better.
That was their mistake. See, they thought technology would favor them, but it kind of, even if they were to turn it off now, it's too late, man. It's too late. The information has done its job, man. It's too late for them. They could turn the computers off tomorrow. It's just too late. The sleeping giant's already waking up, or has awoke. He's about to stand up.
Yeah, there are so many people that have a lot of information that they saw on the internet. They basically downloaded it onto hard drives and made
Print it out.
And printed it out and all that. Man, you won't believe how many people already have plans ready to change the system.
Put it on little chips, Marcel, and put it in fireproof boxes and shit like that, man.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah, the sleeping giant's awake, man. He's about to start stomping. You're done. You're done.
They already are on the run, and the thing in Israel there is just a civil war in Israel. It's nothing to do with Muslim people or any other people. It's just Zionist against the Jewish people, It's the same.
That's been going on for how long? 75 years, like that guy said.
And that's the same thing in every country. It's just like that. You got the good people and that small group of bad people that controls everything. But their time's up, man. They're fucking losing. That's good.
I don't know. If I was to fully explain everything, I don't want to do it on here, but if I was to tell you everything, it would blow your mind. Like, I think not just this place, but how many other places around the world are doing this, or country, I'll say, in my country, are doing this to people, you know? And I think, what about when I get older? I already learned from other people that I would never sign my life over. No way. I wouldn't sign my money over, nothing, because I'm learning from other people's mistakes. It's just sad, like the trust level is not even there. Like these places, just by what Orphan Annie was saying when she worked at her place, I could only imagine. Like, I remember my aunt broke her hip. I went to visit her, and these people wouldn't even do her laundry. And I had to go there and do it. And I'm like, damn, what do these people do all day? Oh, we have so many people we got to take care of. Well, get another job then if you can't handle it.
You know, Charles, I worked in for the elderly in a care home, and it's so bad. You don't have a lot of colleagues. I was on the floor where I worked. You had like 10 people, and with two or three colleagues, we had to wash 10 people every morning.
Wow.
And they had dementia. You know, they don't remember anything. You know, it's so they don't sit still, and they pull off their clothes again, and it's hard. You know, it's hard work. But the sad thing for me was that when you finally clothed them all, and they were sitting at the table, and you were having breakfast or whatever, you couldn't go and sit with the people. You had other chores, you know. So the whole thing about caring for people, it was just like fast putting the clothes on the people. Was you couldn't do that the way they respected, you know, the people. You couldn't take your time because you had like a schedule. You had to rush those people into their clothing before 10 o'clock. And yeah, the work pressure, man, it's unbelievable. For me, it wasn't. I I felt for the people living there. Basically, it's sad that you didn't have enough colleagues to do your job properly, to have the lifts there, you know, to carry people from the chair to the bed and all that. It's still the same thing, you know. Yeah, it's sad that we live in a world that we don't even care enough for the elderly or any people for that matter that need care. You know, it's sad, and that's why I couldn't do that job anymore. The working pressure and the so little colleagues to do the job probably, and basically no help from yeah the lift, so you can basically carry people that were very heavy to their beds because you couldn't lift them with one or two people to their beds. It's impossible, nearly impossible. So yeah, it was. It hurt me, you know. It hurt me in the sense of, like you said, that what if I get older? You know, do I want to be treated like that? No, absolutely not. But it's happening to elderly. You know, it's sad, but I couldn't do
I'd
it anymore.
rather die, man. I'd rather die than live on my knees. Fuck that. I'd rather go out a warrior, fighting a good fight, than fucking die than live on my knees, bowing to some fucking evil bums. I could never bow to the system.
No,
And I
because of
get,
what we know. Because of what we know now, and that's for a reason, you know. We should break that cycle, you know.
yeah, the system can work. You know, these laws are put in place to work, but we have all the wrong people in position. It's the same families that continuously put their family members in these positions to keep their lineage in power. You don't see people from the bottom. Like people say, oh, this mayor, they're not, they're related somehow, whether it's the 17th cousin or something. Trust me and believe. They're
Yeah, or they are bought and paid for. They're on the payroll.
yeah,
They will never do what we want, but the elites want.
right.
I agree. They're totally groomed for these roles. Like I live in a provincial capital. All the the majority of the jobs in a country that's already like 40 or 60% publicly employed. The majority of the jobs in this town is probably more like 80% public employment. And then when you start looking at, coffee shops and stuff that are all there to support public employees, like I get that they're private, but they depend on the public system in order to even operate. So what I'm trying to say in this town, like the people that became politicians were the politicians in my university 25 years ago, like, and I know that's like, well, duh, they wanted to do like politics, right? You're like, well, I get that. But I mean, the people that the president became the mayor, like the president of the university became the mayor.
Yeah, they pre-selected from young age on. This is gonna be your role in this system. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks to Be What It Is too for letting me know that. I gotta write that down to get it a certified letter. I've heard of that before. Let me write that down so I don't forget.
Did anybody of you start watching, or maybe have seen the whole episodes already of The Last of Us? Started watching
No,
that.
no, I don't have cable or none or Netflix.
No, you can watch it or stream it if you have a VPN or something. You can watch it for free on some sites. But I was pretty impressed by the first episode. Yeah.
Be What It Is. So I could write a letter and get it. All right, so I would so much rather type a letter and do it professional than, well, I'll probably just write it out and get it certified. Mark Basket said, all you need is movies, HD.watch. Mark, are you getting, what is it called? That's Mark's, what do you call them when you, like, people have them stupid monster drinks on their podcast. What is that called? Anyway, monster drinks. I heard you could pour those monster drinks on an oily rim and it'll clean them right off. Yo, I heard today. Let me see if I can pull this video up. Hold on. Damn, I wish I could show this video.
The energy drink? You mean the energy drink?
No, did I send you the video about that cowboy guy? He had a friend that worked for this company, and they said, he said, would you give a child a Coke? I'm gonna send you the video. And the guy goes, this company this guy worked for, if you spill a Coca-Cola, they gotta call in the hazmat suit people because there's something in it. I forgot what it's called. I'll send you the video.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Let me see. I'll send it right now. I'll send it when I jump off of here. And I couldn't believe it. I for the most part, I'm never picking Coke up again or any Sprite or anything. That's Coke too. Man.
No, I haven't drank cola in years. I think it
good.
probably more than 10 years.
I'm so fired up.
Like a Fernandez once in a while. I don't know if you know what that drink is. But
What is it? No.
It's like I think it's a South American drink. It's like also yeah, with bubbles, but it's very sweet. It has like a green color, and you have like a bluish color, and like a Bordeaux red color. Yeah, it's not healthy at all. But sometimes when I visit a friend, he still has that, and yeah, sometimes it's nice to have something like that. But myself, I almost never buy that anymore.
Yep, I'm poking the bee's nest with a fucking lit stick.
No, you're doing the right thing, man.
I hope so.
Yeah, we should be an example for others, for the younger generation.
Just being me, I would do this for anyone that needs help. Now that's gangster.
Yeah, it is.
Not killing your neighbor over a pair of Jordans, or because he called you a name, you're gonna shoot him, or because he beat you up. I'd rather take an ass whooping and live another day than
Yeah, we learn from mistakes, and most people that made many mistakes also have learned the most. So yeah, I don't see it as a failure, my life. Sometimes
Me neither.
I did, now I don't.
Even people in prison. Peace, Rebecca. Thanks for coming up. Even people who do 40 years in prison, I think that's way too long. Or even 15-year-olds that get life for murder. They're a fucking child, man. They're 15 years old. Give them 20 years, and they'll come out different. They'll change. You're gonna give them life. Their whole life's gone. They're only 15 years old. That means they got 70 years behind prison. That's crazy, man. Oh.
Well, yeah, I believe everybody can change their lives, but it depends on the personal situation of someone. Also, if someone don't basically, if somebody has killed somebody and someone has regrets, he basically is suffering already, and he wants
I can't stop yawning.
He knows he made mistakes, but you also have other people that don't regret anything, and yeah, for those people, I say, yeah, there's different punishment for those people, most people will learn in a couple of years, and they basically could be back in society, because, like you said, yeah, most people can change,
Yeah. Well, let me jump off of here. It's been 7 hours. And
I felt like we could start singing a Sinead O'Connor there. It's been 7 hours and 15 days.
Well, I did like that number. I don't know why, but I was at an age that it really got me that song. Yeah.
I've been
Well, I
going
appreciate.
strong every day.
Yeah. I appreciate you staying on, Charles. I heard you. Oh, we're only going to go to 6, and then you hopped up for last 20 and stayed on an hour and 20. So, thank you, and thank you, Marcel. Really nice to see you. Nice to see everyone in the chat. And this is Bex out. Bye.
See you next time.
Thanks for coming up, Marcel.
Yeah, no problem.
And Rebecca, you too. One love to everybody. And peace be what it is. Dean, Jack Streaming, Mark Basket, peace to Soama, Osunyemi, peace to Naga, Sir Drop, Gabriel, and Kimba. Hope it lets me go back to get everybody. There's so many people. Let me see if I can remember off top. Orphan Annie, Mind's Eye. Oh, it won't let me go back no further. Come on. That's wrong. Who else came up? Peace to Christos. Face Plant came up earlier. Yolanda. Just everybody, man. I'm just gonna say everybody. So many dang people. It's a long list. I appreciate everyone, man. I'll maybe go live tomorrow, but maybe not. I don't know. But peace, everyone. Have a good night. And I will check y'all again, man. Peace. Thank you, Jack Streaming.